This kid was clashing fiercely with the kingdom's guards, and no one stood a chance against his terrifying power. Those 3 crimson eyes were all the proof they needed. He wielded a dark power, feared by everyone. Hij is name Nux van Einhabwa, son of a wealthy and incredibly influential family. Growing weary of the endless battle, a red-haired girl suddenly arrived on the scene, utterly disbelieving what Nox had done. She screams, demanding to know why he betrayed everyone and sided with evil. Nox pauses, reflecting on her words. Betrayal? That sounds like a twisted joke to him. In fact, Nox claims they were the ones who betrayed him first. The girl screams that he's lying, but on Nox's face you can clearly see it. It doesn't matter now. There's no turning back. The truth is, this is the real me. A guy who just plays games all day. Maybe the best player this game has ever seen. The reason I play so much? My life became utterly miserable 2 years ago. A doctor discovered a brain disease. It's going to kill me soon. Can you even imagine the pain of knowing your life has a ticking timer that's so agonizingly close to the end? For the first few days, I was utterly paralyzed. I endured countless hospital treatments, but there was no cure, just painkillers. An empty life, because when you have no hope for tomorrow, just living through today is agonizing. As time went on, the pain wasn't the only problem. Look at this. I'm coughing up what looks like tomato sauce. I don't want to fill out these forms. If I'm almost out of time, I'm going to play one more time. This has to be my favorite game. In it, you can choose to be a genius in something, and you get a penalty for it. But one thing I've never done is to choose to be a genius in 2 things. Look at this. The penalty for picking 2 genius traits is like a personal insult against me. The penalty? You get a time limit. Isn't that exactly what I am right now? A character with a time limit. Created. The headaches intensified. I felt like I was about to pass out right then and there. No, I just want to try and enjoy something good. One last time, I managed to create the character, but it seems my own time limit finally ran out. A system window announces synchronization is complete. The white-haired boy from before wakes up with a start. This is Nox, but much younger. Now the boy feels strange. He's sure he just passed out in his room, and now he's in some weird place. It was only when he went to the mirror that the boy realized this isn't his face. This is Nox, the character from a game he was just playing. Our protagonist has played this game countless times. He remembers everything about Nox von Reinharber. Point, one of the 3 dark masters of Inner Lunatic, born into one of the most infamous criminal families, and the youngest of 5 brothers. The family has produced geniuses for generations, and Nox was the first one with 0 talent. That's what motivated him to ally with demons, in search of power, and become the kingdom's greatest disaster, just like we saw at the beginning of the story. But this makes no sense. It has to be a dream. He can't actually be Nox. While he was freaking out, a notification window appeared behind him, containing his information. His stats look pretty good, but what's wrong with this energy? Does he have some kind of disease? The traits clear up any doubts he has. Time limit can only be what he saw before he died. He doesn't remember Nox having any illness when he played, so does that mean he's just like his version from his other life, living on borrowed time? Nox then sees there are unread messages in his system, and the system says, "Hi, Yuchan." No, I should call you Nox now. That name. The protagonist was almost forgetting it, it seems. His memories of his past life are getting foggy. He remembers his parents, but he can't remember where they are, or if they're even alive. But it seems it's Nox, who suddenly received a flood of memories from someone who lived in another world entirely. What's more, he discovers the system knows about his past life from before he arrived here. The system's voice greets him with, "It's been a while," which utterly catches Nox off guard. It then continues, stating, his last 2 years must have been incredibly difficult. It declares he at least deserved to arrive in this world, to finally have a chance at life once more. Then it chillingly says, "Welcome back." Until this very moment, the protagonist hadn't considered this rebirth permanent. So, does this mean he's never going back to his old reality? But really, who cares? What was so great about that previous life anyway? The system then reveals, if Nox wishes to learn more, he must enroll in the academy and grow stronger. This is all far too much for Nox to process. Is he seriously going to take orders from a floating system window? It's utterly confusing, but now there's no denying it. He has been reborn as the final boss of the game. The Inner Lunatic. He's a full-blown villain. But does he truly need to follow the preordained role of the main antagonist? This all seems unbelievable. But Nox also has a critical time limit to his life. Besides, this isn't like acting in a game anymore. Nox refuses to forget who he truly is. He decides to follow the game's main villainous route, but he won't give up his memories either. The most important thing is to survive at all costs, and if necessary, he will embrace villainy to succeed. In his past life, his incurable disease was set to kill him within 2 years. But in this new, magical world, can there truly be such a thing as an incurable illness? As he decides to leave his room, Nox feels a sharp, agonizing pain in his wrist. It's a clear symptom of his time limit condition. An inflammation in his wrist prevents him from even opening doors. So much for having some fun, even just alone in his room with his sword. In the hallway, he bumps right into a maid. The beautiful girl, startled, drops all her plates, not having noticed him in her path. But when she finally realizes who he is, the girl lets out such a piercing scream that everyone hears and immediately fears the worst. That scream was so loud, it even made Nox jump, but he quickly recalled some crucial details. The girl desperately begs for forgiveness. She's just a background character, so he doesn't even remember her name. Yet, everyone fears him greatly, all due to his truly strange personality. Normally, Nox would react like this. He'd forgive her, but sternly warn her that next time, she'd be dead. But that's not how our protagonist would typically treat people. Seeing the fear in the other servant's eyes, he's certain Nox was not a nice guy at all. Without uttering a single word, Nox simply states he's heading to the training hall. They certainly didn't expect that. The young master has absolutely no interest in swordsmanship. What's even more surprising is that Nox orders the girl to accompany him to the hall. On the way, she fears her master, intends to punish her for what happened earlier. But it's strange he hasn't said a word so far. The truth is in Nox's mind. He was only thinking about survival. He needs to figure out what's wrong with this body, so he doesn't get sick like in his past life. He gets lost in thought on the way. This game has so many layers of complexity and play styles. The most important thing is to find out if the genius traits he chose actually worked, and if he really has two of them. Sword and combat genius leads a person to the peak of swordsmanship. On the other hand, mana genius leads a person to the peak of casting powerful spells. There are many other traits, but these were the two he'd selected. Nox has a body so weak, he can't swing a wooden sword more than a few times. What's the point of being a swordsmanship genius with a body as weak as a malnourished old man's? 10 swings was his limit. He is completely screwed. This place has a ton of weapons available. As expected from the Rain Harbor family, several legendary warriors were born and raised within this family. The head of the family also wields the tyrannical blade of darkness, an unrivaled power. Nox has no health, but time and money are no object for him. His father frankly doesn't care how Nox spends his time, since he's the youngest and arguably the most talentless son in the family. Absolutely no one holds any expectations for him. Just the act of swinging the sword makes Nox feel like he's going to die all over again. A second later, the maid brings him water and towels. She never imagined she'd see her master actually putting effort into anything. Nox then asks her to come closer. The girl freezes, fearing for her life. This is it. She's surely about to be punished. Nox gets flustered. He doesn't do that kind of stuff. She absolutely must listen carefully to his orders. She must buy everything he's about to ask for. She tries to protest, saying it's beyond her limits. But Nox just asks if she wants to receive the punishment she was thinking about earlier. The girl leaves, certain he hasn't changed one bit. Our protagonist is then interrupted when the family butler, Hodwed Nak, suddenly arrives, catching him completely off guard. This guy is his father's trusted right-hand man. It makes absolutely no sense for him to be here. Normally, his father and Rodwell couldn't care less about him. So, Nox demands to know the reason for this visit. Rodwell delivers news directly from his father, the esteemed head of the family, wants Nox to attend tonight's dinner. This news takes Nox utterly by surprise. He attempts to refuse the invitation. Rodwell sternly reveals that the young lady of the Styler family has arrived for a visit, and it's imperative for Nox to be there. Refusing could deeply infuriate the family head. In that case, Nox has no way out. He accepts immediately. Rodwell picks up on Nox's unusual behavior and questions Nox's sudden passion for swordsmanship, given he's never practiced before. The young master then speaks with a dangerously serious tone. Rodwell, you're nothing but a mere butler. Do not dare to cross your limits. What I do or don't do is absolutely none of your business. Nox leaves the room, leaving the butler deep in thought. His firm, cold attitude vanishes as soon as he closes the door. He was clearly worried about something, but his gaze snaps to the girl. He certainly didn't expect her to visit. As night falls, dinner is served. Someone mutters, "That idiot actually came." That jab was obviously meant for Nox, but he ignores it. The twins keep talking, sarcastically asking if he still resents the family. Hartz and Alan continue making snide comments, all criticizing Nox. They even bring up Nox touching a maid, claiming it must have been disgusting. This arrogant chatter is utterly annoying, but Nox simply ignores them. Suddenly, the maids announce the most important person has arrived. All eyes turn to the patriarch. Theo von Reinharber has arrived for dinner, and he's brought a guest with him. A girl with long red hair enters, gracefully greeting everyone. Talia von Stieleine, dressed elegantly. Theo announces that the young lady has requested training for her knights and will spend some time in the family's territory. The other boys are visibly excited by her presence, but the girl's gaze seems fixed on only one person. Nox is the future villain, and this girl is the one fated to oppose him. He can't help but get nervous, thinking this is the very girl who will one day shove a sword through his chest. Theo expresses surprise that Nox is even at dinner, and our protagonist is utterly mortified by it. The girl is completely oblivious to how Nox is treated here. They begin to savor the kind of exquisite food only the rich can afford. The twins never stop staring at Nox throughout dinner, and then declare it's time to decide who will be the next to enter Elden Academy. And Theo agrees he must decide on it soon. Everyone knows Elden Academy is the kingdom's most prestigious institution, and that's exactly why Nox has to get in. What's more, the system told him he needs to go there to uncover more. The family head then comments that only 3 individuals from each family are permitted to attend the academy. This rule helps limit the influence of nobles. For large families, the Reinharber family has already filled 2 coveted spots. Their first and second sons were sent to the academy. A palpable tension fell over the dinner table as Theo declared that he, too, would follow family tradition. Nox then inquired, "Is this a brotherly duel to decide?" Nox's sharp remark immediately seized Theo's attention. Theo then announced that in 3 months, they would compete for the family's final spot. The twins immediately began to mock him, sneering that a certain someone would only bring shame to the family if he were ever chosen, and that he had absolutely no chance. It would be a complete waste of time for him to even attempt a duel. Nox, however, took them by surprise by retorting that he fully expected to hear those words after they managed to defeat him in the duel. This bold provocation sent one of the boys into a furious rage. The mere thought of losing to the family's perceived failure deeply offended him. Nox thought to himself, no more of that. There was no reason for him to keep enduring these insults and remain silent. He wasn't the same person they knew. So with newfound confidence, he boldly declared he would be the one chosen for Elden Academy. The boy's confident posture once again captured Theo's attention, while simultaneously infuriating the twins. Another, Talia, also found herself intrigued. With a soft smile, she commented, "The young master seems quite confident." Her smile might have seemed gentle, but it awakened a deep primal fear in Nox. This was the girl who had defeated him at the very end of his life back in the game. When dinner concluded and Rodwell made his report, Theodore concurred that Nox truly seemed to have changed overnight, a development that was, frankly, ridiculous. He pondered what could have triggered such a sudden change of heart, even entertaining the thought it might be a demon. But that outlandish idea was quickly dismissed. What was unfolding, however, was certainly far more interesting than he had ever expected. Theodore instructed Rodwell to keep a close eye on Nox, and it seemed the boy continued his rigorous drills, running tirelessly around the manor grounds. The maids were utterly surprised, but also utterly bewildered by his sudden decision to just run, especially since he had a sword duel coming up in a month. Nox wondered why he could still hear their whispering, but the system abruptly cut him off, announcing that his stamina had just increased by a measly 0.1 points. This was an incredibly minuscule amount, yet it held immense importance. Stamina was, after all, a major hurdle in his grand scheme. His genius trait could only be activated once, He reached at least 4 stamina points. He regretted not having it from the very beginning. Due to his inherent frailty, he was already panting heavily, while agonizing over how he needed to boost his stamina by a whopping 1.9 points within a single month. He felt utterly burdened by this cursed condition that halved his stamina gains. All his strenuous running had yielded a mere 0.1 points, and even his illness trait further cut that growth in half. This meant he had to work 4 times as hard, and another problem looming ahead was that he'd also be capped at 15 points maximum. But that was a worry for a completely different time. Finally, Lona had arrived. She was here to deliver the items he'd ordered the previous day. Nox was thoroughly impressed as he scrutinized the items. He believed they would dramatically accelerate his progress. As someone who had already conquered this game 27 times, he knew exactly what each one did. He took the items, and Lona hesitantly asked what they were for. Her expression clouded with worry since most of them seemed quite dangerous. Nox simply agreed, but then declared that they were only perilous for those lacking true knowledge. This utterly confused her. Then he calmly grabbed the bottle of poison and proceeded to drink it. The maid immediately panicked, exclaiming, "It's poison." Nox, of course, already knew that, but this specific poison was designed to grant him a temporary 50 stamina bonus, even if it would kill him in a mere 10 minutes. Lona watched in horror, about to call for help, until he calmly refused, stating he wasn't finished. Then, he proceeded to eat the golem nucleus. This sent Lona into an even greater panic, as she knew it would completely petrify his body. However, these 2 items together triggered a hidden effect, just as he planned. Nucleus was usually for maximizing defense, or bringing an artificial golem to life. But when combined with the venom, it would neutralize the poison entirely, eliminating his curse of frailty. With 1 negative trait now gone, Lona was still panicking nervously, asking if he was alright. She then watched as the exhausted boy started to take his shirt off, which confused her even more. Nox continued to strip off his shirt, making Lona blush furiously. She watched him grab the other vial and pour the spring water onto his body. This neutralized the petrification from the golem's nucleus spring water. The spring water and nucleus started to react, creating a strangely pleasant sensation for the boy. Another hidden effect activated, granting him a temporary blessing of growth. This would give him a stamina growth bonus until his stamina reached 5 points. The final touch was the scroll that had been left on the card. Nox picked it up and casually ripped it, doubling his stamina growth rate. So now, the purple-eyed boy had broken the curse of frailty and taken these extra measures. That would make his new stamina growth rate twice that of average characters. He felt proud and clenched his fist until he was tackled by the maid. She burst into tears, asking if he was alright. Seeing him take off his shirt made her think he'd lost his mind. Under the influence of a venom, she started to calm down until he told her to just get a towel. But he stopped himself when he looked at her face. He felt like he couldn't yell at Lona when he was feeling so good about breaking the curse. He told the girl that he was quite alright, but she still wondered if he needed a certain person to check on him, or possibly just needed some rest. However, the light-haired boy explained he had some tasks to complete, which left the maid utterly baffled, until Nox explained he was training. His duties called, the sun blazed bright in the sky, and there was Nox running laps around the courtyard. Lona followed close behind, towel in hand, but someone else observed them from afar. She muttered to herself, utterly baffled. What on earth possessed Nox to agree to a duel with his own brothers, especially since, in her opinion, he wasn't physically fit enough? That observer was Talia. Her handmaiden, Emma, quickly admonished her, insisting that was no way to speak of a member of the family, especially one who was hosting her. Talia, however, couldn't care less about her family remarks, and kept grumbling about Nox's constant running. He showed no signs of intending to train. With a sword, for instance, she'd even heard tutors had attempted to instruct him, but were promptly turned down. The redhead was convinced he would be utterly defeated, yet the concern refused to leave her mind. So, despite her handmaiden's confusion, she decided to go talk to him directly. Talia walked right up to Nox and greeted him, but internally, he was utterly bewildered, wondering why she was out there with him. He decided to act cold, demanding to know her business. He inwardly winced at his harsh demeanor, and quickly rationalized that he was only like that because he was utterly captivated by her beauty. She then challenged the boy if he truly believed he could defeat his brothers, despite her complaints that he was merely running, a point Lona silently concurred with. She then boldly offered her assistance, but the boy immediately refused, sharply telling her to leave. This utterly stunned her, and she demanded to know if this was how he treated people who offered him help, while Lona panicked in the background, since she firmly believed he should never be speaking to ladies in such a manner. Talia scoffed indignantly and stalked away, leaving the boy utterly bewildered by what had just transpired. Nox felt as though everything was rapidly spiraling out of control. He quickly checked her stats, revealing her incredible talent. Her stamina was even higher than the average for men in this world. Even so, she wasn't on the level of the 3 Supremes or the 4 Sages, but she could still claim a place just beneath them, capable of slaying a few devils. Her element was fire, and once awakened, it would be upgraded to white fire, which would give her the power to burn a corrupt Nox into oblivion. With that in mind, winning Talia over as a friend was absolutely not an option, as he didn't know how much that would mess with the story. He just needed to find a way to survive, while meticulously following the storyline. After all, it was nonsensical to get friendly with your future killer. 1 month later, Talia walked down the hall, remembering how some people were impressed at her undeniable talent, befitting the reputation of the Steel Liner family. She didn't really feel that way, though, as she still felt inferior to her sister. She clenched the hilt of her blade at the thought of losing to that woman. Talia wondered if she would ever be good enough to become a knight. Knights must be able to lead a frugal existence, void of greed, and from time to time, sacrifice themselves for justice. Along with that, they must also master countless swords and forms. The red-haired girl sighed, thinking that Nox believed that running was enough to defeat his brothers, thinking he stood no chance. The next day, the sun shone on the 2 brothers, who stood in the drill hall with everyone, including Scylla, Theodore's wife, watching. Theodore asked Rodwell how he believed the match would go, and the steward wasn't too sure. An announcer explained what the duel was for, and quickly started the fight, to which Nox's brother immediately raised his blade. When Nox's father asked for Rodwell's predictions, the steward explained that years of training for Alan would put that man in the commanding position, which the father agreed with. His wife glared, and Rodwell wondered if Theodore was foreseeing a different outcome. It was true that Nox had changed. However, he still didn't believe Nox could overpower Alan, unless some outrageous circumstance intervened. In Rodwell's earlier days, serving as a knight alongside Lord Leonard, the art of the sword was governed by a simple rule. Achievement was measured solely by the sheer amount of time spent training with one's blade. The only factor that could alter this was a talent from realms beyond comprehension, an overwhelming, innate gift. But he didn't believe Nox possessed such a gift. Theodore then spoke, stating it would be unwise to dismiss other possibilities, and that for all they knew, any of his sons could possess a gift comparable to the legendary 3 Supremes. Nox mused about how incredibly unlucky he was, even in this new world. He recalled his luck stat was supposedly high, considering it sat at a solid 7 points. After all that running, the light-haired boy had failed to bring his stamina up to 4 points, even with his blessing of growth. Nox was at 3.8 the previous day, so close to reaching his goal. However, Lona was still running behind him, asking if he was absolutely sure she needed to run with him. The man affirmed, letting his true intentions slip. He wanted her to suffer with him, but then he told the girl she had one more article to clean, which made her pout, and he mentioned he'd noticed. Nox chuckled, wondering if all the running gave her stamina as well. He checked her stats and found out she had a number that was higher than the average man. After all the hard work he had put in, he was still weaker than a side character. Lona then mentioned the sun was about to set, reminding him of his duel the next day. This made him pant heavily, disappointed that he didn't have enough time. The next day, just before the match, Alan called out to Nox and strongly suggested he back out, even calling Nox a disgrace to the family name. Nox just chuckled, amused by the attitude, knowing his brother simply craved to defeat him. Alan quickly agreed, wanting to impress Talia. The fair-haired boy glanced up at the girl before checking Alan's stamina stat. Nox's brow furrowed, seeing the intimidatingly high number. A wave of concern washed over him. Right before the announcer called out to both men and sternly stated they couldn't challenge the duel's final outcome. This news only heightened Nox's anxiety, however, because losing would mean his journey ended already, costing him the chance to discover who had sent him the cryptic message and what life awaited past his one-year deadline. He gripped his sword as the duel finally began, and Alan instantly made the first aggressive move, which Nox expertly rolled out of the way of, grunting as he skidded backward, trembling from the sheer force of the second attack. Nox pondered what his next move should be, as Alan simply laughed mockingly and continued clashing blades relentlessly. Suddenly, the system announced his stamina had increased, causing him to grin and murmur softly. Alan, confused, scoffed and made fun of it, before resuming his assault on the younger boy. Theodore's wife scoffed dismissively at the sight, believing one of her other sons would attend the academy as the duel continued. Theodore called the entire scene pathetic, which made the woman grin wickedly. Theodore added, "They may have harbored expectations that were too high." Rodwell suggested halting the duel for Nox's sake, while Theodore pondered how. Alan and Hats were talented, even if they weren't as gifted as their eldest brother. He wondered if he had to truly accept that none of his sons had the temperament to overpower all and force the world under his heel. Nox wheezed. Theodore sighed before rising from his chair, intending to put a stop to the duel. But then it finally happened. Nox could feel immense power coursing through his body after his special trait activated. Alan wondered if his brother had completely lost it, but Nox then activated a brand new skill, one that seemed to dramatically slow down time itself. A wise person, whose name Nox couldn't recall, once claimed that a true genius and an average man experience time vastly differently. And that's exactly what Nox was experiencing right then. Everything around him now moved in agonizing slow motion. And while it didn't automatically perfect his sword control, he was no longer held back by his own traits. With a decisive flick of his blade, the duel was swiftly settled. Alan's sword was instantly knocked from his grasp, making the older man flinch back in shock from the sheer speed of the move and the undeniable fact that victory was now obvious. The blade clattered to the ground, and Alan clutched his hand, glaring fiercely, while Nox simply looked down with a cold, piercing gaze. But Nox knew this wasn't the true end of the duel. He knew the skill's extraordinary effect would only last for 5 short minutes. So he pondered how to decisively wrap things up. With a dangerously confident tone, he told his brother he was being far too leisurely in his pace and approach. He declared he'd put a swift end to this whole affair. He wanted them to come at him both at once. Nox then turned to face his father and boldly asked for permission to engage both of his brothers simultaneously. Theodore could only stare back in utter surprise, while Talia privately wondered what had gotten into the boy. The father hummed thoughtfully to himself, his curiosity undeniably piqued. He allowed it, despite Sela's concerned remarks. The duel was officially set to proceed, and the twins gripped their swords tightly, while Nox simply held a wicked grin, watching as his brothers dashed forward in unison. However, Nox was also expertly holding his guard. Alan yelled at Hats to corner their opponent, but Hats sharply told the other to shut it. Nox's potent hidden effect activated once more, and the boy instinctively knew how to block every single attack, effortlessly sliding past their onslaught, while simultaneously slamming into their shoulders. Talia stared, her mouth hanging wide open in disbelief, and Nox knew exactly what everyone was thinking, that he was supposedly the disgrace of the family, yet he was overpowering 2 of his brothers. The twins exchanged a quick glance, but Nox warned them not to take their eyes off their opponent before charging forward, swinging his blade wildly. Another frenzy of attacks erupted. Nox began to feel that the burden of survival didn't stop him from genuinely enjoying the sword fighting. Everyone stared in shock. The twins grunted, shouting about the impossibility of the situation. Within seconds, both Alan and Hats were slammed to the ground. They stared up with bewildered and incredulous expressions, knowing they had finally lost the match. This was also when the system informed Nox that his time of genius effect had run out. Nox turned to the announcer and stated he believed the duel was concluded, which the announcer confirmed with a wince and a stutter. The winner was Nox. The twin brothers cursed under their breaths, their bodies shaking as their arms slumped to the ground, their weapons clattering to the floor. The blades thudded against the bricks. Theodore grinned at his youngest son, who smiled back, looking utterly exhausted. He bowed before the audience and thanked them before heading toward the exit. However, Talia rushed toward the boy, believing this was her chance to talk to Nox. Blocking his path, the sun began to set, and Nox was coughing and heaving, realizing that drops of blood were coming out of his mouth. This confused him, but he soon realized it was because he had exceeded the time limit. It seemed the effect had a colossal downside. If he used it for more than 5 minutes, it triggered a debuff. That debuff was the fact that his lifespan had decreased by 2 days and 17 hours, eroding his days and making him weaker. Was the worst kind of debuff he could sustain. At the moment, now, he had less than a year to complete his goals. Luckily, the side effect didn't manifest in the hall. People would surely start questioning if he was even fit enough for school. Suddenly, a voice called out to Nox, and he turned to see Talia. She looked worried, asking if he was hurt. She wondered if he'd gotten injured mid-duel, which made him scowl and curse under his breath. He felt a surge of panic that Talia, of all people, had to come to him and meddle in his business, especially since her telling Theodore about these side effects would only send things spiraling downhill. Not try to say something, only to be interrupted by the girl, wondering if he had defeated the brothers. In such a condition, this confused him, as the blushing girl felt embarrassed and guilty for misjudging him. Talia thought about how she'd been observing him for a whole month and had not once seen him train with a real sword. All she had heard was that Nox had swung a wooden sword a few times on his first day of training, making her wonder how he had managed to defeat his brothers. This made her believe that Nox had been hiding his natural talent. So she ran out of the drill hall and wanted to know what he did. However, after the duel, she witnessed the lone boy, with blood dripping from his mouth and his body, seeming as though it was about to collapse. From exhaustion, Talia wondered if it really was Nox, who defeated his brothers with overwhelming strength, and started to think the rumors she'd heard were more misleading. He wiped his chin, while the red-haired girl looked at the boy and believed he was a hard-working swordsman who had toiled for his victory. She stared at Nox and flinched when he coughed, causing her to walk closer and ask if he was all right. Suddenly, he slapped her hand away and glared coldly, while saying that she wouldn't lay a finger on his body. He thought about how the 2 years he had spent doing nothing but playing video games made it impossible for him to truly socialize with anyone. Plus, it didn't help matters that she was his destined killer. Talia nervously fidgeted with her hands, stating she just wanted to apologize. This thoroughly confused him, as she confessed she had severely underestimated his skills because she'd heard he was delicate. Since birth, she now realized he must have had his reasons for focusing so much on endurance. Apologizing once again and understanding anyone could make such mistakes, like the wild stories of his rampages. Nox had no idea how to respond to that, and noticed the girl was just as unassuming as she was in the game, which was surprising since she was still a duke's daughter. He turned away, telling her she could do him a favor by not telling Sol about the bleeding she'd witnessed, which she affirmed without hesitation, allowing him to leave without further worry. This, however, would not be their last encounter. Time passed, and Theodore felt his foreboding was justified. He asked Rodwell what he thought of Nox. The steward couldn't understand his passivity at first, but he believed Nox had attained a stage that none of his brothers had. At his age, his father held the same opinion, yet harbored a suspicion that they'd only just seen a fraction of his abilities. So, he wanted Rodwell to continue keeping an eye on the boy. Rodwell agreed, and Theodore wondered if it was possible for Nox to be a talent worthy of inheriting the Vanquisher. He clenched his fist and told Rodwell that the report would be of the utmost importance, as Theodore seemed to not have much time left, to which the steward bowed and said he would do his best. Night arrived, and Nox got the notification that he'd completed a tutorial quest, but it didn't really seem like a game to him anymore, despite the features that still remained. His prize for winning was a sweet 3 attribute points. He couldn't help but sigh, realizing he'd spent a whole month just to add 2 points. Still, he scanned his stats, pondering where to put them. He chose to pour all points into luck, because in this game, luck was absolutely paramount. He might as well test his new luck right away. The system also revealed additional benefits were available, including a random skill, scroll, and the ability to conjure one. This sent a thrill through him, so he promptly summoned the dispenser. It was a bit strange to see it physically. Nox flicked the switch, hoping for a decent scroll. Now that his luck was boosted, he remembered the scroll colors. While gulping nervously, a ball tumbled out, opening up with a brilliant glow, revealing a coveted gold scroll. Thrilled, he tore it open. He then instantly used the skill conjurer, knowing exactly which one to conjure, to help him collect all the hidden treasures throughout the manor. That skill would soon prove invaluable. Theodore would soon call his sons, so this conjuring could wait. The scroll showed he'd gained a skill that inflicted a debuff on anyone with lower stats, a whopping 20 debuff against him. This reminded him why he adored this game. Nox then peeked at the other window and recalled Green, the second eldest son, would soon be back at the manor. His graduation was ages ago, and he'd be back from night training. For now, Nox would just rest. He firmly believed Talia wouldn't bother him again, since she wouldn't break her promise. This led the boy to believe she had no other reason to confront him. The very next day, Nox was sorely mistaken. The girl immediately approached him. He asked what she wanted. She mumbled something incomprehensible. Confused, he watched her repeat herself, and then asked if he could teach her how to progress. As fast as he did, Talia desperately wanted to progress as quickly as Nox. So, she implored the boy to teach her his methods. Nox sweat dropped, remembering how he got to where he was, before walking right past her, asking if she really hadn't uncovered the secret. After a whole month of peeping, this made her face flush crimson with embarrassment. As she tried to deny the accusation, flustered, she ran after him, determined, and begged him for a duel, or at least to consider sharing his methods with her. This made the purple-eyed boy remember that Talia craved her sister's approval, so she was likely doing the same with Nox. Due to his impressive presentation from earlier, he decided to turn around, putting on an act, telling her that before asking such things, she should ask what she herself possesses. Nox paused for a moment, as he genuinely didn't know what to say next. But he then told the red-haired girl to stop drawing comparisons between herself and others. The boy quickly rushed off without another word, leaving the stunned girl standing alone, with a deep blush on her face, as she wondered if that was truly all he could tell her. As Nox left the building, he let out a breath of relief and glanced behind him, hoping the girl wasn't following him, as there was no need for Talia to be next to him as he was about to proceed to get his hands on a hidden treasure. That treasure lay within the Linhaba Manor, where his father and other siblings awaited his arrival. Nox felt utterly bewildered when he first saw the Linhaba family horse farm for the very first time in person, leaving him to recall the words he'd heard about it being one of the 3 best farms on the continent. Rodwell bowed to Theodore, and the father told everyone they were called together so they could choose a horse as a lifelong companion. This left Nox gulping, realizing the moment was finally here. Among all animals, horses held the most sacred place in the Linhaba family's tradition and across the entire continent, as anyone aspiring to become a knight or magician must acquire a horse early in life and forge a lifelong bond. There's even a dedicated horsemanship course at the academy, and cavalry warfare would also become more prevalent as the game progressed, and taking good care of them also slashed transportation costs, making them absolutely indispensable. This makes it even more crucial to pick just the right horse, his father declared, adding that Nox would get the first pick as the winner of the duel. Nox had only one chance, and his father watched, making Theodore hum in thought, wondering if his son possessed good discernment. The horses neighed, and Nox was surprised by how stellar many of these horses were. However, he was looking for a very specific horse. His eyes scanned the grounds before landing on a black and gray horse, whose rib cage was clearly showing. The boy walked straight toward it and chose it without a moment's hesitation, much to the surprise of his twin brothers. While Theodore held a deep frown, he suggested Nox should seriously reflect on his choice, causing Nox to look genuinely surprised. But he had expected such a reaction, since most would think he just made a stupid choice. Despite that, using his perceptive eye ability, he could see the horse's impressive stats, and also that it was a high-grade animal. The grade of pets can increase tiers over time, usually by only 1, which meant that this horse would become a prime grade horse, or even better, once it was fully grown. Aside from that, the horse was also an obsidian horse, one of the rarest horse breeds in the entire game, due to its incredible strength and beauty. Nox knew for a fact that Theodore would likely have claimed this horse, if he knew what breed it truly was. But for now, it just looked frail, weighed down by debuffs, and a host of negative traits, dooming it to die within just a few days. This particular flaw might even be worse than its terminal illness. But Nox firmly stood by his decision, unwavering. He knew exactly how to prevent this negative trait from ever becoming a real problem. Theodore puzzled over why Nox had chosen that particular horse, believing it was quite likely that Nox saw too much of himself reflected in it, letting his emotions completely carry him away. Nox's father then expressed his hope that his son wouldn't come to regret his decision, as the man simply turned and walked away. The twins and Nox were completely taken by surprise, seeing the clear disappointment Theodore felt. Rodwell then approached Nox, reminding him that the horse still needed a name. The gray horse gently nuzzled its face into Nox's hand. The fair-haired boy glanced down at the horse, then knelt and chose the name Carl. This was the same name he always used in the game, from the other world. It held a deep significance for him, and Carl's new home, it turned out to be Nox's very own bedroom. The boy hummed thoughtfully, knowing he had to keep his next move a secret from everyone. Keeping the horse in his room was the absolute best way to do that. He saw the horse looking intently into his eyes, as if it were communicating that it simply couldn't give up on life. This resonated deeply with Nox as they shared the feeling of desperately clinging to any small chance they had. Realizing Lona was just outside his door, Nox called out to her, issuing a light threat that made her stumble into the room. She was shocked that he'd figure out she was there, but he simply brushed it off as obvious. He then informed the maid that starting today, she would be fully responsible for the horse. The long-haired girl pouted, looking away with a visibly unhappy face, clearly annoyed, since she was the one who had just made the bed. Nox paid her reaction no mind, and simply stated that the horse was sick and required gentle, constant attention. Carl's weak condition caused Lona to worry, which immediately reminded Nox that his upcoming plan for the horse will be absolutely terrifying to most people. I questioned whether Lona would truly be able to cope. 3 days later, a piercing scream echoed from Nox's bedroom. It was Lona announcing that Carl had died. Nox merely sighed at the sight before him. He had been anticipating the horse's death all along. Still, he understood Lona's overwhelming sadness. After all, she had grown to care for the animal. In any case, this outcome was truly inevitable. Nox had known from the very start that saving Carl wasn't possible. He told the girl to stop her tears. They were distracting him, after all, a statement that left her utterly bewildered. His explanation that Carl would return to them shortly only deepened her confusion. Lona began to wonder if the horse's death had affected his sanity. The boy sighed, then instructed her to move back. He then dramatically produced a scroll, unrolling it, on the floor, and channeling his magical energy into it. The scroll emitted a brilliant, blinding flash, and Lona watched, utterly transfixed in shock. She couldn't help but wonder if he was using his magic, even though it was strictly against the law. The distractions that were causing him to lose his grip on the power. Frustrated, Nox practically roared at her, asking if she wanted to witness Carl die a second time. If that wasn't her intention, he demanded her silence. She immediately obeyed. Nox desperately needed to focus. He couldn't fully control his mana yet, after all, and his mana sensitivity trait lay completely dormant. Furthermore, the Empire's law was incredibly strict. Only royals could use their magical energy, before they turned 15, years old. This rule gave royals a significant advantage in magical training, often leading them to far greater achievements. Since Nox wasn't royal, his only option was to unleash every single bit of magical energy he could summon. He felt a powerful, throbbing sensation in his hands, and wondered if this was the true feeling of wielding magic. Grinning, he prepared his one-time skill, Conjure. He knew there was absolutely no margin for error. He was about to use forbidden black magic. Then, a vision of a skeletal hand clutching a book flashed before his eyes, and the system informed him he could now summon Carl back as an undead pet. It asked if he wished to proceed. He agreed without a second thought. No hesitation. A mysterious glow enveloped the horse, which lay still before the open book. Nox recalled something important. The undead in this game shared two common features. Firstly, they were resurrected using dark magic and infused with darkness-type energy. Secondly, even after death, they retained their full consciousness. and gained significantly enhanced strengths, including absolute, unwavering loyalty to their master. There was a significant complication, however. Only one family, the Marbuz family, possessed the unique power to create such beings, as they were true masters of the darkness element. They were much like the lion hobos, but instead of knights, they were powerful black magicians. Nox pondered if characters outside that family could ever acquire these dark skills. The answer was a resounding no, unless they possessed the fabled Necronomicon, the legendary Book of the Dead, which was precisely what he had just summoned. Suddenly, dark, spectral hands erupted from the ground and coiled tightly around Carl, while a black liquid ominously trickled from Nox's mouth. Lona watched in utterly shocked horror, but he sternly ordered her to be quiet, as he needed a little more time to focus his energy. He grunted from the immense strain and coughed up more blood, realizing his magical energy was severely depleted. Luckily, his arduous efforts had paid off. He looked up, breathless, to see the horse struggle to its feet and neigh loudly. Nox had done it. He stared at Carl, now his undead pet, and saw a haunting gleam in its eyes. He panted, utterly exhausted, but absolutely thrilled that he had finally gotten something right for once. Lona, still with tears of worry in her eyes, watched Nox stand up and call to Carl, who immediately trotted over to him. He quickly checked the gray horse's stats, and was pleased to see the negative trait completely gone, replaced by the expected, powerful upgrades. He informed the horse that from this day forward, he was its rightful master. Carl let out a contented sound, now officially Nox's pet. Both boy and horse were utterly startled when Lona suddenly threw her arms around both of them. Nox was utterly confused as she burst into sobs, overwhelmed by the crushing worry she'd been feeling. After watching him cough up blood, after already being so distressed about Carl, the horse snorted, turning its head away from Lona, seemingly offended, which was quite surprising, especially since she had been the one diligently caring for it. As she started arguing rather loudly with the horse, Nox's mind quickly shifted to his next big objective, the quest for the manor's legendary hidden treasure. A few nights later, Nox stealthily slipped out of his bedroom, moving past the stables and heading straight for a forest. He clutched a few essential items, relieved to find that the pads were just as he remembered them from the game. He quickly put the items away, his thoughts already racing, his thoughts fixated on the second hidden treasure that was notoriously located deep within the woods. Failing to find it meant certain death. He wouldn't survive. It was the absolute key to slowing the progress of his life, limiting illness. A sudden rustle in the bushes put him on immediate high alert, but he quickly tried to tell himself he was just on edge. He couldn't shake the unsettling feeling, though. This wasn't just a game anymore. The boy looked up at a weathered wooden sign, starkly warning people to stay far away. It declared this ominous place was the Forest of Lost Children, a perilous place where people would get lost and inevitably die. Nox stepped into the eerie forest, and the system immediately notified him that failure to clear this perilous stage would result in his definitive death. A chilling breeze rustled through the leaves as the light-haired boy cautiously moved through the tall grass. He vividly recalled the grim details of this forest. It was strictly forbidden, and for good reason, because of the suffocating complete darkness and disorienting thick fog that could disorient even the most seasoned and skilled individuals. The name was incredibly fitting, as anyone who dared to enter was as good as utterly lost. It was crucial to remember, however, one key detail, that it was specifically a forest of lost children. This meant adult characters, surprisingly enough, received absolutely no reward for clearing out the monsters inside, and the creatures themselves, to make matters worse, grew several times more hostile specifically toward adults. Nox had learned that lesson the really hard way while playing the game. In that respect, the forest difficulty was a solid 2.5 out of 5 stars back in his other world. He hadn't cared one bit about the reward, but now it was precisely what a dying man needed. He ventured deeper into the woods, pulling out a torch, lighting it, and watching the bright flame dance. The key to navigating this tricky forest was to observe the direction the smoke drifted, and then walk the exact opposite way. Nox was about to do just that, when he decided to deal with something else first. He called out to the person hiding in the bushes. Silence was his only answer. The boy sighed, then drew his blade, and sliced straight through the bushes, followed by a piercing scream that cut through the forest. Before this, Talia had been utterly stunned. That Nox was completely immune to her beauty. The whole situation had left her utterly confused. Emma had begged the red-haired girl to stop following Nox, worried she'd be blamed for everything. Talia, however, wasn't concerned in the slightest. Later that night, Emma paced the halls, still deeply worried, knowing Talia possessed formidable talents, just like her sister. With a heavy sigh, Emma went to check on the red-haired girl, only to find her room completely empty. A wave of panic and confusion washed over the handmaiden before she could even process what had happened and wake the entire household. Meanwhile, the leaves continued to rustle in the forest. Talia sat on the ground, wearing an embarrassed look, while Nox stared at her, utterly dumbfounded. She greeted him and was about to explain her presence, when another rustle made him pull her behind him, just as something emerged from the bushes. It was a gray wolf. Talia was surprised to find gray wolves inhabiting a forest so close to the manor. She gulped nervously, realizing she didn't have a real weapon to defend herself. The wolf growled, then crept closer before letting out a chilling howl, undoubtedly calling for its pack. More howls answered from the distance. This wolf growled again, but Nox just grinned. Then, dashing forward, he swiftly slashed the monster right across its chest. A second decisive slash landed right on its neck, sending the wolf crumbling, lifeless, to the ground. The girl stared in utter bewilderment at the boy, whose face and clothes were now splattered with blood. He asked her again why she was following him, which only made Talia blush and spout an obvious lie. Nox, however, had absolutely no patience for that. He threatened to leave her right there if she didn't spill the truth immediately. His blunt response shocked her, and she grabbed his wrist, launching into a rambling, panicked explanation. It wasn't a complete lie, to be fair, but she still wasn't getting to the actual point. Nox sighed internally, exasperated. He realized Talia was drastically overestimating his skills, and, surprisingly, held no ill will toward him at all. He was also utterly amazed that a girl could be clueless enough to tail someone out in the middle of the night. Still, he reluctantly decided to let her tag along, since he couldn't just abandon a main character in the forest. He made one thing crystal clear, though. He wasn't helping her. He was only keeping her alive, to prevent a potential feud between their families. Talia felt a sharp pang of guilt at that, and Nox hoped she had finally learned her lesson. But the girl just kept talking, trying to thank him, which genuinely surprised him. Their tense moment was abruptly shattered by the arrival of the other wolves. They growled loudly, beginning to circle the pair ominously. They stood there, Nox still holding the torch, and a cold chill ran down Talia's spine. Suddenly, Nox pushed her away, roughly, telling her to stay back. He shoved the torch into her hand, explaining that she would only get in the way of his sword. If she tried to fight, things were not going as planned, so Nox needed to concentrate hard. This forest was part of the prologue, after all, not the actual main story. That meant there wouldn't be a major stage boss, which was definitely one less thing to worry about. However, there would still be an elite monster, just one step below a full-fledged boss, and it was probably an elite gray wolf. The wolves continued their growling, then charged. Nox knew that just identifying the threat, this wasn't making anything easier. He slashed fiercely at the approaching wolves. He felt like he was constantly teetering on the edge. He watched as another wolf lunged at him from above. It was time to finally cast aside his pride and truly face this challenge, just like he used to in his other world. He gripped his sword hilt tightly, trying to recall his forgotten mantra. The moment it clicked for him, he tore through more wolves and sighed in relief. Talia watched, utterly awestruck, convinced Nox wasn't even trying his hardest, and wondering if he'd ever hunted a wolf before. The words Nox had spoken to her echoed in her mind, making her think he saw her swordsmanship as inadequate. The wolves kept howling, but Nox stood his ground, knowing exactly what was coming next. He heard a sudden rustling in the grass as a much larger animal emerged into the clearing. It was the elite gray wolf, known from the manor. Meanwhile, servants with torches searched for Talia. They found footprints leading straight into the forest. They assumed these belonged to Nox and Talia. A wave of palpable fear washed over the servants. They knew the horrors that lurked within that place. Emma collapsed, consumed by worry, insisting they absolutely had to follow them. Rodwell immediately stopped her, saying they couldn't, which utterly confused the handmaiden. He explained that it was no ordinary forest, a forest that even the mighty Lianhaba family had been unable to conquer. To the family, the forest was a profound symbol of shame. Admitting an area within their own manor remained completely unexplored was like publicly declaring their incompetence. What the Lianhabas didn't know was that only children, who had not yet come of age, could truly succeed in the forest. Rodwell then wondered why Knox had entered, noticing the cautious nature of the footprints, which showed no signs of a struggle or kidnapping. This meant Knox had willingly walked into the forest. He clenched his fists tightly, no longer able to deny that Knox had truly changed. His old self is gone, he told the others. There was only one way for them to return. Knox would have to find his own way back. Emma, with tears still glistening in her eyes, she heard the distant howls of the wolves, which only amplified her growing fear. She felt like she'd just sent Talia to her doom. But then, the red-haired girl deftly pulled a dagger from her ankle. Knox glanced over, noticing that fear hadn't shattered her focus at all. He reminded her to stay out of the fight, save her energy, and run the moment they were attacked. Knox knew this wasn't the time for a big life-or-death speech, especially with an elite gray wolf looming. But he wanted the girl to remain alert. He was glad she was staying vigilant. However, he couldn't trust her watch his back just yet. Because of that, Knox activated his skill to slow down time, intending to defeat the elite wolf in a single, decisive strike. The wolf seemed to scoff and then crouched low, making Knox immediately realize its cunning plan. At that moment, the other wolves charged forward to attack. Knox dealt with them easily, but then they suddenly stopped, which confused him. He then saw the elite wolf rise and growl, as several wolves dashed and leaped toward him. He tried to focus on a few, but he couldn't slash all four at once. One got behind him, growling as it lunged. The light-haired boy spun around, just in time to see the wolf get stabbed in the throat. A dagger. He realized it came from Talia, who called out for him to be careful. He glanced up and saw the red-haired girl in the trees. She knew he had told her to run, but she just couldn't bring herself to do it. The boy was genuinely surprised that Talia was actually helping him. Talia shouted to the light-haired boy, asking if he was okay, and hoping he wasn't injured from the near attack. Knox was surprised that the red-haired girl was helping him, but his thoughts were cut short by another growl. He turned and slashed away two more wolves. He assured her he was fine, which made her sigh in relief. But he couldn't shake the feeling he looked utterly pathetic. Knox sighed, then noticed his body was trembling uncontrollably. The side effects of overusing his skills were already kicking in, and it was incredibly frustrating, especially at such a critical moment, because something was now rising ominously from the ground. It was the elite wolf. The purple-eyed boy grinned, tightening his grip on his sword's hilt, as he watched the elite wolf circle around him. Suddenly, it charged, but it surprised Knox by dashing right past him and disappearing back into the forest. It left him utterly confused. A sudden silence fell over the area as the boy tried to understand what had just happened, until he heard a rustle. He turned, but it was too late. The elite wolf sped past him again, leaving a deep gash on his side. Talia looked on with deep worry, calling out to Knox. As the wolf retreated into the forest once more, it left the boy in silence. As he clutched his shoulder, he gritted his teeth, feeling that this entire forest raid was going all wrong. Even though it was a raid of his own meticulous design, it was a logical feeling, though, since real life was vastly different from a video game. The boy frantically scanned his surroundings. The silence continued as Knox considered how the monster was coordinating its attacks with its pack, and now using the environment to its full advantage. He heard the leaves rustle just before it zoomed toward him again. Knox pinpointed its exact location and immediately swung his sword at the monster. However, the wolf stopped dead in its tracks, completely preventing Knox from landing a hit. This utterly surprised him, as the growling canine charged once more. The light-haired boy suddenly realized the wolf had been waiting for him to make a big swing, to expose his own weak point. His hands gripped the sword, and he gritted his teeth, grunting until blood started to trickle from his mouth. It only added to his mounting frustration. The wolf leaped at him, and everything seemed to shift into slow motion. Knox's life flashed before his eyes. He replayed how he conquered this game countless times, yet he'd been foolishly overconfident. In a situation like this, Knox wondered if he was truly foolish enough to believe he could do anything. He knew this wasn't how he'd envisioned his end. The boy squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for a second death, but it never came. A sharp sound pierced the air, and the startled boy opened his eyes to see the canine yelping, with a dagger lodged right in its eye. It dawned on him. If he had weaknesses to exploit, so did the elite gray wolf, and the only person who could have revealed them wasn't him. Nox gripped his sword and let out a battle cry, plunging the blade through the wolf's stomach. Blood sprayed everywhere until the beast collapsed to the ground. The boy also fell, completely exhausted from the side effects of his skills. He wheezed while Talia shouted in worry, realizing the other wolves were still alive. Despite that, her fears eased slightly when she saw the remaining wolves, whimpering and backing away. The red-haired girl jumped down from the trees and rushed to the boy, asking if he was all right. He reassured her, wiping blood from his mouth, and was about to tell her he owed her big time. But he stopped himself, remembering he was thanking an enemy, the very person destined to kill him in the future. Nox turned away and reassured her again, but his tone was colder this time. As the gash from the elite wolf was still hurting, the boy got to his feet and said it was just a surface wound, which brought some relief to the girl. Then she turned her head and saw a spider crawling on her shoulder. The sight of the arachnid sent a chill down her spine and made her scream. The boy was confused, turning around, wondering if more monsters had appeared. He was cut off by the girl, tackling him and clinging to his body in tears, only deepening his confusion. Talia shivered uncontrollably, mumbling about the spider to both herself and Nox. She glanced again, letting out another scream, which made the boy stagger back. Nox sighed, a small chuckle escaping him, amused by the red-haired girl's fear of spiders. He simply flicked it away, then told her plainly, "You shouldn't have followed me into a forest if you're so terrified of them." Talia asked if he truly wasn't afraid, but Nox countered, "Are any knights ever afraid of spiders?" This left the girl quite embarrassed. She tried to defend herself. With her finally off him, he felt like he could finally breathe again. But then Nox started coughing once more, which instantly worried Talia. He tried to tell her it was none of her concern. Nox then thought about how the girl hadn't truly hindered him during the fight and had even saved his life. In a way, he felt incredibly grateful, even if he'd never admitted directly to her. But now, Nox just needed to find a way out. Since his initial goal was accomplished, the sun began to rise, and Emma continued to sob, feeling as though everything was her fault. Rodwell stood there grim-faced, wondering if things had gone horribly, irreversibly wrong. Talia's sudden disappearance could easily escalate into a full-blown dispute between their powerful families. And that wouldn't be the only dire consequence. There had been other unsettling reports of children from the manor vanishing into the forest, which would make the family's clear incompetence a shameful matter of public debate. Rodwell's attention was sharply drawn toward the forest, where the dense fog was starting to clear. Everyone gasped in collective surprise, and the steward's mouth hung open in utter bewilderment. Emma rushed to Rodwell's side to ask if this meant it was truly vanquished. And Rodwell, with a nod, agreed. Their only hope was miraculously becoming a reality. Emma's eyes welled with tears of pure hope, just as they spotted Nox and Talia emerging from the forest. The other servants. Rodwell began to wonder if Nox had truly conquered it. Rodwell couldn't even begin to organize his chaotic thoughts. But one brutal truth was rapidly becoming clear. The succession of the Lee and Haba family leadership was absolutely not going to be peaceful. Nox wondered what in the world everyone was doing gathered there. And then Emma suddenly ran to embrace Talia, with tears still freely streaming down her face. The steward quickly explained the entire situation, and Nox looked genuinely surprised that everyone was so worried about the families. Notorious black sheep going missing. But then the boy turned to see Emma firmly grab Talia, lifting the girl with an utterly furious expression. She was telling Talia that she would be reciting the ancient codes of conduct. Talia panicked instantly and desperately tried to apologize, but Emma relentlessly kept going. She declared that the head of the Steel Liner family would personally deliver this vital lesson. Nox was genuinely surprised to see the handmaiden was so incredibly strong. Emma then expressed her profound gratitude to Nox, to which the boy coolly replied that he had absolutely no intention of having Talia follow him. But, he added, she had proven herself quite capable and didn't deserve a punishment that was overly harsh. This surprising statement made Talia blush instantly. Later, they finally returned to the lavish manor, where Nox began to peel off his blood-soaked clothes. He was still a bit surprised by the massive crowd that had been waiting for him. But none of that truly mattered now. He had finally obtained the hidden treasure he had been relentlessly searching for. It was a unique ring that slightly increased his stats, but also possessed a very special effect. It allowed the wearer to absorb tiny fractions of an opponent's lifespan. Upon defeating them, the stronger the opponent, the more life the wearer could potentially take. This was truly the only artifact of its kind. But of course, the ring alone couldn't completely save him from death. It wasn't as if he could extend his life indefinitely, since the description clearly specified it was only tiny amounts. Even so, it gave him so much more hope. He slipped it on, knowing it was undeniably better than nothing. He could immediately feel his stats rise slightly. He then called for Lona, knowing she was just outside. The maid wondered if he could see right through things. He simply replied, maybe. This instantly flustered Lona, thinking he could see right under her clothes. Nox promptly bonked her on the head, and the girl wondered if he'd gotten stronger. Rubbing the spot, she quickly changed the subject. He then declared they were going to arm wrestle. She seemed quite confident, agreeing to his terms. He'd raise her wage if she won, and lower it if she lost. As they counted down, Nox slammed her arm down hard. The instant they started, she was utterly in disbelief, and begged the boy not to decrease her wage. But he casually mentioned hearing from certain maid that he was the famed loud of the family. He grinned at her while Lona continued to plead desperately. Suddenly, Nox's sickliness trait activated, causing his wrist to fracture and giving him a cold. Nox felt utterly disappointed and told Lona to just fetch him some ice and a towel. He sighed deeply, trying to focus on the happiness of finally getting the ring. He knew he should prioritize rest, but he truly hated that he was hit with such an awful combination of ailments. Somewhere else, it seemed, someone was trying hard to recall Nox's face, knowing his name from the other world. Carl and the Ring of Blackfire, the two hidden treasures of the Lienhaba Manor. The sun shone down brightly on the manor, and Nox learned that, even with both treasures now in his possession, he was sentenced to 6 months of confinement, with absolutely no chance to use them. Nox stared at the sign inside, opening it and grumbling to himself. He felt he shouldn't face any consequences, considering he had vanquished the dangerous forest that no one else dared to enter. He asked Lona if she agreed, turning to the maid, who seemed hesitant to say anything. Nox reminded her that her wage could also be decreased for failing to keep him in a good mood, so she quickly, stammeringly agreed, as the boy dramatically collapsed onto the couch. It was incredibly frustrating for him. He was just getting comfortable with his amazing new life, and watching Carl grow brought him so much joy. This confinement simply couldn't go on. It wasn't just about the mundane. His death was rapidly drawing near. He knew he'd perish long before the 6 months elapsed. A chilling fact he knew thanks to a sudden system pop-up. These persistent alerts seemed more worried about his dwindling time than he himself was. His body trembled before he finally rose from his chair, informing Lona he'd speak with his father to reclaim his freedom. She was about to tell him his bath was ready, but was interrupted by a sudden knock. The door swung open, revealing Rodwell, who greeted him with a respectful bow. The boy was surprised both by the steward's unexpected presence and the message that Theodore wished to speak with him. Bodies of valiant knights and gruesome monsters lay scattered across the ground, as Theodore recalled the fateful night, now forever etched in history as the Night of Carnage. Monsters shrieked, swarming relentlessly toward the man who gripped his dark sword, before he ruthlessly cut through every enemy in his path. The vivid images of swarming devils, mountains of human corpses, and the sheer, overwhelming carnage raced through his mind, making it feel more like a plague than a true battle. Theodore gazed intently into the distance, feeling a dark, heavy energy swirling around him. It reminded him he desperately needed one of his sons to inherit his legendary sword, the Vanquisher. Someone with half-hearted potential simply wouldn't suffice. The man pondered who among them would be the right choice. possessing a talent powerful enough to one day even surpass him. A knock suddenly sounded, and Rodwell informed Theodore that Knox was on his way, which Theodore acknowledged with a nod. He mused about how even he had failed to solve the true mystery of the forest, and that Knox's incredible achievement deserved recognition, and a reward, unsurprisingly. However, the Omegas had interfered, blocking the recognition. They found it hard to believe that Knox had truly changed, and fiercely demanded a full investigation to confirm that the forest had indeed been vanquished. This was something even Theodore couldn't simply ignore, as an inquiry would have been necessary regardless. Knox then entered the room and greeted his father, Theodore, bringing up the boy's past misdeeds and mistakes, almost certainly from before his reincarnation, something Knox was completely aware of no matter what. Theodore then praised Knox for all his achievements, telling him he could claim any prize his heart desired. This news absolutely stunned the young boy, as he immediately broke out into a cold sweat. He couldn't recall this ever happening in the game. Theodore was normally so stern and unyielding, so Knox finally looked up and asked for reassurance. His father then rose from his seat, swearing upon the legacy of their black blade, that he was speaking the absolute truth. He would grant Knox whatever he wished. Knox remained speechless as the older man continued, explaining that any overly extravagant request would surely impact his perception of the boy. Still, he held a tiny sliver of faith in Knox. Knox requested time to think, and his wish was granted. He also received permission to leave the estate whenever he pleased, just as long as he didn't stir up trouble like before. The light-haired boy thanked his father, who then reminded him of their family name. The very next day, everyone gathered outside to bid farewell to Talia and Emma. The red-haired girl blushed intensely as she said her goodbyes, but Knox desperately tried to ignore it, even as the girl beamed directly at him. Rodwell told the boy it would be polite to respond, so the purple-eyed boy groaned in sheer frustration and turned to wish the girl farewell as well. He suggested they should meet again once she became a truly greater knight. Talia asked what exactly she needed to do to become one, and he replied that she'd need a truly brave heart that didn't fear spiders. The girl flushed with burning embarrassment and promptly punched him right in the stomach, making him instantly regret his choice of words. He should have said a wolf instead. Even so, the girl agreed to it and told him he should keep his nape clean. To greet her blade, this sent a chill down his spine, as it felt incredibly distasteful, given everything he knew about the future. Emma then bowed, thanking the boy for everything he had done, including saving Talia. But he simply said that wasn't his intention, and ordered them to leave without another moment's delay. The carriage then swiftly rolled away, as one of the key characters had finally departed. Knox felt he was gradually adapting to this strange, new existence, and hey, he might even be enjoying it a little. Just then, another notification popped up, informing Knox he only had 146 days left. He sighed, tired of the fact he could never catch a break from these constant reminders. A few days later, Lona casually asked if he needed a new maid to serve him at school. Knox hummed in thought, on the verge of recalling something, when a sudden knock echoed at the door. Rodwell then entered and told Knox he was here to introduce the maid, who would serve him during his time at the academy. Starting today, a green-haired girl greeted Knox and introduced herself as Strida Lobelia. The boy introduced himself in return, then opened her stats and saw precisely what he expected. She was there to spy on him for Theodore. The system promptly reminded Knox of his impending death, making him sigh yet again as he got ready for the day. But he could, thankfully, take some comfort in the fact that he was making rapid progress. Despite all the ridiculous setbacks, Knox looked out onto the balcony, knowing he would soon be heading to the academy. Lona seemed pretty excited about it, too, playfully asking if he was nervous. He shot back with a question of his own, as he wondered why she seemed so cheerful about his departure. She instantly winced and sobbed, dramatically claiming she'd miss him. But Knox immediately told her to drop the act. He knew he shouldn't waste precious time teasing Lona, when that time could be better spent improving his skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to handle the academy's challenging courses at the school. After all, it was the best academy in the entire empire, and would surely be packed with incredibly talented students. He had to not only survive alongside them, but also carve his way into the main storyline and truly become the villain he was destined to be. Knox wondered why everything always had to be so complicated. His thoughts were interrupted by a question about a new maid who'd be attending to him at school. He hummed thoughtfully before Rodwell made his grand entrance to greet him and introduced the very maid Lona had spoken of. The green-haired girl then introduced herself. Knox returned the introduction and checked her stats. He quickly realized she was there to watch him for his father. Yet, she maintained a facade of kindness and gentle care. Theodore was, without a doubt, one of the most powerful and cunning men in the entire game's universe, primarily because his legendary sword skills weren't simply born from raw talent alone. His meteoric rise to power was built on his deep distrust, constantly scrutinizing everyone and everything around him. The maid carried Theodore's high expectations on her shoulders, and she affirmed them with unwavering resolve, a chilling, determined glint in her eyes. It was said she was first in line for the leadership of the Lobelia family. In exchange for her devoted service to him, he would support her restoration to her rightful rank. Zitri vowed to do her absolute best to assist Knox, but Theodore clearly disliked her choice of words. He shot a piercing glare at her, making her flinch. She bowed again, promising to observe the boy closely and report every single detail to Theodore. With that, she then departed, sighing in relief after escaping his intimidating presence. The girl finally took a deep breath and pulled out a small item from around her neck. She gazed at a family picture, knowing full well she couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. When night fell, Knox pondered having a new spy on his hands, wondering if she was specifically chosen to ensure he wasn't demonically possessed. This suspicion was entirely understandable, as demonic possession was surprisingly common in this world. After all, the original game story had Knox's downfall begin with him being possessed by a powerful, great devil. Knox believed no one would ever discover his true identity, but he was still deeply worried about Zitri. She wasn't a character featured in the main storyline, which Knox saw as a tragic waste, since she was supposed to be the rightful next head of the House of Lobelia. However, her treacherous uncle had brutally murdered her parents and brazenly stolen her claim to leadership. The tragic rest of the story was entirely predictable. The devastated girl was forced to flee, ending up as a mere maid for the Lyanhaba family. While she projected an outwardly cheerful demeanor, she was utterly despairing underneath it all, and would soon give in, if Knox remembered correctly. The girl was destined to end her own life. Even before the first chapter of the story began, he wondered what should he do. Should he save a character destined to die? At the risk of altering the entire story, he fully understood this could interfere with his plans. The next day, Knox met with both maids to tell them something big. He'd be hunting monsters within the manor, and he wanted them to come as his assistants. Lona was shocked and shuddered at the very idea, pretending to feel suddenly sick. But Zethi boldly interrupted and agreed. Without a second thought, the brown-haired girl sobbed and told Zethi not to agree to everything. Knox knew that fear was a completely normal reaction, which made Zethi's answer all the more interesting. Knox reminded Lona of her dire lack of vacation days, even if she tried to get out of this. He grinned and cunningly mentioned her wage, which, predictably, made the girl cry, and asked what weapon she should even bring. The boy simply chuckled. Stree told the girl she would join them, after informing Rodwell first. Knox thought about how he desperately needed to focus on gaining more days to live, especially now that he was finally free. As they rode off into the forest, Theodore watched intently from a window. A few days later, the Forest of Lost Children had become just like any other forest. After being thoroughly conquered, a growl was heard from a gray wolf that Knox quickly charged and swiftly slashed. He was testing the ring's new abilities, as it absorbed a tiny fraction of the wolf's life force. He sighed in relief when the system informed him his remaining time had increased by 2 whole hours. Knox glanced around when he suddenly realized he had likely hunted all the wolves in the entire forest, and he had only gained those 2 hours from that one session. Either way, he still considered it a success. His thoughts were abruptly cut short by Stree, mentioning he had been hunting for an hour and asking if he was tired. This instantly soured the good mood he had just been in, as he was reminded of how painstakingly long it took to hunt, without his time-slowing abilities. But in reality, he'd only gained 1 net hour. Nox grabbed a flask, taking a long swig. He pondered what to do, knowing he couldn't hunt monsters. 24/7. And that wasn't all. The biggest hurdle was this. There simply wasn't an endless supply of monsters. He'd practically decimated the entire forests. Monster population at this blistering pace. His grand plan of extending his life would soon unravel. The purple-eyed boy sighed deeply and wondered if any other monsters were lurking nearby. But Zethri quickly cautioned him not to say that aloud, as those unfamiliar with his situation might think he'd completely lost his mind. He glanced at the setting sun, realizing they should head back to the manor. The green-haired girl then asked if he wanted a bath drawn, which surprised Nox, but he readily agreed to the suggestion. She beamed happily, while Lona frantically clamored, "What can I do too?" She was eventually assigned to tidy Nox's bedroom, despite his obvious confusion. The brown-haired girl then rushed off to gather supplies, while Zethri simply chuckled at the amusing scene. Nox called the green-haired girl over to him, wanted to ask her a pivotal question. He wondered aloud, "Who exactly do you serve?" This revelation utterly shocked and confused her. Nox glanced at her genius assistant trait, knowing her blade was subtly aimed at him, and that he shouldn't attempt to claim her for himself. Zethri looked away, a conflicted expression on her face, as Nox pressed her again, making her flinch and still visibly hesitate. He was acutely aware of the answer she yearned to give, and mentioned calmly that he had no intention of pressing her any further. He stated that at the very least that didn't try to feed him a blatant lie. Nox declared, "I don't care who you serve. I only care that you are MY's servant, and that you will use me, just as I will use you." The boy then walked away, focusing instead on their mutually beneficial arrangement, which for both of them was perfectly enough. As night fell, they returned to the manor, and Lona was already gossiping again, spreading rumors about how evil Nox was, for demanding so much of her precious time. He thought back to when she had eagerly asked the reasons she was forced to join them, and how Nox had appeared like a demon in her eyes, when he chillingly declared, "There's no fun without you." Zethri chuckled softly, gazing out the window. She recalled being intimately familiar with the rumors regarding Nox's astonishing change of heart, which had even reached her ears, even back when she was still with her family. She had always assumed they were utterly baseless. Such a thing was truly rare for anyone to undergo such a drastic transformation. But after serving him for a while, it seemed utterly true. She eventually learned he had defeated his 2 brothers in a single, decisive duel, and had rightfully earned the right to represent his family's name. At the academy, Nox was solidifying his position within his family. Unlike Zethri, once the rightful heir to her family's leadership, she was now completely lost in despair. She sighed, a quiet breath to herself, and remembered the words he had spoken to her that day, about how she would use him just as he would use her. This made the green-haired girl pause her writing, and wonder what he truly meant. A few days later, rumors began to circulate within the Lianhaba manor that Zethri had been expelled from the Lobelia family, and as a mere commoner, no longer deserved to serve the noble Lianhabas. When the girl read the damning letter, she crumpled it up. It claimed that the previous head, Dare de Lobelia, had committed the grave crime of trying to trade away the family's honor. Since Zethri was associated with Darren, her privileges were also summarily revoked. The light faded from her eyes, as she knew, with crushing certainty, she would no longer be able to stay at the manor. Even among the families that wielded darkness, the Lianhaba family held the absolute highest authority. Even for service to their half-abandoned sons, they wouldn't employ a commoner without a family name. Zethri believed she would soon be dismissed and replaced. Despite this, Zethri still tried to maintain a forced smile, and would greet the other maids, who had already heard the news, and would stare at her with blatant disdain. However, yet Lona still greeted her exactly as she always did. This left Zethri feeling confused and utterly awkward. Then she felt her hand being pulled, and wondered if this was just Lona being herself. Regardless of their friendship, still, Zethri believed this whole situation would do no good for anyone. As Lona continued to pull Zethri down the hall, Nox knew this was likely the end for Zethri. Theodore had probably received the letter as well. He knew all the accusations made against Zethri's father were entirely false, but he also knew he couldn't help her. He had no way of predicting the true consequences a single flutter of a butterfly's wings could have on the entire world. Birds flew through the sky as the gray wolves of the forest continued to be relentlessly slain by Nox. Lona, watching him, felt a sudden chill, thinking the boy was acting somewhat scarier today. The brown-haired girl whispered to herself and Zethri, mentioning that Nox usually showed some degree of mercy, but that was completely gone today. She hummed thoughtfully, and Zethri wondered if she should be nervous. Glancing at the bloody blade, he had plunged into the ground. Nox muttered to himself, wondering if he just wasn't having the kind of luck he had hoped for. A hidden boss is generated when the forest's monster population drops below 20% of its usual level. The species and timing of this hidden boss's appearance are random. So, if Nox had encountered and defeated one, it could have significantly boosted his attributes. He sighed, about to dismiss the thought, when suddenly he felt something rushing wildly through the trees. Grabbing his attention, Nox wondered what it was, but didn't have time to react. As it sped right past him, he knew this was definitely the boss. He quickly turned to face it and saw it was an elite giant hornet, a creature he knew was tricky, but not impossible to defeat. His thoughts couldn't even finish before he heard Zethri's voice calling out to him. He turned to see the maid, using her very own body to shield him from the hornet's deadly attack. He probably could have blocked this himself, meaning Zethri's actions were entirely unnecessary. So, given that, why did she do it? How many people would just jump out to block a monster's attack with their own bodies to save someone who'd recently made it clear he planned to use them? At that, Nox gritted his teeth and activated his time-slowing ability. When Zethri was younger, she was incredibly clumsy, always falling and hurting herself, then crying, and causing her parents endless worry. Her mother and father would always tell her that she always had an open wound, words that remained true, even as she grew beyond childhood. When Nox asked the green-haired girl who she served, Zethri wondered where her allegiance truly lay. She thought back to that one horrible memory where a family member had killed her parents and seized the family name. So Zethri wondered again where her allegiance lay. Nox's words echoed in Zethri's mind, and it seemed as though she woke up, with Nox and Lona hovering over her. With worried expressions, the boy had already vanquished the hornet, and he told the green-haired girl to stay with them, feeling tense as he tried to reassure her they were taking her. Back to the mansion, Zethri thought Nox was a liar for saying he would use her, yet he was worried about her condition. She wondered why. That was before her vision blurred and her eyes closed, tears streaming down her face, and the girl noticed a tremor and a faint fury in the boy's voice. Back at the manor, Theodore was reading the letter that had spread the news. Rodwell confirmed its accuracy. Theodore had only taken the girl in to use her as leverage and ultimately absorb the Lobelia family. The family was struggling after the death of their previous house leader. So, it could have been an ideal opportunity for Theodore to infiltrate them, for example. They could have claimed their heir was in grave danger, using the family's instability as undeniable proof. As Zethri's designated protector, Theodore would have found the perfect excuse to intervene and subjugate the entire family. However, before any of that could even unfold, it seemed the girl had already been expelled. So, the older man asked Rodwell for his opinion. The steward replied that having a servant without a proper family name would only subject Nox to contempt at the academy. Therefore, removing her would be the wisest course. Theodore suddenly agreed. They were abruptly interrupted by another servant, who burst in excitedly to report that Nox had returned from his hunt, bringing Zethri with him. She had been injured by a monster, and in an attempt to save her, Nox had used a very expensive antidote. This startled Rodwell immensely, who questioned if the man meant the mandrake and decontaminant potion. The servant confirmed it. Rodwell felt utterly exhausted by the whole situation, and Theodore wondered if Nox had developed feelings for the servant girl. While Theodore believed there would be consequences for such feelings, Lona was standing over Zethri, gently trying to wake her. She succeeded, and the crying girl was overjoyed to see Zethri awake and very much alive. The green-haired girl wondered what on earth had happened and worried about how Nox would react to what she had done. Lona explained that Nox had ordered an antidote to be used, stating it was highly effective and had even threatened the physician to use it, despite his clear reluctance. Zethri wondered why Nox would use such an item on her, especially after his earlier harsh words. This prompted Zethri to try and get out of bed, eager to ask where Nox was. Lona mentioned he was speaking with Rodwell, and then remembered she needed to tell Nox that Zethri was awake. She quickly dashed out. The sickly girl, now alone, got out of bed and walked over to a suitcase, starting to pack it. She thought to herself that she didn't belong there. And there, she clutched her necklace. She opened it, taking out her family photo, and then wrote a note for Nox. It stated her pendant would settle her debt to him, adding she'd always be grateful to him. Zethri then left the room, but halted, seeing Nox standing there. He questioned, "Where are you going?" He winced, his cold eyes fixed on her. As he repeated the question, flashback to before Zethri was healed. Nox had questioned the physician, "Do you value a potion vial more than a human life?" The physician tried to explain his predicament. He needed permission from Theodore or Rodwell, but Nox sharply cut him off. Glancing at Zethri's body, he demanded, "Do Rodwell's words truly hold more authority than mine?" This instantly made the physician feel guilty, as Nox declared he'd personally inform his father of the matter. The antidote was swiftly administered, and Lona anxiously asked if the girl would be okay. The physician reassured her that the venom had been neutralized, making Lona sigh in pure relief. Nox then turned to leave the room, telling Lona to inform him when Zethri woke up. When Nox went to meet with Theodore, his father looked surprised, as he hadn't expected an unannounced visit from Nox. Theodore seemed to already know the topic of discussion. The boy activated his positive trait, reminding his father he owed him a wish. Because of that, Nox declared his wish was to keep Zethri by his side. His father glanced down for a moment, while Nox pondered his actions and beliefs. So far, how he'd tried to preserve the story and avoid the butterfly effect, how he knew her status as a spy, under Theodore's control. None of that mattered in this crucial moment. The moment Zethri threw herself in front of Nox to protect him, it became crystal clear. While she couldn't answer his question, her actions did. Theodore decided to grant the wish, making the boy bow and turn his father once more. Nox then asked to elaborate on his wish, and was finally given permission, as the system began to gravely warn him that his agitation was ruining his performance. But Nox just pressed on, declaring he wouldn't tolerate anyone at all who dared to toy with his people, be it the Lord or even his own father. With a chilling glare, Nox stormed out of the room. This brings us right back to where Nox found Zethri, just about to leave, prompting him to ask where she was headed. The green-haired girl seemed hesitant, but confessed that she was leaving, feeling utterly undeserving of staying. But her words were abruptly cut short by Nox, who demanded where she, his attendant still in his service, was going despite all her duties. She reminded him how he knew about her spying on him for Theodore, and how dishonest she truly had been. She was utterly confused why he kept giving her chances, even after she had actively tried to deceive him. Her face streaked with tears. She desperately wanted to know why he wasn't dismissing her. This made Nox grin, seeing the genuine Zethri, who had been hidden beneath her careful disguise. The look of someone truly struggling now, but hadn't given up on finding her own way out of the encroaching darkness. Nox calmly explained that deception was a fate shared by all of humankind, but Zethri still felt she had gravely wronged the boy, and Nox readily agreed with that. He then asked if she truly intended to just leave, without ever righting those wrongs. This completely bewildered her. The purple-eyed boy then explained that she was staying, and that he didn't care one bit if she had a family name. All he truly cared about was her talent and her service. He told her she would atone for all her wrongs by continuing her duties right there by his side. Zethri teared up once again as she solemnly agreed to his words, and promised to assist him for as long as it truly took. Nox offered a satisfied smile at this. Zethri then decided to address his previous question, turning to him and hoping her answer had truly satisfied him. He grinned back and definitively confirmed that it had. Lona resumed her relentless gossiping the very next day, chattering about how he had threatened the physician, until she was utterly startled by Nox's sudden presence. He was surprised she didn't even bother to deny it anymore. The girl then immediately turned to Zethri. She then reminded the maid to get some rest. Before long, she immediately dashed off to handle Zetri's chores. Nox just sighed, witnessing Lona's scatterbrained antics. He then turned to Zethri, reminding her about his upcoming departure for the academy. In 2 months, she replied, "I haven't forgotten." She'd already prepared all the essentials, like the basic tools he would need. She hummed thoughtfully, considering what else she'd packed. Nox grinned, taking note of the fact that Zitri wasn't putting on an act anymore, which actually worked better for him, as it would save him effort as well. He now knew that the two of them wouldn't betray each other, even if one of them was pushed into a corner. The boy smiled, believing that was enough for them both. Later, Zitri wanted to ask the boy if he was alright, since there had been some unfavorable rumors circulating about him. Nox sat down and asked about them, wondering what else there could possibly be, since he'd already been hearing the usual. He learned that the rumor was about the reason. He hadn't dismissed her, his personal feelings for her. The boy almost fell out of his chair upon hearing this, making him wonder why he was even playing the character of Nox. He sighed and apologized to Zitri for the situation, but the green-haired girl said that wasn't her intention. Rather, she was just concerned that it might make Nox uncomfortable. Nox told Zitri there were far worse rumors about him, like the ones about how the youngest lion Haber was a boorish, scoundrelly simpleton. Zitri was about to hesitate and say otherwise, but he told her to lie to him if she wanted to be dismissed. This made her immediately agree. That was what she had heard. There was something else she'd heard about, and that was how he was known to be lecherous around women. She wondered if that was true, making Nox feel even worse about the character he was playing. But he was glad that his reputation as a swordsman had improved, compared to the person Nox used to be. Lately, rumors swirled about his sloppy talent, paired with an oversized ego. But he absolutely had to stick to his villainous role. After all, Nox's job was to stay evil, helping the main characters shine. When it came down to it, he wasn't the hero of this game. He told Zethri to cut it out with the rumors, as he needed her to fetch something. She wasn't the only one who could use preparations to survive at the academy. She wondered what he needed, and Nox knew it wouldn't hurt to let her in on the plan. Thanks to her loyalty trait, it could even make her better at her job. With that in mind, Nox told her he wanted to study magic before his enrollment and needed her help. This surprised the green-haired girl. Due to imperial law, he knew this, of course, and wasn't easily intimidated. But Zethri saw it more as him not holding grudges. Either way, she understood, trusting he had his reasons for the decision. She knew she'd start by looking for textbooks on the topic, which made Nox grin. She knew exactly what to do. The boy then heard a commotion outside and looked out the window. He heard someone named Gren was arriving. This was a man Nox had almost forgotten about, and he sensed an important event was approaching, a chance to add many days to his life. Nox told Zethri it was time to soon depart for somewhere distant, making her sweat drop as she sensed another scheme. Later in the day, Theodore congratulated Gren on his graduation. This man was Theodore's second eldest son, and naturally, one of Nox's brothers. Nox immediately checked Gren's stats, and saw the man was a snob and a lecher, just like the rumors about Nox himself. Yet, he was also an opportunist. The reason his character wasn't widely discussed was because Nox was a bigger ruffian in the family, and Gren had an easier path to graduation through his shrewd nature and political schemes. Each cycle, the academy accepted less than 1,000 students. Barely half of them would even earn their diplomas, so there was no way Gren had competed fairly. Theodore then asked if his son had made plans to travel to Chataires. The man paused before confirming. Their father knew Gren's main duty would likely be subduing monsters. Nox knew that Chataires was an untamed territory, south of the manor, with a desert serving as a border between them and the eastern kingdom of Tahalan. It was notoriously barren and overrun with monsters. Gren would be issued his first assignment to prevent a monster wave, which would be important for him, as the reward was recognition as an imperial knight. Gren knew about the monster swarms, and Theodore mentioned the territory, preventing harm to the rest of the empire, telling his son to defend it well. Gren agreed, but Nox knew the assignment was more than just slaying monsters. This sub-story chapter in the game was connected to many other chapters, so there was a lot to be gained. Nox called for his brother's attention and asked if he was aware that his presence could benefit from the chapter's gains. This question surprised Gren and made him think. His brother didn't know what chitters was like, but Nox explained what he understood of it, reminding Grin of the rumors he had heard. Since arriving, Nox knew Grin's skill was improving. Hearing his brother ask if Nox had truly vanquished the forest in the company of Talia, Nox affirmed it without hesitation or agitation, emotions that Grin's skill allowed him to detect. This was also the secret behind his mastery of crafty conduct. Grin also asked about the drill hall combat and the help from Stree, things that Nox also confirmed. While activating his Heart of Steel skill against the detection skill, the brother chuckled and said he had reasons to decline, saying he would be too busy to recover Nox's dead body. Suddenly, Theodore said Nox could go. Much to Grin's surprise, Theodore reassured his brother, then insisted on bringing him along. Grin tried to refuse until their father shot him a stern glare. He then looked at Nox and told him to use his remaining 3 days wisely. With that, he departed. The boy was stunned by how easily everything had unfolded. Nox wondered if Theodore was secretly plotting something, but his thoughts were cut short when Grin started asking about his plans and if he'd completely lost his mind. Nox coolly replied that he'd lost it quite a while ago, causing Grin to grab Nox by his collar and sternly tell him to be more cautious. He added that it would be a shame if Nox got hurt, before even heading off to Chatters. Suddenly, it seemed someone had dropped a bottle of wine. Nox turned to see Zethri tripping right behind him. As Zethri stumbled and the wine slipped from her grasp, Nox was startled to turn around and watch it splash all over his clothes. The green-haired girl bowed deeply, apologizing profusely for her clumsiness. She suggested he wait in his bedroom, while she quickly fetched him a fresh shirt. This made Grin release the boy from his grip. Nox apologized to his brother and announced he would retire, walking away and adding that in 3 days, they could continue their reacquaintance. This caused the older brother to grit his teeth and clench his fist tightly. As the purple-eyed boy strode through the halls, with Zethri by his side, he thanked the maid for her quick thinking to spare him that awkward conversation. But Zethri couldn't help but sigh, lamenting how much adversity Nox seemed to attract daily. She quickly changed the topic to ask if he was truly sure about going with Grin to Chatters. Nox interrupted her about to confirm until he was interrupted himself by a shrill shout from Lona, who ran up to him, demanding to know if he'd lost his mind. Nox wondered if the brown-haired girl had forgotten. He was her master, but he simply sighed and insisted the decision was already made. He wondered what the big deal was with him going to Chatters. Believing it was the right call, Zethri sided with Lona. She was genuinely worried about Nox's safety. Cheaters, she felt, was simply too perilous, even for his valiant spirit. After all, thousands of monsters lurked there, and countless bandits were known to inhabit the land. But that immense number didn't faze him at all. Nox merely believed it simply meant more prey to hunt down, and more life essence for him to claim. He quickly reassured the maids that he already had plans for such dangers. He was about to tell Lona and Zethri that they would both remain safely at the manor, while he undertook the campaign by himself. However, Zethri cut him off with a stern tone, firmly stating she absolutely wouldn't let him do that. The green-haired girl continued, reminding him that she was an aide, exclusively in his service. Therefore, she was duty-bound to assist him, no matter where he went. This, of course, meant she would follow him to Cheaters. Nox argued it would risk her getting seriously hurt, but Zethri was already well aware of that. She reminded him that he could get hurt as well, since they were both venturing into a perilous place. Especially, she added, since she'd heard from Lona that Nox was delicate. Zethri continued, asking if Nox truly believed his delicacy could manage an unassisted journey, given his frequent forgetfulness and utter inexperience in basic laundering. She questioned if he thought a journey without an aid was truly achievable. The boy ran a hand through his hair, realizing he'd forgotten this wasn't just a game anymore. Such mundane details of life actually mattered, and if he died, Zethri's position in the manor would become incredibly precarious. So for her sake, coming with him was actually the safest choice. With that, Nox begrudgingly agreed. He told her not to drag them down, and suggested she get better acquainted with Carl, his horse. Zethri understood, and was actually already a step ahead. She was about to mention she was on excellent terms with Carl, But this revelation utterly shocked Lona, making her demand how that had possibly happened. The green-haired maid explained. She simply used the finest sugar lumps, which cost her half her monthly pay. But hey, it really sped up her friendship with the horse. Lona couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. After all, she always prepared sorted hay for the horse. She continued her complaints, until Nox lightly hit her and turned to leave. He declared Lona would resume her usual menial duties. Zayatri, however, would accompany him on the trip. So, he told the green-haired girl to prepare thoroughly. But Nox couldn't help but wonder if she was worried. For his safety. Suddenly, a knock echoed. Everyone froze, staring in utter confusion. The door opened to reveal Rodwell, who informed Nox he was being summoned. He was to receive an item. This completely surprised Nox. His father actually wanted to give him something. He remembered Theodore's words, and wondered if this was what he'd been talking about. But he would find out soon enough. The boy met with Theodore, and brought up the summon. Theodore confirmed it. He wondered if his son could truly wield such an item at all. They both glanced at the blade, resting in an open box. It was one, Theodore explained, that had belonged to the very founder of their family. Nox was absolutely floored by this revelation, since this was not what he expected to be given at all. All the times Nox had played the game, he'd never even caught a glimpse of this sword. Yet, even after 27 completed runs, making him think he was a pro, there was a sword he had never heard of. He wondered why Theodore was offering it to him, unable to decipher his father's intentions. But this made him think the sword would be important later. Later, Theodore spoke, knowing the sword looked humble, interrupting Nox's swirling thoughts. His father reassured him that this was the very sword that the first leader of the family had spent his entire life wielding. Nox then asked how he could demonstrate his ability to wield it, to which his father simply said, "Hold it." With that, the boy grabbed it and picked it up, only to suddenly feel a dark aura pulse from the blade. He quickly realized it was draining his magical energy, and also noticed the blade's color was starting to shift. Upon seeing his son, Theodore rose to his feet, sensing the surge of energy. The boy nodded as his father explained that the sword devoured the wielder's magic before multiplying its power manyfold. This surprised the boy, who then asked if it was a blade, not to be wielded lightly. He was abruptly interrupted by the sword, devouring his magical energy once again. The system immediately warned the boy that his magical energy was draining away at an alarming rate and was negatively impacting the act he was putting on, which greatly worried the boy. Theodore then spoke again, explaining that if Nox wanted to be the next owner of the sword, he had to hold it for 10 whole minutes. Nox couldn't fathom such a feat. Theodore revealed the sword's name, Stormbringer. The sword was currently under heavy restraint, and the system informed Nox that it would absorb magical power, while simultaneously converting it into attribute points and emitting amplified magical power. This information offered little comfort to Nox at the moment, as he was trembling from how severely it was affecting him. Nox soon discovered that his magical energy had been utterly drained. So, the sword decided to use his very life as an alternative fuel. This utterly confused him, as the system grimly warned him that his remaining lifetime was rapidly decreasing at an alarming rate, which worried the boy greatly. He knew he desperately needed to let go of the sword for his own safety. However, Nox then realized that his hands refused to release the sword, despite his best efforts. This utterly frustrated Nox, as he was trapped in this dire situation. Theodore watched, contemplating how the sword, the Stormbringer, was truly a wicked weapon. It would drive its wielder to destruction in exchange for its formidable service. Yet, the history and renown of their family stemmed from its very blade, but no descendant of its first owner had ever succeeded in taming it. Most who dared to try had collapsed the moment it touched their hands, a sight Theodore had witnessed many times. So, if anyone lasted 10 minutes on their first try, it would truly be an unparalleled feat. Even Theodore himself could only last a mere hour after all those years of training with it. And yet, something in Theodore urged him to try. This mere 14-year-old kid, who hadn't even fully developed his magic yet. By the time Nox had saved the dying servant girl, it became clear that amidst all the recent disturbances, Nox stood at the center, which was hardly a coincidence. The boy was truly growing, and his vast potential was coming into view. So Theodore wondered if this boy would exceed all his expectations. He watched as Nox collapsed to one knee, while still defiantly holding the blade. Perhaps Nox's talents would even stand in comparison with those of the Three Supreme. The very thought alone was reason enough for Theodore to test the boy. Should he succeed in lasting the given time, Theodore believed that Nox would become the most potent leader in the history of the Lionhobbs family. Nox pointed the blade to the ground as it immediately started to crack the floor, panting heavily, while Theodore believed his son had the potential to surpass him. Gritting his teeth, the boy turned to the older man, who then mentioned how he'd been suspecting the boy all along of concealing the immense power he held within. Nox was about to ask what was happening until his father merely walked past him, declaring that the sword now belonged to Nox. But this didn't make Nox happy at all, considering he had just lost so much life force. 3 days later, the time came to depart. For Chatears and Zethri fell content, mentioning how thoughtful it was of Theodore to give the boy a pouch large enough for all his items. Even so, Nox was still far from happy, which left Zethri utterly confused, since she thought he'd been anticipating this expedition. But he was looking so incredibly upset. He sighed, a question lingering in his mind, if he should truly feel grateful to his father for a mere pouch, considering the sword had devoured most of his remaining time. He then glanced ahead at Gren, who was casually chatting with the others. Nox knew his brother had already extorted a small fortune, grossly exaggerating the burden of him tagging along. But Nox didn't care, planning to use his brother just as much. Suddenly, shouts erupted from the front. It seemed there was trouble with their chosen direction, leading towards Chatears. This visibly upset Gren, who rounded on a man named Ron, the very guide he had hired for their journey. While the men argued, Zethri glanced up at Nox, who boldly called the Pathfinders foolish for completely leading them astray. So, Nox rode closer to his brother to discuss the growing issue. Gren tried to wave him away, clearly attempting to dismiss Nox. But Nox persisted, pushing his point, which visibly began to anger Gren. Nox provocatively asked if it didn't concern him, if he could effortlessly find him the right path. Gren stared in utter disbelief that his brother truly believed he could be a pathfinder. Nox suggested enlisting his talents for just a single day, claiming several of their own majors had told him he possessed a remarkable talent for wayfinding. Gren harbored doubts, yet was undeniably surprised by the bold claim, as Zethri stared with an equal amount of surprise. However, her reaction was different. Her surprise stemmed from Nox lying so casually, without even a hint of hesitation. A late arrival would certainly pose a serious issue, but if Nox failed to deliver on his claim in front of everyone present, it would supposedly humble him and bring Gren immense satisfaction. After all, risking a slightly extended journey was hardly the worst choice. So, Gren reluctantly decided to allow it, which made Nox grin widely as he told everyone to follow him. Much later in the day, a camp was set up, allowing everyone to rest for the night. Gren was vehemently complaining to his pathfinders about how Nox had found their path with such incredible speed, especially since they were in territory that even the most seasoned of wayfinders struggled to navigate. The older brother continued his string of angry complaints, while Nox watched silently from a distance, knowing it was an easy task for him, since he'd already memorized the paths from his previous gaming experience. Chatears was a crucial strategic location that he'd visited hundreds of times before, but Zethri still wanted to ask the boy directly how he'd found the way so incredibly quickly. Nox claimed the ground itself had guided him, leaving her completely confused until she saw the claw marks of an evil bear, a type of monster native to the southern region, and found near Chatears' southern frontiers. This information surprised the green-haired girl, but also worried her about the possibility of being suddenly attacked. But he reassured her that the bears feared fire. Everyone around them gossiped amongst themselves about how Nox was a completely different person and could even surpass his academy-educated brother. This news infuriated Gren even further, and he asked one of the servants to confirm Nox's success against the twins, which Schultz confirmed instantly. Gren wanted to see the boy's skills for himself, so Schultz said there was the perfect item to help, pulling out a mysterious bag that Gren chuckled evilly at the sight of, while glancing at Nox. In the dead of night, everyone went to bed, and even the guards seemed to be drowsy. A monster rustled through the trees toward their camp, something Nox had fully expected. He already had his blade in hand, before getting up and telling Zetri not to leave the tent. The leaves rustled in the wind as Nox exited the tent, and stood opposite the 4 monsters he knew as ogres. While he knew the camp was safe from monsters, the boy glanced over at what he knew had lured the monsters toward them. That mud must have been spiked with ogre pheromones, which instantly got the attention of the ogres, whose senses were heightened for their mating season, so they wouldn't be able to resist it. Nox knew the mud must have been Gren's idea, to put him in danger, but he wasn't alarmed by their presence, and even greeted the ogres. While taking out Stormbringer, the monsters growled before charging at the boy, who blocked their attack and leaped into the air, and plunged his blade deep into an ogre's back. The other ogres tried to swing their massive clubs at him, but Nox was lightning fast, dashing right through their ranks, slicing them down as he went. They roared out in agony as Nox glanced at the Sword of Darkness, realizing all his worries about it draining his energy were utterly baseless. He grinned, then continued his brutal slaughter, feeling like the sword could read his very thoughts and move on its own accord. Now, only one ogre remained. It stumbled, defeated, dropping its weapon and trying to flee. However, Nox let out a sharp whistle for Carl, causing his horse to transform into its mighty, true form. Nox leaped on and galloped directly towards the fleeing ogre. Slashing it down, Nox let out a deep breath of relief, as his remaining time had just increased by a day. In 9 hours, his thoughts were then interrupted by Zetri, who peeked out, asking if everything was all right. He sharply reminded her of his previous order, but she completely ignored his words and stared in shock at the grotesque ogre corpses. She asked if she should summon the night patrol. Nox replied there was no need, as these ogres had actually been invited. This statement utterly baffled her, until he explained that it was all Gren's doing, meant to unleash them upon the others. This was also why Gren's tent was strategically placed at a distance. Zetri then asked if this meant Gren was plotting to restrain Nox's influence, which the boy confirmed without a hint of hesitation. He explained that he would potentially pose a significant hindrance to Gren's ambitions for household leadership, so Gren likely wanted to secretly assess his capabilities. Such cowardly schemes were probably the only way he could gain a decisive edge over Garen, his much superior older brother, who was an undisputed master swordsman. Gren could certainly use a lesson on how. That kind of trick just wouldn't work on Nox. The boy pulled out a vial, asking Zetri if she knew what provoked ogres even more. He then proceeded to squeeze fresh ogre blood into it, as that was exactly what provoked them, much like humans, since they could never forget a vendetta. When their kin were brutally killed, owls hooted ominously throughout the night. Gren was jolted awake by the eerie hum of crystal balls. This baffled him. They only emitted such a noise in the presence of a monster's magical energy. He wondered what in the world was going on, not until he heard a series of loud thumps. Then his servants burst into the tent, frantically telling him they were under attack. Gren rushed out, only to see swarms of ogres. An icy chill ran down Gren's spine. He desperately hoped they wouldn't pursue him. But eventually, the sun began to rise. That is, everyone finally fought off the ogres. While cleaning up, Gren was yelling at Schultz for potentially messing things up, but even the servant looked confused. However, Nox seemed completely unfazed by the situation, and casually asked Zetri if she agreed the morning was heavenly. She agreed, mentioning that breakfast was ready, but she also reminded Nox that maids don't sit with their masters. Nox replied that wasn't a concern right now, as there were far worse situations to worry about, like how swarms of ogres had gone straight for Gren's tent. This made Zetri stare with utter contempt, sighing as she remembered the sheer audacity of the person she served. Nox chuckled and began to eat, as he watched the tents being taken down. Noticing they weren't going to just throw away the bloodied tent, Zetri asked what they intended to do about it, and Nox feigned ignorance. Zetri explained that the bloodstain would attract more ogres, but that was something Nox already knew, and was exactly how he intended it. However, he wouldn't tell that to Zetri to prevent her nagging, but this was the perfect opportunity for more action. When he finished his breakfast, he realized he'd be needing more ogres soon. In the distance, Nox could hear a rumble. He told the green-haired girl that they would join the rest. Meanwhile, a stray ogre was walking through the forest. Until it seemed to sense something. It turned around, confused, before it was suddenly ambushed. And killed within seconds. Day 2 of their perilous journey had arrived, and Nox had already expertly mapped the area's treacherous topography, leaving him feeling significantly relieved, considering the grueling journey ahead. When then pressed Nox about his strategy, especially with the ogres hot on their heels, wondering if they could possibly shake them off. Nox confirmed this without hesitation. He explained they could choose to quell the disturbance, but that would only draw in even more monsters. So, the wisest course was to simply flee the woods as quickly as possible. However, Grin, surprisingly, didn't buy these words. He was clearly upset that soldiers were rallying to Nox's banner instead of his own. Then, another soldier approached, asking Nox why he was stomping the ground so hard. It was because he knew certain monsters were notorious for bursting from beneath the earth, a fact that caused panic among the others. The boy peered down, his eyes widening in confirmation. He explained they were crossing a particular habitat. Just as everyone began to feel the ground tremble, Z-Tree shrieked in alarm as panicked screams erupted. Nox grimly announced, "The worm is coming," as it violently burst forth from the earth. This monstrous creature primarily resembled an earthworm, or perhaps a colossal python, but that resemblance hid the shocking truth. It was a dragon, with a severe malformation, rendering it incapable of using magic. Nonetheless, its power remained immense, as it was common for dozens of ogres to challenge it, only to meet a gruesome collective end. And this was precisely why he had been actively seeking out such a monster. As it devoured the horses, none of the others realized that Nox had been stomping the ground to invite it. The boy then turned to the others and ordered them to hide in the bushes, which utterly baffled them. Nox, however, merely grinned, as he recalled, telling them the ogres would pose no real issue. He wasn't technically wrong, even if simply throwing them off wasn't exactly his plan in the first place. He then watched as other swarms of ogres emerged from the forest. Leafy's face was etched with worry, as the legion of ogres filled her with terror. But Nox reassured her and asked the green-haired girl if she knew what a worm's most and least preferred creatures were. She was confused before cowering at the rumbling. Nox explained the answer to both was ogres. As the two species fought, the boy explained that ogres were the preferred prey to worms, but they also didn't make the closest of friends. So an advanced adventurer should know how to turn such situations to his advantage. The worm shrieked and crushed one of the ogres, while the other monsters tried to hit the worm with their clubs, as everyone stared in shock at how the two species were trying to finish each other off. Grin gritted his teeth and wondered if Nox had predicted this. Zephyr wondered if they should just wait, but Nox had other plans. The purple-eyed boy watched the battle and started to throw some rocks at the ogres, which confused Zephyr as to how it would help. As the ogres continued to be killed, the system would tell Nox that his stamina was increasing, along with his lifetime, extending his lifespan by 8 hours. With each ogre defeated, this wouldn't be something he would explain to the green-haired maid, but he needed to get his stats up. Nox realized that all the ogres were now dead. Gwyn wondered what the plan was now, since he couldn't take it on himself. So Nox got up and ordered the soldiers to aim at the worm's mouth. There was hesitation, but everyone eventually followed, doing what Nox said. As the boy activated his time-slowing ability and charged forward, the arrows and spears slowed down in the air. Nox leaped and slashed the worm multiple times, spinning and landing as the ability stopped, showing the worm exploding with blood from his actions. This increased his days by 10, which was more than expected, but he enjoyed that big monsters benefited him so much. Although, this wouldn't have been nearly as easy without the ogres. The moment Nox's stamina plummeted to 5, his temporary skill effect promptly expired, which of course was part of the fine print from when he'd activated the scroll a while back. It was certainly a bummer, but at least he had made it this far. Nox clenched his fist in determination. Meanwhile, everyone was checking on the boy, loudly cheering about his incredible skill. Nox was just about to respond when he was cut off by more ominous crackling and terrifying rumbling noises. As another giant worm burst from the earth, Nox's eyes widened in slight surprise at the unexpected presence of a second worm. However, he was about to get an even bigger surprise when someone suddenly shouted at everyone to urgently get out of the way, as the massive worm was instantly sliced and utterly annihilated by a new arrival. This monocle-wearing person was someone Nox recognized instantly, and he wondered why they were even here at all. Nox pondered curiously what this mysterious monocle wearer was doing here, recognizing the character immediately. Everyone else also immediately recognized this person and knew they were a pupil of the legendary Chelsea, the genius swordsman, the strongest unit in the entire universe, and one of the three supremes alongside Theodore. This man's name was Paracelsus. This new arrival then asked if the rules of nobility dictated that they absolutely must refrain from expressing gratitude. After being saved, Nox then remembered that this was also the man who harbored intense hatred toward the nobility. Schultz felt personally offended on Gren's behalf and asked if Paracelsus even knew who Gren was. But Paracelsus simply gave a passive-aggressive response. Paracelsus then introduced himself and said he was merely a mercenary of some kind. Nox then remembered how this man was expected to despise nobles, given his troubled background, but more importantly, he was absolutely not supposed to appear on the scene until the Academy chapter officially began. In his previous life, Nox had played this game countless times before, but never had Paracelsus ever appeared. Before the Academy year had even started, the boy wondered what was truly happening. He clenched his fist, his gaze darting to Paracelsus, wondering what he would do next. The sun began to set as the group rode across the rugged terrain, and Gren tried to strike up a conversation with the mercenary, asking if he was also bound for chattels. Paracelsus confirmed it and revealed he was heading there to hunt monsters. This made Nox think, remembering that Paracelsus was a man who traveled to different realms of the Empire to train himself before the school year began. So Nox wondered if the realm he traveled to was randomly selected for each run. Gren noticed that Paracelsus was traveling by himself, which meant the monocle-wearing man showed confidence in his abilities. So Gren mentioned that he paid his men handsomely and asked if Paracelsus would be interested in joining his campaign against the monster wave under his command. Paracelsus glanced over at Nox's brother with a raised eyebrow, humming in thought before turning away and saying he was intrigued by the idea of working under the Lionhubba family. Nox watched from a distance as Schultz tried to defend and act offended on Gren's behalf. But Gren interrupted and waved his hand to stop the other man. Instead, he told Paracelsus to take his time and give it due consideration. Gren had witnessed this man strike down a worm with a single sweep, so he wanted to have him under his command to reclaim the trust of his soldiers that Nox had taken away from him. The group finally arrived at their destination, which Nox announced to the others, looking ahead at how the place was much more desolate in real life than it was in the game. They were let through the gate, and Gren clicked his tongue at the sight of rats scurrying around. But his attention was drawn to a girl who weakly asked if he had any food to spare. Gren looked with disgust at the little girl and jerked his horse away from her, making her flinch in surprise. Nox glanced away too. This made the little girl's expression droop and her head hang low. Paracelsus glanced at the girl and clicked his tongue in annoyance. Their group was stopped by a man who introduced himself as Tigan, greeting everyone present and explaining he was the town guard's chief. He had already heard the news that Gren was on his post-graduation mission, with Nox assigned to lend him support. He kept conversing with the nobleman, while Paracelsus mused that he might have gotten his hopes up too high regarding the sons of a supreme, somehow expecting them to be different from other nobles, since they were chosen to represent their family. When a mercenary witnessed Nox battling the worm, Nox wasn't half bad with a sword, but Paracelsus still believed these inheritors were still mollycoddled through and through. He stared in disappointment, surveying the town around him, noting its evident disarray. The townsfolk had no capacity to endure the monster wave, which made Paracelsus wonder if those who hadn't perished from hunger were even the more fortunate ones. Since the sun was nearly setting, it was decided they discuss everyone's duties the next day. So Tigan led them to an inn where everyone could find rest. Everyone dismounted their horses and began to settle in for the night. Gren stared at Paracelsus, who had mentioned the earlier proposition making Grin quite excited, until Paracelsus declined the offer without hesitation. Grin furrowed his brows in confusion and asked if Paracelsus knew what he was saying, wondering if the monocle-wearing man intended to prepare for the monster wave without any aid. Nox watched from a distance as Paracelsus explained that his intention was to proceed as previously planned, but he wished Grin good fortune in his campaign. Grin then called Paracelsus a commoner, but this only made the mercenary chuckle. He'd heard far worse insults. As a vagabond time and again, Paracelsus still wished Grin luck in navigating through all the challenges. So Nox believed this was the end of their interactions and wondered if their paths would ever cross again in the future. Night arrived, and Nox told Zethri to get some good rest, because they'd be busy the next day. He went into his bedroom, only to notice the girl from earlier outside, sitting near a fire with other children. The girl jerked up in surprise when her attention was called, as Nox asked if she wasn't looking for food. All the kids stared at Nox in surprise as he pulled out a bag filled with loaves of bread. He handed the bread to the children, making the girl choke up with tears of happiness. Nox knew he couldn't save everyone, and this action was just him, acting out of what little goodwill his other world self used to have. But the children were still joyful from this kind action as they dug into their food, something Nox didn't want them to beg for anymore. Along with that, Nox and the others needed to find ways to survive in this town. In the distance, it seemed Zethri was watching what Nox was doing, smiling softly at the fact that the boy had just assumed a cold demeanor earlier. The next day, Taigen was explaining to the others how every year the south of Chitaers was plagued by a surge of monsters. Frequently, in their efforts to fend it off, the town had nowhere to turn but the subsidy and support from the king. As they stepped through the area, Grin asked if the palisade served as the sole defense of the town, to which Taigen affirmed, even though it all required some serious mending. Nox glanced at the walls and sighed at the sight of them, knowing that the whole town would be slaughtered within an hour once the monster waves started pushing in. This whole campaign, just a side quest in the game. Nox could choose whether to save the town or just let it fall. But until now, he'd always chosen to save it. Why, you ask? Because this town becomes incredibly valuable later on. Chitaers eventually transforms into one of the Empire's most profitable territories. Taigen continued to address the noble boys. He explained that this year alone, monsters were proliferating at an alarming rate. It was unlike anything they'd ever witnessed before. Nox realized these people had absolutely no idea how this unusual surge of monsters that would eventually benefit their very land. But that was a problem for their future selves to solve. Suddenly, townspeople came forward, reporting a glimpse of a griffin. This made everyone freeze, and Grin hummed, deep in thought. He then asked, where was it spotted, blocking that griffin's advance? That was absolutely crucial for the campaign's success. Such creatures, after all, that were famously known as the kings of the wasteland, and, at least in this game, that were meant to be warded off, certainly not hunted. Despite all that, Nox's plan was simple: hunt it down. Everyone stared out at the vast wasteland before them. As Taigen explained, it was neutral territory. It served as their very border with Tahalan. Nox finally spoke up, a challenging glint in his eye. He wondered aloud if no one else found it strange. After all, the known habitats of griffins that didn't even border the towns of Chitaers. So, he then asked, aren't they primarily known to inhabit Tahalan? For the most part, he questioned why their presence was near Chitaers at all. A chilling aura settled over the men as Nox spoke. Nox knew that reaction alone answered his question. About who would prove to be the traitor. It would be the signal for a new sub-quest to begin. The first thing Nox planned to do, was to scrape off the festering rot from this town. Later that same day, Schultz was seen crumpling papers in a furious rage. He felt as though Nox was slowly becoming a huge obstacle to all his plans. Nox's clever scheme had cost Schultz Grin's favor. He gritted his teeth, seething with rage. All his time and effort had been utterly wasted, after practically fawning over Grin just to curry his favor. But his seething thoughts were abruptly cut short when he heard Zethri gracefully descending the inn staircase. Schultz instantly recalled that this girl was Nox's servant, and just a commoner, so a twisted plan quickly formed in his mind. He slammed his hand against the wall, right beside her head. Then, he roughly seized her arm, yanking her close to him, leaving her utterly bewildered. She demanded to know what he thought he was doing. The man smirked, declaring it was quite obvious, and suggested they find a more private spot for their discussion. But Zethri quickly yanked her hand free, attempting to back away. However, Schultz persisted in his aggressive advances, stating that he, as a knight on a mission, still required some amusement, then questioned Zethri if she didn't feel the same. He roughly grabbed her shoulder, and the green-haired girl was about to fiercely retort, until she suddenly realized that fighting against this man would cause Nox to fall directly into Gren's bad graces, and expose him to ridicule and contempt of all kinds within his own family. So, she agonizingly decided to simply let things unfold. Hoping to protect Nox, Schultz declared that she, as Nox's personal servant, would absolutely pay the price for Nox's actions. However, a chillingly calm voice belonging to Nox suddenly pierced the air, stating he was more than willing to pay it himself. The gruesome sound of slashing echoed through the inn, and Zethri stared in utter shock at Nox, who stood there, a bloody blade clutched in his hand, staring coldly at Schultz. He commanded Schultz to name the exact price he wished Nox to pay for his pathetic failed efforts. The man was utterly bewildered, and blurted that Nox would never get away with this act for maiming one of Gren's knights. But Nox simply didn't care. He swiftly slashed off Schultz's other arm, causing him to shriek even louder in agonizing pain. Schultz shrieked, asking if Nox actually believed he could simply take refuge behind his family name. But his desperate words were brutally cut short by Nox, who casually mentioned that the one truly trying to hide behind Alia and Haber's names was Schultz himself. The man's final moments were spent staring at the glinting blade, held by Nox. It was then ruthlessly plunged into Schultz's back, instantly killing him. Zethri was deeply worried about what would become of Nox because of his drastic actions, but the answer to her fears would soon be revealed. As Gren strode into the inn, he immediately questioned if Nox had killed Schultz. The younger brother's swift answer made Gren erupt, yelling at him. But Nox calmly interjected, asking if it wouldn't be fairer to understand the situation, instead of just shouting. Gren seized Nox's collar, fiercely demanding an explanation, adding a threat. Nox's response was simple. Schultz had tried to violate his aid, and he refused to stand by and let it happen. This answer did not satisfy Gren in the slightest, but Nox challenged, asking if Gren was sure of his priorities, as Nox exuded a palpable aura of power. To intimidate, Gren was utterly stunned by the display of Nox's capabilities, disbelief etching his face at the immense power he now wielded. Compared to before, Nox's brother stammered that Nox could have at least reported to him beforehand, but Nox cut him off, reminding him how everyone knew him as the family's black sheep, and how reporting and waiting patiently were definitely not his strong suits. With that, Nox suggested they defer judgment and let their father render the final decision. Gren gulped nervously, reluctantly agreeing, which made Nox grin before telling Zethri it was time to leave. After that, they promptly departed. The older brother stood there, pondering how long Nox had been like this, and why the sword felt so familiar. But Gren knew he could no longer take the boy lightly. Nox, meanwhile, knew that chaos would now erupt among the soldiers, already fractured into factions. They were at a crossroads, where they would be forced to choose. Would they follow Gren or Nox? He glanced at Zethri, asking if she was okay, but she returned the question, wondering why he protected her, when it would likely only worsen things. Nox asked the green-haired girl if she truly knew what kind of person the master she served truly was, reminding her that he was the notorious good-for-nothing of the Lianhaba family. He then explained that no matter where they were, she should never have to bow her head. She was deeply moved by his words and readily agreed. Ultimately, Gren slammed his mug onto the table, seething with rage. He was furious at how Nox had transformed from a bothersome chore into an entirely different person, especially since the sword Nox now wielded bore a striking resemblance to their father's blade. Gren wanted to exercise caution around the boy, especially with Schultz now gone, but his thoughts were swiftly interrupted by the other man. from before, who entered the room to report the mess had been handled, and also concurred that Nox was indeed different from the rumors. Not only was Nox different, but Gren suspected this man was different too. After all, he was supposedly the captain of the Night Order, who had been operating around the area. This utterly confused Gren, since Nox seemed to know the place better for some reason. With the monster wave not yet started, Gren decided to make further use of the Night Order. He ordered the man to eliminate all bandits and monsters in the vicinity and to immediately report anything involving Nox. The man agreed and promptly departed. Meanwhile, Nox was still outside with Zethri, inspecting some mysterious vials. Zethri inquired if he'd checked around the walls. He affirmed, and the green-haired girl then asked how they planned to stop the upcoming wave, to which Nox started walking, the girl in tow. Nox revealed that he was thinking of recruiting someone new because he knew there was a genius hiding in this small village, a woman named Alina, a character Nox would recruit every single time he came to Chatters, a genius potion maker and, conveniently, Nox's personal potion shuttle. He strolled through the alleyways as Zethri asked if a genius potion maker truly existed in such a place. Nox affirmed and explained she had her own compelling reasons for staying here. That reason being, this was the hidden route to clear Chatters. In the future, Alina would be working for someone else, instead of the Arcanum Empire. So, if you don't clear cheaters via the hidden route, you could never recruit Alina. They pressed on. Nox seemed to know exactly where they were headed. Zethri then spotted a light shining their way. Upon entering the building, they witnessed a visibly drunk woman peering back. Nox greeted her, but the woman screamed in surprise at the sudden presence of other people. Zethri, meanwhile, was utterly in disbelief that the genius potion maker was actually a drunkard. After a moment to calm down, Alina apologized for her outrageous behavior. Nox then stated they needed to have a serious talk. Nox reflected on Alina's character. At this crucial point in the story, he absolutely had to get her into the party, even despite her flaws. Observing her stats and reading that her single negative trait was being a drunkard, he sighed. He knew the Linehaver family was unlikely to recruit such a genius character. Nox stated they simply didn't have a choice, while Zethri tried to protest that it was unwise to recruit drunkards. Nox agreed, but insisted it was complicated. Alina then asked why they had come. Nox immediately got straight to the point. He wanted Alina to join his team, in exchange for giving her what she desired most. She looked bewildered, not knowing what he meant, and tried to politely decline. But Nox knew her reasons were deeply related to May, completely surprising her with his insight. Nox then immediately explained that May was slated for execution in the near future, shocking the poor woman even further. Nox told her things could potentially change if she were to accept his incredible offer. So he asked her one more time, hoping to see if he'd swayed her mind even slightly. Alina thought back intently on Nox's words, feeling deeply conflicted about the offer and the dire situation regarding her dear friend. May was the brave soul who would speak out against the Knights for their harsh decisions, such as raising taxes, and May was also Alina's one and only true friend. She would constantly tell Taigen and his men off that they weren't doing anything for the town, despite being sent funds. The man only glared down at her before eventually dragging May away. Alina wished that it was her who had been dragged away, after reacting aggressively, tearing up at her weak attitude, to rescue her own friend and believing that Nox wouldn't save the ginger-haired girl either. Either way, she didn't think she would be able to forget this situation. For a long time, a very long time, at a tavern the men that Green had hired were all drinking the night away and laughing about how he was an idiot. They had been pretending to act like a Night Order, and Green seemed to believe it without suspicion. Everyone laughed, and one of the men said it was worth ransacking the raw Night Orders living place to get the badge. That could get them even bigger jobs. They showed it to the Lionhubba family as well. They believed they would get the benefits, befitting someone of the position of the captain. Of the Raw Night Order, things were even better, since the main guy's name was also Ron. Ron said that if they held Grin hostage, they could get a big payout. They continued to laugh as another guy spoke up and wondered if their actions would be alright, since they were dealing with the most influential family of the Dark Three. But the others glared at the man and called him a coward and an idiot. He shied away, and Ron stopped everyone's anger. He got up and rhetorically asked if they knew where they were. explaining that they were in a town that even the imperial family had given up on. Ron suggested that they should simply hold Gren hostage and get the money before running off, since he believed that, no matter how influential the Lianhaba family was, they wouldn't be able to do anything in an enemy nation. Surrounded by sand, they continued their chatting. But one guy said that Nox was with them as well. Ron agreed that the boy was dangerous and said they shouldn't get involved until they finished things up. Another guy said that there was no concern, since Nox was just a kid, so they all kept on laughing and drinking. Until, without warning, the candles went out. Everyone looked around, confused and growing agitated. Ron quickly told everyone to calm down, until he felt a splash of blood on himself. Confused, he quickly glanced over and realized someone had been decapitated, followed by the terrifying screams of others. This only confused Ron even further, as he walked over to discover another dead body. Ron then realized they were dealing with enemies, and shouted for them to reveal themselves. Nox stood behind him, a cold glare in his eyes, calling them all vermin before Ron recoiled back. Nox expressed surprise at their hidden location, and then asked what gave them the audacity to rob the Lianhaba family and so severely overestimate themselves. Ron quickly claimed that Nox was mistaken, but Nox cut him off mid-sentence, revealing he already knew about their crimes, including Taigen and their plan to use Gren. The man gritted his teeth, asking what Nox wanted, saying all he needed was for Nox to look away. Just this one time. The men then started to surround Nox, threatening the boy while Nox activated his sword and spun around, slicing through multiple men. He then asked Ron if anyone was truly naive enough to believe that. Ron roared, ordering everyone to get the boy. Everyone charged at Nox in response, but he effortlessly dodged every attack and swiftly killed them. Ron watched from a distance, believing that Nox had been hiding these skills the entire time. So the man grabbed his blade and activated some power, telling Nox to remember he was dying. Because of his arrogance, the others were confident Ron would win, as the man unleashed his southern sword technique. But Nox remained completely unalarmed. He simply sliced right through the attack, destroying it with his genius swordsman traits. Everyone was absolutely stunned by this action, and Nox swiftly killed those still around him, calling them vermin once again. Nox then asked why they had the audacity to ask what he wanted, when he had already gotten exactly what he wanted. He then activated the same technique Ron had used right after Nox activated it himself. He shattered the attack. The boy then drew his blade, readying the southern sword technique. At this moment, Nox pondered the true meaning of a genius. He found himself standing in a vast, pristine white space, dressed in matching white, and still questioning if being a genius simply meant being more exceptional than others. He took a step forward, arriving before what appeared to be a mirror. If it wasn't about being exceptional, then did it signify someone who proved they could reach a higher level? Inaccessible to the majority? The mirror shattered, and Nox felt as if, ever since he risked his life, he'd been asking himself that very question. What truly defines a genius? With a slight smile, Nox returned to reality. He knew the sword technique he was wielding right now wouldn't compare to the techniques he'd master in the future, but it was certainly enough to handle his current foes. The other bandits were all instantly sliced, thanks to the attack's immense reach, while Ron could only collapse to the ground in despair. His elaborate plans foiled so easily. Shatir's southern sword technique was a skill that had taken Ron over 10 years to master, and now a mere kid like Nox had somehow grasped it. Within seconds, Nox then stepped onto Ron's wielded blade, staring down at the man with an icy glare. The brown-haired man snapped out of his bewilderment, shouting and scrambling backward, attempting to threaten Nox. That Taigen wouldn't let him get away with this if he killed Ron. Or perhaps Taigen had already heard of Nox's actions. None of these threats fazed Nox. He simply stated there were no witnesses. Cutting Ron off, he was merely assassinating them. Ron remained utterly confused by this, so the boy put a finger to his lips. Nox hushed Ron as he explained that, if no one survived to tell the tale, this would simply appear to be an assassination. The boy's face held a chilling smile, knowing full well what the world would think, before he slashed and killed Ron. Elsewhere, Mei was imprisoned in a dark dungeon, chained tightly to the brick walls, While she huffed to herself, Tegan spoke to her, learning that she flat out refused to work, nor be sold off to other nobles. But the girl remained stubbornly silent at first, so the man slapped May across the face to force her to talk. She merely grinned and declared she wouldn't listen to the likes of him, causing him to violently grab her face and claim there was nothing she could possibly do. At that moment, he told her that the only thing someone as lowly as her could do was struggle helplessly on the ground. But suddenly, she spat directly at him. Tegan paused, momentarily stunned, and asked her, "What are you doing?" before slapping her again, wondering if she wanted to be sold to a black mage. May's thoughts drifted back to her past, and how a teacher was telling her she had gotten the potion mixture wrong, despite trying her absolute best, meaning she was likely not cut out for the subject. The girl had seemingly zero talent from the start, not in alchemy, nor in swordsmanship, or anything else. The teacher was excited when she got to Alina's potion, and felt as though she had nothing else to teach. The teacher continuing to praise the half-elf girl, as May felt almost consumed by jealousy. May overheard the teacher sighing about how Elena was a war orphan, but was from a noble family, and had a chance to at least get out of the orphanage. Elena was an alchemy genius, and seemed like someone who didn't belong in a place like the orphanage. From the start, the half-elf girl always had a sparkle around her, but despite that, she would always try to play with May, and had that bright, genuine smile that caused the ginger-haired girl to be helplessly envious of Elena. That was why she had decided to sacrifice herself, instead of Elena absolutely convinced that Elena would achieve far more than someone like May ever could. He told Tegan that struggling on the ground was her norm throughout her whole life, and whatever he wanted to do to her after her death was none of her business. May didn't want to become Elena's burden, so she let Tegan continue to beat her until a voice suddenly rang through the room, telling May to stop trying to harm herself. Nox told the ginger-haired girl that if she left this place as a corpse, Elena would be sad. The boy and his blade strode down the hall, and Tegan asked what brought him there. Nox stated that by the law of the imperial family, he was going to execute the man. Nox mentioned to Tegan that his partner, Ron, was already dead, so it would be best for him to give up right now. Tegan hummed thoughtfully, glancing over at Nox, and asking if the boy had come here alone. Nox affirmed immediately, without any hesitation. With that, Tegan grinned, and declared that the young master of a noble family had underestimated him far too much. He asked if Nox thought he could defeat Tegan alone. That was another question Nox affirmed, grinning as well, as Tegan proceeded to take out his blade with a frown. Other knights started to flood the room, seemingly trying to surround Nox and block the way to the cage, as Tegan ordered them to kill Nox. Shouts erupted from all of the men, who charged forward at the light-haired boy, who stared forward completely unalarmed. He closed his eyes and took a breath before activating his time-slowing ability. Everything started to slow down, almost as if everything was frozen in time, and the 5-minute time limit began. But this wouldn't be a problem for Nox. The boy walked past all of the knights, slashing them along the way without a care in the world. He held his bloody blade and entered the prison cell where Tegan and May were. He strode past Tegan, too, and cast a quick glance at the man's face. As the clock's relentless ticking continued, he finally stood beside May. He reached out, his hand gently caressing her face. His unique ability remained active. He then slowed his movements, snapping back into reality, ready to pour something onto May. She weakly asked who he was. Nox promptly gave his name. As her vision blurred and faded, he assured her that everything would soon be over. After she awoke from her impending slumber, the girl was swiftly lulled into unconsciousness, likely due to whatever Nox had poured onto her. Tegan spun around, his face etched with shock, realizing Nox had seemingly already defeated all his men and was now inside the prison cell. As Tegan reeled, he failed to notice that Nox had already done something to him, causing him to suddenly tip over and collapse onto the unforgiving, rocky ground. He struggled desperately to push himself up. He then turned, only to see that his feet had been sliced off. This bewildered him immensely, as he hadn't seen it happen in the slightest. All of the knights screamed in agony, their blood splattering across the dungeon walls. Nox strode up to Tegan and grimly told him that he shouldn't expect to die so easily. Tegan stared up at Nox with a bewildered expression and a bone-chilling dread creeping down his spine. He simply couldn't comprehend what was unfolding. The terrible fact that he, the great Taigen, had lost to a mere child. The boy stared coldly down at Taigen, as Nox once again pondered the true meaning of being a genius. At that moment, he aimed his blade at Taigen, pausing for a moment before acknowledging it was Nox, the character who truly was a genius. He raised his sword into the air. The boy wondered what being a genius meant to that character, before brutally stabbing and killing Taigen. In that final fleeting moment, Taigen couldn't help but see his entire life flash before his eyes. When Taigen was much younger, his father was the formidable knight captain of the Chitairs, mercenary. That man was supposedly the most outstanding person in the entire village. To everyone, including Taigen himself, every man aspired to be like Taigen's father. But Taigen, it seemed, saw a different side of his father, behind closed doors, even if people respected this man in public. As Taigen's father held his mother's hair with his bloodied hand after beating her, the older man would then ask his son if he knew why people in town followed him. The boy looked away, admitting he didn't know why. So Taigen's father placed a hand on Taigen's head, stating the answer was pure strength. He explained that possessing overwhelming strength could allow a person to get away with anything, and that was the law of a city on the borders of the Arcane Empire. Taigen then asked his father if he was the strongest person on the continent, causing his father to pause for a moment before letting go of both his son and wife. While admitting he wasn't the strongest on the continent, he said he was just one of countless nobodies, and that there were numerous, unbelievably strong swordsmen on the continent. There were also kids Taigen's age, who were true geniuses, stronger than even Taigen's father. Taigen's father then told him that was what it was like for a continent, experiencing back in reality. Taigen knew the reason he had survived for so long was because he chose not to fight with these geniuses. As he saw Nox raising the blade that would lead to his doom, the man repeated Nox's name in his head. Taigen believed that Nox was one of those unreachable geniuses his father had mentioned, believing that being a genius meant being so talented that no one could ever reach them. Because of this, Taigen let out a sigh, with fear in his eyes as he spoke his final words, saying that the only reason he was dying right now was because he chose to fight with Nox, a supposed genius in his eyes. With that, the blade plunged through Taigen's back, and Nox had finally killed him. Meanwhile, Alina was hunched in her chair, deep within her hiding spot. She seemed to be curled up in a fetal position, with her knees drawn tight to her chest. A deep gloom shadowed her face, as all hope of May's return had faded. But her attention was suddenly caught when someone called Alina's name. As the half-elf girl slowly turned her head, she saw her friend striding into the building. With Zaytri by her side, Alina was utterly stunned, barely believing May was actually there. Alina practically tackled the ginger-haired girl in a fierce hug, sobbing uncontrollably and confessing how terrified she'd been. She truly thought May had abandoned her for good. May, in turn, reassured Alina and sincerely apologized for her actions, for making Alina feel that way. She believed she was the selfish one, thinking she could handle things alone and leave Alina behind. Zaytri, watching the heartwarming reunion, simply smiled. Alina then pulled away from the embrace to ask where Nox was. The green-haired girl explained that he was still tying up loose ends and having conversation. Alina looked confused by her answer. Zaytri then added that she believed Nox was having a heart-to-heart conversation with his brother. However, she sensed that wasn't his true intention. As the night wore on, Grin tapped his fingers impatiently on the table, wondering how much longer Ron would keep him. A noble from the Leon Haba family, waiting. A knock sounded, and Grin wondered who it could be, until he realized it was his younger brother. Nox wanted to know if Grin was available to talk for a moment. Grin wanted to know why Nox thought he would want to speak with him. But Grin then noticed the blood staining Nox's shirt, which suddenly made the situation feel a little chilling. As Nox insisted it was an important matter, Grin decided to allow it and told Nox to take a seat. Meanwhile, Rodwell was relaying news to Theodore. They'd received a message stating Nox had purged the corruption within Chatters, and that Nox had requested a separate reward. Rodwell couldn't quite decipher it, so he handed the letter to Theodore. who immediately remembered. The Chatters region was a place no one wanted to bother with, given its notorious lack of profit. But it was also a massive headache for the imperial family, because letting it fall would unleash monsters directly toward the capital. So, the central government poured in massive amounts of funds, troops, and even mercenary corps to defend these crucial areas. That's why it couldn't be completely abandoned. Theodore believed Chatters held no intrinsic value, but he agreed that all the bandit groups there would prove dangerous, even for Gren, and that the situation would likely take a turn for the worse. If the wrong bandit group attacked, if they couldn't handle a challenge of that magnitude, they didn't deserve to be called part of the illustrious Linhaba family, which was precisely why Theodore had assigned the Black Sword Knights to them, to ensure they didn't die prematurely. Now, circling back to Nox, Theodore didn't believe for a second that Nox would selflessly purge corruption, just for the sake of it. So, he was utterly confused why he wanted authority over the Chatters region. Nox's father revealed that Nox would even relinquish his right as the youngest son of the Linhaba family if he failed to turn a profit. Rodwell then asked if Theodore intended to reject the proposal. Theodore decided he would accept it and even gain jurisdiction over the entire area, believing this was a golden opportunity to gauge Nox's territory management skills. Rodwell understood and would send a letter to the Empire to initiate discussions. He then proceeded to leave, as Theodore mused over his son's name, wondering just how far ahead the boy was truly planning. Birds soared over the inn on a bright, new morning, as Gren finally learned that Ron and Taijin had actually planned to kill him, and that he was merely their pawn. Gren was furious with the entire situation and how he had foolishly fallen for their elaborate schemes, feeling utterly offended that these conniving men had tried to leech off him by cleverly outwitting the Linhaba family. Despite this, Gren looked up at Nox, convinced he was nothing but a nuisance. Nox then asked if his brother was truly afraid. Gren seethed with anger at this remark, but opted to hold his tongue for now, because he wouldn't become a knight if he failed to pass this crucial test. Thus, he had no choice but to accept Nox's offer. With a sigh, Gren asked the younger boy what he desired, which greatly amused Nox. He then explained that all he sought was the right to command every single soldier under Gren's command. Gren knew, as terrible as the situation was, that his very life now lay in Nox's hands, especially considering he had no idea how truly powerful Nox was. In exchange for this command, Gren demanded Nox guarantee his life and secure a favorable outcome. Nox agreed, but pointed out that those were two requests, meaning Gren would owe him something else in return. This made the older brother narrow his eyes and glare. He begrudgingly offered mineral rights, an ancient artifact from his vast mine. With the deal sealed, Gren sternly insisted Nox handle everything properly, to which, coolly, the boy replied it would be an utterly simple task. Nox then rose to his feet and declared he'd be in his brother's care during their stay in Chatters. Grinning impishly, he told his brother that he hoped Gren wouldn't do anything foolish. Meanwhile, at Elena's place, Nox requested potions from her, and though she'd never crafted such before, she confidently believed it was possible. Zethri thought this was a surprisingly good answer. However, she still felt Nox's plan was far too dangerous, and questioned why he absolutely needed to slay the griffin. They concurred, but Nox told them there was no need to fear, since he wouldn't have proposed it if it were truly impossible. Their worries were entirely reasonable, but he was forced to lie as he couldn't reveal to them the true object he was determined to acquire. So, he deliberately remained vague about his intentions, which Zethri reluctantly complied with. However, Nox knew that slaying the griffin, when the game first began, it felt nearly impossible to achieve, given that no one had ever managed it. At least, that is, if you were to exclude Nox from the equation. Nox started mapping out his strategy, and remembered a secret, hidden route, one that could lead to the griffin's demise. It was a stark contrast to normal gameplay. It was only revealed to the so-called stagnant water gamers, a group Nox belonged to, after clearing the game an astonishing 27 times. He asked if everyone grasped the plan, to which all the women affirmed. His motivation for killing the griffin was a truly magnificent reward, and so they moved forward with the strategy. The following day, with the sun low in the sky, Nox tended to his horse, feeding it. He understood that putting his life on the line was essential. He couldn't possibly survive, as this was the brutal world he'd been sent to. By the following day, A colossal horde of monsters thundered through the dense woods as Nox watched from his vantage point above, telling everyone, "Get ready." Alina, May, and even Gren affirmed, but with a clear annoyance etched onto his face. The boys spun to face the soldiers, telling them this was their sole chance. Nox pondered why this moment felt so unfamiliar. His transformation into Nox. And the only strategist, Stree, appeared suddenly behind him, her voice thick with worry, echoing her warnings from the day before. The plan struck her as excessively dangerous, but Nox quieted her with a single, swift gesture. He met her eyes serenely, urging her to trust him, promising her he wouldn't perish. Immediately after, Nox sprang from the wall. A promise he'd made flashed through his mind, but failed to fulfill because of a terminal illness. He deftly slowed his fall by expertly digging his sword into the stone wall before launching himself straight at the oncoming horde of monsters. To begin the ferocious assault, he flung a corroding potion at an iron golem, instantly turning it into a prime target. A single, swift slash was all it took to fell the golem. System messages instantly flooded his vision, confirming the iron golem's utter defeat. An incredible boost in proficiency. For his legendary cheater's southern sword technique, Nox began carving through monsters left and right, muttering that if he hadn't made that promise, he might actually just die here. A sly smile then spread across his face as he mercilessly slaughtered the creatures, urging them to become his stepping stones, so he could finally enjoy the game that had become his harsh reality. His smile grew even wider as he spotted a colossal griffin soaring majestically overhead, facing the massive beast. Nox greeted it with a determined, unwavering look, asking if they should get started on the walls. The onlookers were in pure shock. Delina, overwhelmed by the incredible spectacle, couldn't believe what she was truly seeing. She simply couldn't fathom a knight with such unbelievable combat prowess. Was something like this even humanly possible? May, just as astonished, remarked on Nox's incredible speed, noting his movements were far too fast for their eyes to follow. She couldn't help but then wonder what kind of place the Reinhardt family truly was. Zaytree offered some crucial insight into the Reinhardt family, explaining they were renowned for their unparalleled swordsmanship, in a place where brutal internal conflicts determined the worthy inheritor of the legendary Black Sword. Zaytree confidently asserted that Nox was the most talented of all the candidates. Meanwhile, Grain, feeling a sharp pang of jealousy, fought a splitting headache brought on by the constant praise being heaped upon Nox. Zaytree then found herself wondering why Nox never bothered to address the nasty rumors circulating about him. She was certain he had his own reasons, even if she couldn't possibly guess what they were. Just then, May spoke up, admitting the rumors about him might not be entirely true after all. She speculated that Nox must have compelling reasons to maintain the facade of a good-for-nothing, though she couldn't imagine what they might possibly be. Zethri, wearing a knowing smile, acknowledged her words. She then bowed and urged the others to play along with Nox's act, reminding them that he was a wise person after all. Before she could finish, Alina cut in, asking if Zethri wanted her to help hide Nox's true nature. Alina reassured her with a smile, and May also pledged to keep silent. Seeing this, Zethri couldn't help but smile at the camaraderie forming between them. Suddenly, the griffin's war cry echoed through the air, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. Grain, witnessing the beast's formidable presence, couldn't believe Nox actually intended to fight it. In his mind, Nox was teetering on the edge of insanity. The battle began. The griffin lunged with its claws, but Nox agilely dodged the attack. Seizing the opening, Nox went in for a strike, but the griffin swiftly used its powerful wings to ascend out of reach. Once the beast was airborne, Nox shot a cold gaze at Grain, a silent command to take action. Though frustrated, Grain knew he had to follow orders. He obediently commanded the troops to hold their fire until the griffin neared the fortress walls. Once it was close, they were to unleash the ballistas on his signal. Grain made sure everyone understood the command, and the soldiers responded with a resounding acknowledgement, immediately preparing the ballistas. Finally, the moment came. As the griffin swooped near the fortress walls, Grain gave a signal with a green light. The ballistas were unleashed. Realizing the danger, the creature let out a fearful cry. But it was too late. A ballista bolt pierced its wing, causing it to scream in pain. As it began a free fall toward the ground, Nox watched with a satisfied smile. He knew that neutralizing the griffin's ability to fly was the key to defeating it. Without hesitation, he consumed a metallization potion, increasing his stamina by 1. Confident in his strategy, Nox reveled as his plan to bring down the formidable foe unfolded perfectly. He recalled a few days ago when Grain, consumed by a burning rage, he fiercely resisted the order to build ballistas, deeming it a task far beneath him. He even suggested someone else handle it. Nox's response was simple, yet chilling. If Grain found the task so distasteful, he could confront the griffin on the battlefield himself. After a brief moment of thought, Grain finally, grudgingly gave in, asking how many ballistas they needed. Back in the present, Nox approached the fallen griffin. He had to admit, Grain certainly had his uses. His instincts were remarkably sharp. Nox's cold, calculating gaze locked onto the injured creature. All that remained was to see how effective Elena's potent potion truly was. And to finish this, overcome with primal fear, the griffin desperately tried to flee. But the searing pain from its grievously wounded wing slammed it back down to the ground. Nox coolly advanced on the struggling beast, taunting it. He noted the griffin's mounting frustration, pointing out that for a high-level monster, such an injury should be nothing at all. But the ballista bolts piercing its wing were anything but normal. They had been slathered with a potent poison, one the griffin was especially susceptible to. Nox, with an ominous tone, told the beast to look forward to what was coming next, as the real pain would begin in 5 minutes. As the griffin swung its deadly claws toward him, Nox coolly responded, unfazed, that 5 minutes were all he needed. The skill hour of the genius activated, and in Nox's perception, everything froze in place. The immense pressure radiating from the griffin was truly overwhelming, far different from the game's simulation. Still, Nox knew he wasn't the one who would be dying today. The griffin, initially confused, was suddenly slashed multiple times, from different directions simultaneously. By the time the creature realized what was happening, Nox was already behind it. Seizing this critical opportunity, Nox looked at Graham and called out his name. Graham, in utter shock, questioned if this was truly the Nox he knew. Regardless, he reluctantly faced the grim reality, then commanded his soldiers to fire the ballistas once more. Bolts poured down on the griffin, piercing it from every conceivable angle. As its agonizing shrieks tore through the very air, Nox let out a chilling, dark laugh, as his sword began to pulse with a sinister aura, pointing the formidable weapon at the grievously wounded beast. He wore a chilling, unfeeling smile, then declared it was finally time to end this. The griffin's anguish scream ripped through the chaotic battlefield, as even more bolts found their deadly mark. Onlookers, both battle-hardened soldiers and innocent civilians, stood absolutely frozen in pure shock and disbelief, witnessing the sheer, brutal intensity of this epic battle. Undeterred by the agony he so easily inflicted, Nox charged forward, unleashing a devastating technique known as Black Execution. In a single, lightning-fast move, he severed the griffin's desperate, retaliating claw before the colossal beast could even comprehend this sudden turn of events. Nox's sword savagely cleaved through the mythical creature, splitting it decisively in two. As the griffin crumpled to the ground, utterly lifeless, Nox calmly sheathed his still glowing sword. His victory declared. The hour of genius skill had ended, and the immense strain of the technique was painfully evident in his heavy, ragged panting, when his cold, piercing gaze fell upon the few surviving monsters. It sent immediate shivers down their very spines. Racked by sheer terror, the monsters utterly fled the battlefield in a desperate, frantic bid for survival. Witnessing this swift, decisive retreat, the people of Chitairs erupted in a cacophony of victorious cheers. A system message promptly notified Nox that he had gained a 60-day life extension for single-handedly defeating the formidable griffin, bringing his remaining time to 179 days. Joyous cries of the people echoed and many shed tears of pure, unadulterated happiness. Observing the fervent celebration, Nox couldn't help but crack a small smile, quietly admitting that it felt pretty good to see everyone so genuinely happy. Meanwhile, Grain remained utterly frozen in shock at the unexpected, almost effortless ease with which Nox had dispatched such a formidable monster. That griffin was a seriously high-level beast. I couldn't believe Nox had actually brought it down. Taking down a creature of that caliber, that should have required the prowess of an academy professor at the very least. This stark realization weighed heavily on Grain, as he wondered if he had no other choice but to finally acknowledge his brother's undeniable strength. He realized that if everything Nox had shown was truly real, it could unleash a massive upheaval in the successor rankings within their prestigious family. After a moment of intense contemplation, Grain made a firm, strategic decision. He had to align himself with the winning side, no matter what. Approaching Nox with the soldiers in tow, he asserted control, stating he would personally oversee the removal of the griffin's corpse, while leaving Nox in charge of the loot distribution. Nox, however, was clearly puzzled by this unexpected gesture. Before departing, Grain advised him to head back and get some much-needed rest. With a knowing smile, Nox recognized the powerful impact his display of strength had just had on his brother. As Grain finally departed, Nox seized the moment to access the hidden, clear reward system. A message materialized, detailing the precious item he'd obtained. The griffin's heart. It was a miscellaneous item of advanced grade, boasting a powerful wind attribute, also known as the Outlaw of the Wilderness. Its special effect? It allowed it to be used in crafting an elixir that could potentially alter stamina and agility. Depending entirely on the alchemist's skill, the elixir could either dramatically increase or drastically decrease those very stats. Sometime later, in Alina's room, the griffin's heart lay within her grasp. She agreed wholeheartedly with Nox. There was undoubtedly a potent power of wind pulsating within it. She speculated that with this incredible find, they could finally create elixirs, or even equipment, that had previously only existed in wild rumors. Nox, not having much time to spare, was determined to immediately use the heart for an elixir. He asked Elena how long it would realistically take. Elena explained that it largely depended on the current situation. With the rudimentary tools she currently had, it might take a considerable while. Determined to speed things up, Nox offered to provide all the necessary tools. But amid the conversation, he made an unexpected proposition. With a casual demeanor, he expressed his desire to hire both Elena and May as servants of the Rainheifer family. The shock on their faces was palpable. May pointed out their commoner status, questioning if such an arrangement was even possible. Nox remained unfazed, asking if something like that really mattered. He asserted that if they possessed skills he needed, he would use them, and there was no reason they shouldn't make use of him. In return, however, he emphasized that he would never allow a subordinate to harm their master. Nox knew that at this point in time, no one could properly utilize a monster's core, especially a unique item from a hidden boss that wasn't meant to be beaten. Crafting with it would be impossible for anyone other than a true genius. Just then Elena spoke up with a firm declaration. She stated that since he had saved them, they would follow and trust Nox for the rest of their lives. Nox's smile revealed his satisfaction. He contemplated the acquisition of two genius characters, recognizing the immense potential they held. As he prepared to leave, he informed them they would depart in 3 days. The elixir would be crafted secretly upon their return to the family estate, away from prying eyes, emphasizing the need for secrecy. Both Elena and May affirmed their understanding. With a resolute yes, Nox and Zethri left Elena's hideout, making their way toward the inn through the sewers. During their journey, Zethri abruptly stopped, prompting Nox to ask why. Zethri explained that she'd observed he was very different for what she had heard confused. Nox asked for clarification, pointed out the rumor that he was a selfish person who only cared about himself, but she now knew that at least wasn't true. She then asked Nox to promise that, if he ever found himself in a difficult situation, he assured her he'd call upon her help if needed. Despite her lowly status, he also voiced confusion as to why so many people disliked him. Nox then turned, beginning to walk away, reassuring Zithri he'd seek her help should the need arise. He then swiftly changed the subject, grumbling about the chilly night air, and urging her to pick up the pace to avoid catching a cold. As they continued, Zitri couldn't help but smile at his constant nagging. Later, however, an embarrassed expression suddenly clouded her face. Before her, Nox was laid up in bed, terribly sick. He knew what she was about to say and quickly cut her off, finding the whole situation utterly humiliating. Zitri reassured him, saying such things just happened, and that he was still growing up. Just then, a system message materialized before him, revealing he had contracted a nasty cold due to frequent sickness, along with another negative ailment, chronic cough. Nox sighed in frustration at the sheer absurdity of it all. Some days later, as Nox and Grain returned from their expedition, a guard's booming announcement of their arrival echoed throughout the territory. The news of their return spread like wildfire, drawing attention to May and Alina, who were alongside them. Whispers rippled through the crowd as onlookers speculated wildly about the newcomers, debating whether they were Nox's new servants. Some expressed skepticism, citing Nox's infamous history with women. Nox was accustomed to the persistent negative image that clung to him no matter what he did. The perception of him as a good-for-nothing still remained. Resigned to this harsh reality, he decided to confront the murmurs head-on. Suddenly, Nox's gaze turned icy cold as he addressed the crowd, questioning if they didn't have any work to do. He sharply remarked that they must have plenty of time on their hands to waste. The sharp rebuke prompted a swift dispersal, as the onlookers made a hasty retreat. As the crowd scattered, head butler Rodwell approached, delivering news that the patriarch had requested a private meeting with Nox. His expression shifted to one of seriousness, as he anticipated the impending conversation. Moments later, the young master stood in his father's office. Theo's gaze met his, acknowledging his presence. Nox wasted no time, dropping to his knees in a deep bow, confirming he understood why he'd been summoned. The head of the family narrowed his eyes, declaring they needed to discuss some pressing matters, and subtly suggesting his youngest son might also have a few things to share. Theo continued, not at all, dispelling those rumors. He praised Nox's critical role in the mission's success, crediting him with ensuring everyone's safe return. Traitors excluded, of course. Even Graham had acknowledged his accomplishments. Nox tensed a cautious energy about him, asking if his elder brother had truly reported everything. A letter lay on Theo's desk, as Theo responded affirmatively, stating that Graham himself admitted he could have barely completed the mission alone. The young master frowned, his gaze falling downward, wondering what Graham could possibly be aiming for. With such praise, Theo calmly closed his eyes, then pulling out a small bundle of papers, and told his youngest son directly he hadn't summoned him for trivial matters. Theo handed the papers to Nox, commending him on accomplishing an almost impossible task and glorifying the Rainhofer family name once more. True to his promise, Theo would grant him what he'd asked for. Nox carefully took the papers, opening them to reveal 2 crimson seals at the bottoms. Theo then informed him that the traitors now officially belonged to him. The young master rose, a smile gracing his lips as he bowed in gratitude, thanking his father for his generosity. Afterward, Theo tapped a thoughtful finger on the table, rubbing his chin, watching his son intently. Nox, sensing a lingering question, wondered what else his father could possibly want to address. Theo soon voiced it. Nox, you are Nox Rainhofer, the family's youngest son. Would you consider taking my place? Nox's eyes widened in surprise, a flicker of fear flashing across his face. Theo narrowed his gaze, studying his son's reaction as Nox bit his lip, pondering why this topic had come up so suddenly. Meanwhile, in a distant, sprawling desert, an unusual palace loomed impressively. A red-haired, masked man gripped a watch-like device, displaying a recording of Nox's griffin kill. He reported this to an older man, with a prominent pink feather on his shoulder, that the griffin was officially dead. The older man noted, so the Rainhofer brat had emerged victorious, and the traitors were utterly conquered. Rumors were already swirling about the youngest son's latest achievements. The red-haired man, calling the Elder Crumbs, declared they needed to prepare for war. When Kimmy questioned if it was truly worth it, the red-haired man retorted that the Rainhofer family had stolen something absolutely priceless from him, leaving him with absolutely nothing left to lose. Kemi bowed respectfully, a silent agreement. Both men adorned themselves with golden jewelry and sported skin a shade darker than most. Smiling, the red-haired man then rose and took the hand of a young girl with short, red hair who wore a striking pink scarf. Crumbs then tenderly stroked her cheek, telling her that the day they subjugate the kingdom and the day she awakens was close. Back inside his father's office, Nox still remained unsure how to answer Theo's question. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by Rodwell, who quickly suggested such a question might be premature for the young master, reminding Theo of the immense responsibility that came with leading their family. Nox glared at Rodwell with fierce intensity, yet Theo vehemently disagreed, asserting that now was precisely the right time. Feeling panic rise, Nox quickly apologized to his father and respectfully declined the unexpected proposal. He clarified that he absolutely couldn't assume the title. Not now, even suggesting that Grain would be a far more fitting choice. Theo slammed his fist hard on the table, declaring that it was not Nox's decision to make. Bowing once again, the young master confessed that he truly didn't want the headship, deeming it far too burdensome and beyond his capability. Theo pressed his son, asking if he feared responsibility. Nox, ever so calm, simply replied that such feelings were, in fact, quite natural. After a beat, Theo closed his eyes and told Nox he understood and respected his decision. For the moment, Nox expressed his gratitude, but Theo warned him his extraordinary talent wouldn't stay hidden for long. People would constantly challenge him, and he had to be prepared. Nox wanted to reply, but just nodded, accepting the truth. Theo then dismissed him, knowing he must be exhausted from his journey. Thanking his father for the consideration, Nox then left. Just minutes later, Nox was back in his own room, sitting while Zethri, his maid, stood nearby. She then asked if the head of the family had really not scolded him. He quickly reassured her, stating there was absolutely nothing to worry about and that no negative outcomes had occurred. There hadn't been any mention of him needing to reject anyone. Zethri sighed, looking away, then turned back to face him. She then mentioned that chambers for Elena and May had already been made ready. Nox praised her, declaring it excellent work. She humbly dismissed it, saying it was simply a maid's duty. But before she could even finish, the young master interrupted her. He explained to her that if everything in the world were truly done as it should be, then there would be no hatred, no theft, or even murder. Zethri awkwardly pressed a finger to her lip, and he again praised her, saying she did well. She then bowed before him and thanked him. Nox's expression grew serious. He thought, everything seems to be in motion now. Now he would become the top student at the most prestigious educational institution for both magicians and knights, the Elaine Academy. Meanwhile, Theo spoke to Rodwell, saying the conversation with his youngest son had been just as difficult as he'd anticipated. The butler responded that he still felt the subject had been brought up too soon, because if Nox had truly understood everything about his position, his answer might have been quite different. The head of the family, however, disagreed, telling him that the young master's gaze was as if he'd already sealed his own future. If Nox feared anything, it wasn't his position or even Rodwell himself, but something far more inevitable. He was simply afraid of, something akin to staring straight into the abyss. Theo mused that at this very moment, Nox was only truly afraid of death. He wondered why, even in this new reality, he was still so terrified of it. Rodwell then told him that he wasn't supposed to utter such thoughts, but he believed his youngest son was deeply affected by what had happened to his mother. Theo smiled sadly and reluctantly agreed. He then added that Nox might even blame him for it, seeing him as a pathetic figure who couldn't even protect his own wife. Rodwell then wanted to discuss one more urgent matter, telling the head that he believed Mr. Grain would soon become active and was planning something truly massive. Theo frowned deeply, assuring him he'd take that into account. In an unknown, desolate place, countless corpses grotesquely littered the ground. The entire earth was stained crimson with blood as hordes of demons swarmed toward Theo. Suddenly, one of his grown sons appeared before him, telling his father he should simply give in and go along with it. Theo thought to himself, this must be the Grand Duke's power. Meanwhile, Talia stood before a grand mirror, wearing a beautiful, fluffy yellow dress, with many more gorgeous outfits strewn around her. Emma was folding clothes and quietly asked if she looked good. The maid, looking utterly exhausted, held up a burgundy dress and called out, a hint of question in her voice, to her mistress. Emma pointed out that she'd already shown her that particular outfit almost 20 times already. Talia, energized, ran back and forth, examining the new dresses. She declared one dress looked perfect and the other one, too, then eagerly asked what accessories would match. On the table lay various accessories and beautiful pink shoes. Emma gently told her she was getting a little too excited. A slight blush blossomed on Talia's face. She happily told the maid that everything was just so beautiful. Emma sighed heavily in response. She quickly clarified that's not what she meant. She was actually talking about young Master Nox, since this would be their first meeting ever, since he was officially announced as her fiancé. Talia turned away, a deep blush creeping up her cheeks, and then hesitantly asked if perhaps the ruffled dress would look better. After that, Emma frowned in clear displeasure, and Emma, clearly offended, said Talia wasn't helping her at all. Talia had to admit she really didn't care about it. The maid looked away wearily and told her mistress she always said that. Meanwhile, over at the Rainhofer family estate, Nox looked quite dashing, wearing a sleek black suit with striking purple details and a magnificent jewel adorning his collar. He spotted Alina, her head buried deep in the sofa. Hearing his steps, she slowly raised her head and simply stated, "You've come." Elena looked utterly shabby, with dark bags under her eyes. Nox agreed with her and started to ask about the elixir, but then he abruptly cut himself off, worriedly asking how she was feeling. The young master gently told her, "You don't look very good." Elena smiled awkwardly and crossed her arms, reassuring him she was always like this when focused on a goal. She'd take care of her friends, so Nox didn't have to worry. Alina then smiled and exclaimed, "She's the best." Elena then laughed sweetly, and then told the young master not to worry about them. "You better take a look here," she said, gesturing to the side. Nox looked over and saw a bottle containing a glowing blue liquid. The young gentleman walked up and took the bottle into his hands. Suddenly, a black screen appeared, displaying the item's detailed information. It was a disposable, advanced-level wind elixir. Its attribute, wind, giving +1 point to endurance and +3 points to agility. The elixir had no special requirements or effects. The bottle levitated slightly above Nox's hands, and Elena looked at him expectantly, asking if he liked it. Suddenly, the system notified him that the potion's effectiveness, it skyrocketed by 200%. All thanks to the alchemy genius, Elena. The young master flashed a knowing smile, convinced he'd finally gotten what he wanted. The elixir of wind. It not only boosts stamina, but also grants a hidden agility boost, which significantly impacts his hour of genius skill. So, he absolutely had to get his hands on this potion. Good thing he had Alina, the genius of potions, on his side. If he hadn't brought her into the fold, everything would have been much more challenging. She patiently waited for his answer. The young master's smile never faltered, as he told her she'd done a truly magnificent job. Elena blushed with pure joy, a wide smile spreading across her face. Nox wasted no time, instantly downing the liquid. Turquoise energy flared vibrantly around his entire body, and for a fleeting second, it was as if the very wind itself surged through the room. He declared they were all finished with their task now. The young master stepped out into the grand corridor, followed closely by Zitri. He flashed a confident smile and declared with unwavering confidence that it was high time they paid Alina a visit. At this moment, his core characteristics were truly something. His name, Nox, a 15-year-old human male, bearing the ominous darkness attribute. Nox had yet to achieve any major accomplishments. His bonuses included genius in close combat, genius in magical perception, strong mind, and master of acting. His limitations, however, were stark: mortally ill, cold limbs, morbidity, and a creeping obsession. Nox's updated stats were impressive. Stamina was 6+1, mana was 9+1, luck soared to 11+1, and his charisma was a staggering 26. In addition, he possessed formidable skills like Hour of Genius, mid-level heirloom sword mastery, southern sword, and ignition technique. Nox's remaining life, tragically shortened by his fatal illness, was a mere 150 days. The system then notified him that his magic perception genius bonus had officially been activated, as his mana had finally reached the 10-point threshold. The young master cut an exceptionally handsome figure, even with his elegant white gloves. Everyone immediately began to buzz with whispers about his arrival. One student pointed out his striking white hair and piercing lavender eyes. Then he wondered aloud, could this be the youngest son of the Rainhofer family? A blonde-haired fellow confirmed it. What he'd heard, that Nox would be entering the academy this year. Another student chimed in, if that good-for-nothing truly made it into the academy, he was instantly warned to watch his mouth, or he might just lose his head. Nox just smiled, asking, what's all this ruckus? He rubbed his neck, eyeing them arrogantly, then asked if some dogs were yapping somewhere. The men immediately fell silent and promptly left. The young master also made his way toward them. Zitri looked at him, her expression worried, before her eyes suddenly widened in surprise. She saw another carriage arrive, and Emma stepped out, smiling. She then called out to the young master. Zitri bowed before her, while Nox looked utterly displeased, muttering that they had already arrived. His system then notified him that his acting skill was temporarily unavailable, because he was simply too shocked. Emma then agreed with him, explaining it was for the Elaine entrance ceremony. She then gestured toward the carriage and told Talia to step out and greet Mr. Nox. Talia suddenly began to panic, loudly asking if Nox was really here. She abruptly slammed the carriage door shut and told Emma, we need a moment. After a short pause, Talia then stepped out, donning a beautiful academy uniform. Her face flushed bright red with embarrassment. Nox stared at her, thinking that even though he expected her here, everything still felt unexpectedly strange. He then remembered practicing with his sword, back in the training room, only to suddenly drop it in shock, asking his maid, Ron, what did you just say? His maid looked at him, bewildered, and replied that she'd merely mentioned they were planning to betroth him to Lady Talia. Just as she was about to elaborate, but Nox panicked, grabbing her by the shoulders, and demanded, how was I supposed to know? He insisted it was a massive problem, but now he hopelessly closed his eyes, the crushing truth sinking in. Their families had already arranged the marriage, unbeknownst to them, and he was not amused. Talia was clearly mortified. Her words came out in a stutter, as she nervously smoothed her hair, then greeted him awkwardly. Nox looked away, his return greeting devoid of warmth. Talia, meanwhile, seemed absolutely thrilled, smiling up at him. Zethri leaned in close to her master, whispering, inquiring if it was Lady Talia, his fiancée. Nox snapped back irritably, ordering her not to say such a thing. Talia, ever cheerful, then asked him how he was doing. He replied coldly that he was fine, then asked her how she was. She replied that she was fine, too, her cheeks flushing. Their awkward conversation was suddenly interrupted by a horse's neigh. Everyone turned, eyes drawn toward the sound. Before them, a lavish green carriage pulled into view. Nox instantly recognized the carriage, thinking of another renowned genius, Eleanor de Rival from Elaine Academy. She hailed from a powerful rival family, one secretly pulling the strings of the entire continent. She was stunning, with fiery red hair and piercing blue eyes, and exuding an undeniable air of grace. Eleanor stepped down, a bright smile on her face as she announced her arrival. Nox instantly recalled her intense dislike for the original, the Nox from the game. Eleanor chuckled, delicately covering her mouth with one hand, then turned to address Nox. Calling him Mr. Nox, she remarked coyly that she hadn't known he'd be here, let alone selected to enroll in the academy, before sweetly expressing her gladness to meet him. Nox, bewildered, simply asked if she was Eleanor, to which she smiled, confirming his suspicion. Then, recalling a particular childhood memory, she added that she was the same heir to the merchant family he had once looked down upon. Her gaze, though, held a slightly menacing edge. Eleanor's smile widened, as she mentioned she never thought they'd meet again. Nox, meanwhile, reflected on her true status as the sole daughter of the continent's richest merchant family, who literally owned nearly half the continent, and her future nickname, the Money Fox. He felt a jolt of panic, remembering their heated childhood argument. The system then notified him that his master acting skill was, once again, unavailable. His mind flashed back to his childhood, seeing a young girl with vibrant red hair. Gazing at her with disdain, he dismissed her as a mere nonentity. scoffing at the preposterous idea that status could simply be bought with a wad of cash. Little Eleanor had blushed crimson with shame and burst into tears. Knox stared at her, finally realizing their strained relationship was a direct consequence of his own foolish actions. He mused to himself that it felt like more people than ever were ready to pierce his heart with a sharp blade. Eleanor offered a pointed smile and asked if something was amiss, noting he wasn't quite acting like his usual self. Crossing his arms defensively, Knox retorted, "And how exactly do you think I usually behave?" She instantly shot back, telling him to drop the pretense, then asked if he truly enjoyed hearing such insults. Knox's eyes narrowed dangerously, a flicker of irritation, as he mentally branded her a stubborn fool. He coolly suggested she leave if she merely intended to quarrel. Eleanor let out a light, mocking laugh, declaring she knew he was still the exact same nasty, petty fool. The young master's brow furrowed as he demanded what she truly wanted, and if she was truly that desperate for his attention. Eleanor, with a sickly sweet laugh, apologized profusely, stating she had absolutely no desire to covet anything. From the infamous black sheep of the Rienhofer family, Knox thought to himself that he knew her utter disdain for him wouldn't simply vanish. He swiftly activated his vision skill, and a torrent of information about Eleanor flashed before his eyes. Her main attributes: female, 15 years old, human race, possessing a wind attribute, titles, genius at counting and genius at acting. However, her limitations included vanity, overwhelming pride, and a glaring weakness against Southern sword techniques. As Knox meticulously studied her stats, he observed that her core characteristics remained stubbornly the same, which, in his estimation, was actually better. The rival family, he mused, was willing to pay an exorbitant price for the D in their name. Eleanor's father had certainly paid dearly. She detested it, yet still, she ruthlessly made the most of this fact. She was far too vindictive and incredibly touchy, and the old Knox had foolishly, even recklessly, decided to pick a quarrel with her. Knox, testing her patience, quietly remarked, "Perhaps she shouldn't have been meddled with at all." Eleanor bowed stiffly before them and announced she would take her leave. No goodbyes would be exchanged, since they weren't close enough for well wishes. Knox, ever so calm, told her it didn't faze him one bit, as he expected nothing. Better from a hillbilly like her anyway. She just smiled, agreed, and coolly walked right past him. The young master then told Talia they also needed to get going, as the entrance ceremony was about to begin. She looked a bit worried and deep in thought, but quickly agreed nonetheless. They then headed towards the academy entrance. Knox mused that now, he definitely wouldn't be able to shake Talia, since she was his fiancée, but he tried to make the most of this situation. As he glanced at the Elaine building, he figured it was time to get back on his feet. A couple minutes later, they were finally inside. The young master looked around and told his bride. As expected, the children of many renowned families had gathered here. Some newcomers were already mingling and chatting. Knox considered that, while some of them might be useless and not aligned with the original story, it would still be advantageous to enlist their support. He remembered several key individuals: Paracelsus, Lenore, the girl with yellow hair, the guy with black hair, and the girl with pink hair. These were the strongest characters in the game. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he decided it would be best to outright avoid them, to prevent completely derailing the plot. A cautious approach was absolutely necessary. Suddenly, he asked Zetri if he was imagining things, or if too many eyes were focused on him. Zetri told him that this was indeed the case. The aristocrats glanced at him every now and then, with shock and occasional contempt in their gazes. The maid furrowed her brows, and told him she thought he'd be popular in Elaine. The young master crossed his arms, repeated her words, and asked if she thought the looks were too unkind for him to be considered popular. Talia looked at him with worry. Suddenly, someone coughed loudly. He asked if everyone could hear him clearly. A hush fell, and Knox's gaze fixed on the stage. He realized everything was finally about to begin. Servants bowed deeply as a white-haired girl gracefully stepped onto the stage. Barefoot, she munched on a caramel stick, greeting everyone in rather unusual clothes, with azure eyes and a strange mark on her chest. She looked only somewhat human. The students, however, began to murmur wondering if she was a child or a dwarf, and where the real professor was. Nox scoffed, thinking they were absolute idiots, for before them stood a truly unimaginable monster, one that couldn't be judged by mere appearance. Suddenly, a black screen popped up before the young master, detailing the girl's crucial information. Her name, Noah Avon Trinity. Age and race, unknown. Attribute, ice. Achievements included, a pillar of Elaine Academy, and one of the 4 sages. Noah's bonuses, genius in mana detection, and goodwill, with limitations like an inferiority complex, short stature, and pure laziness. Her stats showed 21 strength, 26 mana, 8 luck, 22 willpower, and 10 charm points. And she possessed 2 passive skills, Sea of Mana and Ruler's Aura, along with active skills, Water Bubble, Cold Beam, and Blizzard. The young master's face went utterly pale. He realized this was a character he absolutely needed to stay on good terms with. Talia looked at him questioningly, but he fiercely warned her to say nothing about this girl if she valued her life. Noah then smiled widely, introduced herself, and cheerfully announced she was the brand new dean of the academy. Raising a finger, she started to warn the students. But before she could even finish her thought, her hair suddenly stood on end, and her eyes glowed an icy blue. Threateningly, she warned that if anyone called her Shorty again, she would absolutely kill them. Afterward, she sweetly asked if they understood. She then told everyone they would begin the trial entry into Elaine Academy, which surprised them as the code didn't mention such rules. Noah smirked arrogantly at a student who dared to raise an objection. He declared it was the new dean's rule, designed to weed out the rabble. A massive, strange seal began to glow with blue light beneath the unsuspecting students. Noah wished everyone a full experience, then sinisterly wished them good luck. Nox's eyes widened, realizing it had begun. Suddenly, all the students vanished without a trace. They found themselves thrust into a dense forest, with the sun shining brightly overhead. The students lay scattered on the ground, breathing heavily. A burly, bearded man with a bald head bellowed at them to get up, calling them idiots for lounging in front of him. The students trembled, utterly exhausted from the ordeal. But the man's gaze sharpened, fixing on Nox, the young master who stood on shaky legs, desperately struggling to stay upright. The man squinted, examining Nox closely, who swallowed nervously, noting how the man's bald head gleamed like a halo. This was Burnin, a formidable martial arts instructor and academy graduate, known among players as Takaki, an incongruous nickname considering his shiny bald head. Despite his appearance, he was a highly competent instructor. Nox mused. It would be challenging to prove himself worthy to him. Burnin scrutinized him further, then, with a booming voice, called him Snow White, asking if he pitted himself. The young master frowned, hoping his expression didn't betray him, and replied that nothing was wrong. Activating his master acting skill, Burnin told him to stop talking about the future and learn to trust his instincts. He warned him against indulging in nasty thoughts. Nox calmly raised his hand and asked Burnin to explain the entrance test. He suggested that for now, they could put aside topics of conversation that weren't related to the matter at hand. The instructor agreed, then stated that first, they needed to wake up all the sleeping students, so Nox had better cover his ears. Of course, Nox still needed them. He obediently covered his ears with his hands. Burnin's hands began to glow with a potent blue light. Then, he sharply clapped his hands together. What followed was an incredibly loud, utterly obnoxious sound that rang out, sending the students into a panic-fueled scream. They scrambled up, demanding to know the source of the noise. A brown-haired student shouted his question, but the instructor promptly smacked him hard on the head. "You're that freak, aren't you?" he snarled. He then asked the boy if he had a death wish. The guy stared at Bernon's gleaming bald head, which now seemed to be radiating light. He and the other students couldn't help but squint. The instructor crossed his arms over his chest. "So, you not only called them names," he began, "but you're also pulling a face of displeasure now? Do you have an extra life, or something?" he demanded. The guy quickly mumbled an apology. Just a few minutes later, students were seen carrying their unconscious peers on stretchers. The instructor barked orders at them, telling them to quickly move the students, who were still unresponsive, to a safe area. With that handled, the remaining students gathered before Bernard, and he told them that, since they had all come to their senses, he would now explain Elaine's entrance test. Knox listened intently to his speech, thinking that this test's objective was simply to diligently hunt monsters across this enchanted island. As a reward after each monster's defeat, various colored mana gems would be left behind. The fewer mana gems, the higher their value. He pondered why this was the case. Wouldn't more be inherently better? The young master quietly answered his own question. He smiled, realizing that was only half true, because for this test, they focused on two key aspects. The first was sensitivity to mana, which had already been subtly assessed. It was tested with Noah's mid-level magic. Whoever woke first from her spell was considered the best. The second test checked a student's ability to detect even the most minuscule grains of mana. These two indicators, he knew, were what allowed magicians to excel in battle. That's why the gems were specially selected in such a particular way. That was the whole point. Burnin then addressed the students. This place was conjured by Noah's spell. Our current dean. There are countless creatures here, and these pathetic worms. They don't even know how to fight properly, so they'll be granted a special indulgence. They're allowed to unite in teams. The students immediately began sizing each other up, trying to spot a potential partner. Suddenly, swords materialized right beside every student. Everyone stared at them in shock. The instructor then informed them that the maximum team size was 8 members, and that they'd better hurry up and make their decisions. After that, he simply turned around and declared he'd be waiting for them. At the very top, everyone stared at him in utter shock, and a girl cried out, saying she still had questions. Another guy questioned if he was really just leaving them like that. The man simply told him, "I have." The brown-haired guy rubbed his aching head. Where he was hit, it still throbbed. He grumbled, asking why the instructor even needed to hit him. Everyone else watched him depart, utterly serious. Suddenly, a pink-haired girl raised her hand and asked if anyone wanted to aid the princess. Besides her, of course. Behind her stood a girl with long, flowing yellow hair. Elena smiled, announcing that she would generously reward anyone who joined her. She swore it on her family's name. The students glanced askance at Knox, but he simply turned away and vanished into the forest's depths, alone. He smiled, thinking that in the game of prophetic dreams, a mediocre person simply wouldn't survive here. What truly matters here is a person's knowledge. In order to strengthen his terminally ill body, he needed to utilize this opportunity. He approached a cave, muttering that for this, it would be best for him to act completely alone. Knox smirked and swiftly dashed inside. Meanwhile, the instructor stood majestically at the top, with his subordinates lined up behind him. Everything around them was blanketed in snow. He adjusted his headdress, and then thoughtfully stroked his beard. He mused, no matter how you look at it. It's truly strange because the new student not only withstood the dean's formidable magic, but he left that thought unfinished. He then wondered if Knox had also ventured into the forest alone. Does he possess no fear whatsoever? Or perhaps what Burnin had mentioned. That's certainly not true. And there's another reason he wasn't concerned. It was clear from his gaze. Even an uncut diamond is still, at its core, a diamond. He declared. He's waiting for Knox to reveal his true worth, proclaiming him the hidden dragon of the Rainhofer family. He gazed down and waited for him to demonstrate his full capabilities. Sometime later, Knox's sword was slick with blood. Numerous slain monsters lay on the ground, and gems shimmered beside them. He ventured deeper, unaware a figure watched him. It was a young woman with long white hair, who appeared to be tracking him. Meanwhile, Talia, the girl with the vibrant yellow hair, and the pink-haired girl were battling fiercely together, with goblins swarming all around them. They gripped their swords tightly before them. Blood was spilled, and the girl with yellow hair found herself unarmed. Talia worriedly wondered where Knox had gone. She planned to stick by his side. The girl with pink hair suddenly cried out to her, loudly reminding her of the great honor she possessed of protecting Princess Penelope. The girl insisted she needed more enthusiasm. Talia readily agreed with her. The girl with yellow hair was indeed Penelope, and she clutched a magnificent purple gem in her hands. It pulsed with a beautiful, vibrant sparkle. Penelope remarked that they had ventured quite far. She believed purple crystals were valued, far above all others. The girl with pink hair interrupted, saying, "Perhaps this isn't the case after all. This is a test from Noah, one of the 4 wise men. She was certain that there was something far more significant hidden behind all of this. Penelope readily agreed with her, and then scanned her surroundings excitedly. The rest of their teammates were already visibly fatigued and utterly exhausted from the relentless battles. Their clothes bloody, they were sighing heavily. The princess declared she thought that, in their current state, not everyone would manage to push forward. The pink-haired girl frowned deeply, realizing this wouldn't do. She'd promised Penelope she'd get her to the top. The current Aram Empire is corrupt to its very core. To restore the empire to its former glory, Princess Penelope must claim the throne. She thoughtfully rubbed her chin, knowing she had to do everything possible to make it happen. Talia confidently told the princess that she could still fight, so they could simply gather everyone who were still on their own 2 feet and press onward. He then asked her what she would order them to do. The pink-haired girl told her she had been considering it as well. Penelope frowned, squeezed the purple crystal tightly in her hand, then relaxed her grip. She remembered the yellow-haired guy who had looked at her so arrogantly. After a moment, she looked down and agreed with them. She told them they would move on. They needed to hold on just a little longer. Meanwhile, Nox had already exited the cave. Steam puffed from his mouth because everything around was blanketed in snow. He rubbed his hands, attempting to warm them. The system then notified him that the 3rd level chilly limbs restriction was now in effect. His movement speed was limited, and his character's breathing would function intermittently. Additionally, all of his character's stats would temporarily plummet. Nox frowned, closing his eyes. He exhaled heavily, thinking how he knew this would happen. Clenching his hand into a fist, he then snapped his fingers. A fireball appeared above his palm, and the system notified him that the chilly limbs restriction had been lifted due to the owner's fire magic. The young master looked at the screen and thought that if he wanted to go far with a body like his, he would need to devise a strategy for this limitation moving forward. He mumbled that this was quite enough for the time being. He ventured deeper, and then a small fireball floated beside his shoulder. Nox surveyed his surroundings. Snow and massive drifts were everywhere. A biting wind whipped around him. He remarked that this was truly fitting for the legendary frost witch, Noah. The young gentleman glanced up with a knowing smile. He commented, now understanding. This was the very summit of the mountain, but the sheer amount of ice here was excessive. Taking a deep, focused breath, he closed his eyes and sat. He placed his palm flat against the ground. A vibrant purple energy began to emanate from his hand. He wondered how this explanation would apply here. If this were merely an ordinary island, the ice beneath him began to splinter and crack, and the purple energy glowed, permeating the entire mountain, spreading like the intricate roots of a massive tree. He surmised that this place was artificially created by Noah, and everything here hummed with magical origin. Suddenly, monstrous ice creatures materialized. He instantly realized that these monstrous beings were also constructs of pure magic. Nox swiftly stood. His hand pulsed with a powerful purple glow, seemingly absorbing energy. He mused that it was truly difficult to imagine the sheer volume of mana possessed by the Academy's formidable dean. Smiling, he clenched his fist and muttered to himself, "Who cares?" The ice continued to splinter and crack, and truly massive ice monsters erupted from below, their colossal forms several times larger than Nox. The young master's eyes lingered on them. He recognized them as formidable ice trolls, known for their incredibly high regeneration and their immense vitality. He commented that monsters like these could easily overwhelm any beginner, but for him, they were merely dust beneath his feet. One troll swung a sharp, swift blow at him, but Nox swiftly dodged the strike. Another giant swung a massive wooden club his way, but the young master expertly crouched, dodging the attack once more. When the troll tried to land a third hit, Nox blocked the formidable blow with his sword. His eyes flared with a vivid purple light, and he thought about Noah's intense obsession with raw talent. Students, she wouldn't just sideline or suppress their potential before they could truly blossom. Ice trolls then, these weren't just any student-level monsters to take lightly. In the real world, an encounter with them would make anyone pray for a quick, merciful end. He fixed a serious, piercing gaze on the monsters, lost in thought, but his contemplation was cut short, as four massive trolls loomed before him. A girl with long, flowing, white hair watched him, hidden behind a tree. Nox darted past the trolls, a blur of motion, pondering Noah's monsters and how they might just follow a specific attack pattern. His theory? The first troll would always strike vertically, aiming for the center, and stay fixed in position, while the next would swing horizontally, slower due to its wide, sweeping arc. He sprinted toward the final monster, expecting this one to try and pierce him, but predicting it would unleash the weakest blow. As the last troll's attack came down, Nox deftly parried with his sword, a triumphant smile gracing his lips as he successfully parried. With no hesitation, he swung his sword and cut clean through the monster, ending it. Moving with incredible swiftness, he began to unleash a flurry of strikes on the remaining trolls. Blood gushed from their monstrous bodies as he withdrew his weapon, delivering another sharp, decisive blow. With all his monstrous opponents defeated, they finally collapsed to the ground. Nox bent down, his eyes scanning for a gray gem that had fallen from one of the defeated monsters. Holding it, he mused on why he had bypassed all the other gems. This gray crystal was no ordinary drop. It was a hidden marker Noah had specifically placed here for him. With it, he'd be able to exchange it for a truly invaluable scroll. With this, the young master would further strengthen his hour of genius skill once this chapter of his journey was complete. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a dark-haired man held a shimmering purple crystal, confidently telling his partners that at this rate, they'd easily be the first among their peers. Eleanor, however, seemed less than pleased, but a girl with warm brown hair gazed at the gem with sparkling interest. Expressing their shared hope, the girls exchanged joyful smiles, clapping their hands and wholeheartedly agreeing they had done brilliantly. Eleanor remained lost in her own thoughts. She agreed, confident this would be enough to pass the test. Her thoughts drifted as she remembered Nox venturing into the forest alone. A strange unease gnawed at her, and she looked down, her face devoid of emotion. Flashes of her childhood returned, a man shaking her shoulders, demanding to know why she'd quarreled with Rainhofer's son, clad in a long, burgundy coat. He bellowed, reminding her they must rise above all others. He demanded, if she understood, that they needed to reach the very pinnacle. Eleanor stared back, trembling with fear, crying as he shouted that she had to find a way to approach Nox. At any cost, she mused that this man had never truly seen her. Not as his daughter, not now. Thoughtfully, she stroked her chin, musing where Nox had vanished. She pondered that facing this test solo would prove to be of little benefit. Perhaps he knew a hidden path to conquer this test, and with an outstanding score. Suddenly, she raised her hand high, announcing she had a proposition for everyone. With a smile, she declared that, if any of them desired to ascend even higher alongside her, then, in the name of the rival family, he would guarantee them an even grander reward. Everyone erupted into chatter, discussing her proposal. The girl with short hair piped up, asking if she didn't fancy this gem. She warned they might get hurt if they pushed on any further, because it was simply too perilous. Eleanor smiled sweetly, agreeing with their concerns. Then she queried, did they not agree that the higher the risk, the higher the reward? The blonde-haired guy confidently proclaimed he would venture further with her. She nodded in agreement, and a guy in dark clothes inquired if he could join their ranks too. Eleanor looked down, a flicker of sadness in her eyes, thinking everything always boiled down to money. She had no idea what Nox was plotting, but it wouldn't hurt to investigate. After that, she plastered on an artificial smile and asked if it wasn't time to press onward. Meanwhile, Nox had reached the mountaintop. He mused that the very reason to embrace risk and go alone was simple. Everything would be rewarded in full. Look at the corpses of the ice trolls. Thinking that, there was almost no opportunity to improve. The hour of genius skill. In this game, it was almost impossible, until he discovered the hidden agility attribute. Nox said that nothing could be done about it, even if he attracted everyone's attention. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide, turned around, and his sword quickly flew to the side. He was surprised by this, because he had held his sword tightly in his hands. Paracelsus stood before him smiling. He told Nox that he hadn't expected to meet him again. In this way, the swordsman smiled sweetly and told Nox that he was truly glad to see him. The young master looked at him in shock. Clenching his teeth, this was not in his plan. A black screen appeared in front of him, with the basic information of Paracelsus written on it. Male 15 years old. Human race, attribute steel. No achievements, his bonuses were a genius of the sword, and melee a brilliant physician, strong in spirit, merciless to strong people, and compassionate to weak people. His limitations were lazy, obsessive, despises aristocrats. He had 10 points of stamina, 8 points of mana, 2 points of luck, 10 points of willpower, and 25 points of charm. His skills were fourfold passive: maximum sword technique, divine sword fusion, wanderer sword, and basic living sword. Nox thought that Paracelsus was one of the strongest characters in the prophetic dream game, and one of the 3 sword emperors. He wondered what such an exceptional person was doing. Here the young master remembered that Paracelsus should fight the main character of the prophetic dream game at this part and be inspired by his kindness, since he would protect Eleanor, who would get into trouble. Suddenly Nox's eyes opened wide as he realized something might be wrong here. Paracelsus looked at him angrily. He abruptly whips out a small dagger, then hurls it straight at Nox. The young master barely manages to react, deflecting the blade with a swift swing of his sword. He wonders where the main character is, the one who's supposed to be entertaining this swordsman. Aracelis grips his sword, a smirk spreading across his face, then tells Nox directly he's very interested in the crystal in Nox's hands, and demands he hand it over right now. The system notifies the young master that his master acting skill has been activated. Nox scowls, his eyes flaring with a purple glow, then contemptuously calls Aracelis a dirty worm. Paracelsus launches into an immediate sword attack, and the young master swiftly leaps back to dodge the furious strikes. He thinks he must be mistaken, or maybe the main character simply hasn't appeared in this world yet. The swordsman grins, striking with his sword once more, but Nox manages to block the powerful blow. Paracelsus is lightning fast, immediately swinging at Nox a second time. The sword's tip nearly grazes the young master, who jerks his head back, a deep frown on his face. He realizes he'll truly have to entertain Paracelsus himself. He asks Paracelsus if he realizes he's completely messing up all the plot points now. The swordsman offers an ominous smile, claiming he has no idea what Nox is talking about. But he adds something has been bothering him. When met before in chatters, Nox was already wielding a sword perfectly. The young master asks him what he means by that, and Paracelsus sweetly replies that Nox apparently has many worries. He asks if Nox could simply do as he asks, so they can each solve their own problems. The swordsman remarks that the gem would likely yield the highest score. Nox asks what would happen if he refused. Paracelsus calmly tells him he'd leave him no choice but to take the crystal no matter what. They stand opposite each other, the atmosphere thick with tension. The young master accuses him of acting basely, demanding to know if he'd planned this all along. Paracelsus smirks and tells him that Nox himself fell for it. Nox believed he might be the strongest character out there, yet his true talent hadn't fully awakened. Even for a genius, he reserved his genius skill for moments like these. But this wasn't the time for a serious fight. The young master's expression grew serious. He pondered if he might need this crucial skill, especially if the main character truly didn't exist, and he had to save Eleanor himself. He pursed his lips tightly, realizing it was a risky but unavoidable choice. Nox then confronted Paracelsus, stating he wasn't the only one privy to everything. The swordsman merely smirked, asking if Nox truly remembered his name, then teasingly wondered if Nox would beg him to be gentler. For old time's sake, perhaps? The young master frowned, calling him by his full name. Paracelsus, the swordsman's smile barely faltered. Nox pointed his blade directly at him, declaring he knew Paracelsus only joined the academy to unravel the mystery of his teacher's death. Paracelsus glared back, snapping, "You idiot!" The young gentleman simply smiled and coolly asked if he was ready to talk now. Meanwhile, Eleanor's team eventually ascended to the peak. Suddenly, they were enveloped by snow. Penelope's voice rang out to her, stating she knew Eleanor would reach this point. Eleanor bowed respectfully before her, assuring the princess she wouldn't stand in her path. She just needed to verify one crucial thing. Elsewhere, Nox and Paracelsus continued their fierce battle. The swordsman unleashed a powerful swing of his blade, but the young master skillfully evaded the strike. Penelope nodded in agreement with Eleanor, adding that she, too, desired no meaningless conflicts. The pink-haired girl addressed her as princess, and warned it would be challenging to overcome. The son of Rainhofer and Paracelsus themselves, unless they sustained mortal wounds. The girl, Echidna, placed a hand over her chest and solemnly declared to the princess she would follow whatever path she chose. Eleanor's gaze was fixed on the clash between Paracelsus and Nox. She found it utterly bewildering, because the youngest son of the Rainhofer family, whom she remembered as always unremarkable, she frowned, wondering when he had become so incredibly powerful. A tense silence descended upon the forest. The air crackled with the sounds of battle. Nox and Paracelsus were locked in a fierce duel. Talia's face was a mask of concern. Echidna questioned if Talia truly wanted to keep watching this. Talia let out an alarmed gasp as Echidna told her that she'd never imagined the destroyer of the East that would end up being their classmate. His name, it seemed, was Paracelsus. Talia pressed, "Do you actually know this guy fighting Nox?" Echidna closed her eyes, a frown creasing her brow. She then confirmed, "He's famously known as the Grey Wolf. Paracelsus. He's been single-handedly wiping out bandit gangs in the East. That since his youth, earning him that fearsome nickname." Talia admitted she hadn't known any of that. Her partner then continued, saying that this was the first time she'd ever witnessed that such a profound change in the Rainhofer family's son. "I never knew he could wield a sword with such skill." Echidna crossed her arms, observing, and watched the battle with keen interest, remarking dryly that, if it weren't for Nox's vicious streak and sheer laziness, that he could have become a truly good knight. Talia replied, a touch awkwardly, that she didn't exactly consider him pure. Her partner let out a surprised chuckle, and then asked how she knew that. Talia remained silent, simply looking to the side. Meanwhile, Paracelsus relentlessly assailed Nox. Yelling idiot, Nox expertly dodged the blows. He was surprised to sense his opponent's voice, trembling with pure rage. It was only natural. Paracelsus, after all, had been his only teacher. But his beloved teacher had tragically died. All because of a fool from Mills Academy. Paracelsus paused, then sharply told Nox, "The games are over." He then swung his sword sharply, aiming to finish him. Nox parried, and a system notification promptly informed him that his master-level sword skill had just activated. Nox smirked, asking Paracelsus, "Why are you so angry?" As their blades pressed firmly against each other. Nox then calmly told him that he wasn't the one who killed his beloved teacher. This declaration only enraged Paracelsus even further, prompting him to unleash a rapid flurry of sword swings at Nox. But Nox expertly dodged each and every blow, thinking his opponent's attacks have grown a bit simpler. Paracelsus may be naturally gifted, but he's still just too young. The two warriors stood locked in a tense standoff. Paracelsus lunged, attempting another strike at Nox. But Nox, quick as lightning, delivered a sharp knee to his stomach. The blow stole Paracelsus's breath, leaving him gasping silently. He reeled back several meters from the impact. After a heavy sigh, Paracelsus charged once more. He pointed his sword directly at Nox, eyes blazing. Nox promptly raised his own blade, ready to defend. Paracelsus scoffed, a taunt escaping his lips. He wondered aloud how much longer Nox could keep up his chatter. Nox simply smirked in response, and declared he could talk all he wanted. Though, he noted his opponent's attacks had clearly intensified, and perhaps, he mused, dragging out this battle wasn't the wisest move. His legs were already beginning to ache from the exertion. Paracelsus charged again, and Nox suddenly understood that if Paracelsus unleashed his teacher's living sword technique, he would almost certainly lose. There was a good reason. It had ascended to an imperial sword technique. Paracelsus snapped a warning. "Don't get distracted." He struck again, but Nox skillfully parried the blow. Nox let out a sound of clear distaste, and then taunted Paracelsus, calling him a pitiful commoner. Just then, another system notification popped up informing him that the restriction of the swordsman, despising aristocrats, had been triggered. Paracelsus looked at him, his gaze filled with pity. He questioned if aristocrats were truly the reason. People in this world were forced to beg. Their swords clashed anew, a symphony of steel. The blades locked together, as Nox taunted him, criticizing his waste of energy on hatred. And then, a grin spread across Nox's face as he asked if Paracelsus wanted to know a little secret about his precious teacher. Stalling for time, Nox scanned and spotted his classmates nearby. Eleanor was among them. He thought to himself that the monster would make its appearance at precisely 9 p.m. A system notification then confirmed the current time, 8:58 p.m. Paracelsus, a chilling smile on his face, warned Knox he might just lop off a body part to extract the information. Disgusted, Knox scoffed, asking if he truly intended to harm a nobleman and somehow escape the severe consequences. The swordsman hesitated, his eyes darting around. He noted their classmates were all witnessing this encounter. Knox then declared, "This will be my final attack." He added, "No matter the outcome." Paracelsus sneered, calling him overconfident. Suddenly, a sinister grin plastered on his face. He charged. He was practically buzzing, eager to test his opponent. Knox quickly parried, his sword ablur. Dashing right past him, Paracelsus stood utterly shocked. He couldn't even process what had just happened. Meanwhile, Knox, completely unfazed, just casually told him to get out of his way. He zipped by, declaring he had no time for this nonsense. A bizarre black blotch began to slither along the ground, moving directly toward Eleanor, who was still staring at Knox in shock. She couldn't believe how incredibly fast he'd become. Suddenly, a chilling sound made her spin around. A menacing dark shadow was crawling across the pristine snow, heading straight for her. She froze solid. Her face went white, realizing escape was utterly impossible. As the grotesque, black creature materialized right in front of her, she let out a terrified shriek, asking if it was the kind of creature that wandered in the night. Paralyzed with fear, she watched the monstrous thing, believing she was about to die a completely meaningless death right here. Covering her ears, she whimpered uncontrollably in terror. Then, cautiously opening her eyes wide, she saw Knox standing protectively right in front of her. He sliced the monster with his sword, then calmly looked back and asked her, "What is all this pathetic whining about?" The sinister black shadow swiftly dissipated, and the young master simply stared silently at Eleanor. She gasped in shock. "Why, you?" But she couldn't quite finish her thought, as Knox, ever stern, lectured her. "You couldn't even handle such a measly little creature, despite being an elite." He honestly thought her reaction was completely rational. The Night Wanderer was, in fact, a mid-level demon, and in the world created by Noah, that monster wasn't even half as strong as it usually would be. But this demon was terrifyingly real, and the one who summoned it was none other than the murderer of teacher Paracelsus. Eleanor had nearly become his latest victim. In the original game, however, she grew much softer after the main character came to her rescue, which Knox considered a truly idiotic turn of events. Everyone stared at the young master, utterly surprised. Eleanor just frowned, clenching her hands into tight fists out of pure embarrassment. Knox simply gazed at her calmly, noting to himself that the main character didn't seem to have appeared in this world after all. Eleanor's cheeks flushed a soft red, and Penelope quickly told him he shouldn't be so incredibly rude. She declared he was her savior. But the truth wasn't so clear-cut. The princess then asked if he agreed. Knox bowed respectfully and agreed. Penelope declared that the instructors and the new dean, Noah, should have factored in their skills. Nightwalkers were not the demons applicants should be fighting. The young master coolly replied that the enemy always strikes unexpectedly, and remarked how odd it was that she, of all people, wouldn't know this. The princess's eyes flew open, and Echidna quickly shielded her, telling Knox to stop bullying Penelope. She huffily told him she was sure he perfectly understood the intricacies of the situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here to help. Knox realized she had ash, pink hair, and a vertical pupil. It was undeniably Von Zeno, the Echidna. She was the Zeno family's future head, close to the princess and known as the Snake of Greed. Fundamentally, Zeno and Rainhofer families clashed. Their families possessed opposing attributes. Yet, in the game of prophetic dreams, nothing is ever simple. Knox coolly retorted, "Honestly, I don't even want to talk to a holy hound." Echidna, bristling, asked him, "Do you truly dare to slander the Zeno family name?" The young master challenged her. "What would you even do to me for that?" Meanwhile, a man watched them from a nearby hill. This man was Bernard. He roared for them to stop bickering. Afterward, he quickly leaped down, branding them all idiots. Knox coolly inquired if the exam had concluded. The instructor answered affirmatively. With that, the young master presented the gray crystal he had obtained from the monsters. Vernon then told him, "I truly didn't think any of you would actually get a gray gem. It's unexpected, but well done." if, of course, we overlook Nox's arrogance. Nox shot him a questioning look. Following this, the instructor then announced that Nox had earned the highest score for successfully securing the gray gem. Meanwhile, those who secured purple gems were awarded second place. He then asked if everyone agreed with this. A heavy silence fell over everyone, until the princess suddenly raised her hand. She questioned if the Night Wanderer's attack was actually part of the exam, stating the monster seemed all too real, and demanded an immediate explanation. Vernon assured her the incident would still be investigated, and that due to an unforeseen, life-threatening situation, Eleanor would receive appropriate compensation. He then looked at Nox again, calling him Snow White, and informed him that he, too, was entitled to a special reward for saving a peer's life. The young master calmly turned away and stated he didn't need a reward. He mused that getting involved with Eleanor would only complicate things further. Without the true main character, the world would surely drown in injustice, and that just wasn't right. But accepting the reward now would mean acknowledging something untrue, and he preferred to avoid such misunderstandings. After that, he headed in the opposite direction, but Eleanor called out to him. She asked, "Why did you help me?" He widened his eyes, then looked back with clear displeasure, thinking how everything always goes awry. The system then notified him that the master acting skill had been activated. The young master calmly looked at her and told her he was just killing a monster. And then, out of nowhere, she appeared. Eleanor frowned questioningly, her gaze fixed on him. Nox turned away from her again. Frowning awkwardly, Nox let out a heavy sigh, thinking about how he had avoided this conversation. Eleanor, famously known as the Money Fox, was both rich and incredibly calculating. She was convinced that everything in this world could be bought with money, even a human heart, however. He didn't finish the thought. Sometime later, Eleanor was riding in a carriage, a young man sitting opposite her. She looked out the window and asked him why Nox had saved her, remarking that he'd even refused the instructor's award. He remembered his words about just killing a monster, but it felt like an obvious lie. The man spread his arms wide and asked her if it wasn't pointless. "Don't you think so yourself?" he asked. He told her that Nox was the most common scoundrel. Eleanor disagreed. "It's not that simple." She argued Nox lied to me. He must have had a reason. The man asked if she truly believed that, and she frowned looking out the window. Her face became serious, and she told him she needed more details. He assured her that he would try to gather as much information as possible. She cut him off, saying she would handle it personally. Then she warned him that the Reinhardt family wouldn't sit idly by if they discovered someone collecting information and compromising evidence about them. Scroll lay in her lap, listing the general, an advanced subject she'd study at the academy. The man smiled, nodding his understanding. Sometime later, in the dormitory of Elaine Academy, Nox sat in a chair. Zethary, watching him with worry, asked if he was truly okay, mentioning his pale complexion and recent hypothermia. A white towel rested on his forehead as he reassured her not to worry, that he would get better. Yet he knew there were unresolved questions. If there was no main character, then someone had to take on the role to regain his lost memories and uncover the ones sending him those messages. He believed it was necessary. There was no other option. Only Nox, whom he possessed, was the villain. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, stood abruptly, and asked, "Is this really it? A way out?" The tree gasped. Nox smiled, calling out his name, realizing that even in this world, he could be both villain and protagonist. Meanwhile, in an unknown place, the sky glowed an ominous red as dark smoke swirled, and bodies lay scattered across the ground. A tattered piece of cloth, like a flag, fluttered on a stick bearing a bird emblem. Among the corpses stood a girl with long, red hair, holding a sword and looking absolutely fierce. A man in a long cloak and an iron mask called her Moon Lady, warning her that the mines had begun to stir. He knelt before her, vowing to bring about the awakening. The Moon Lady then declared that the continent would soon be rocked by another bloody storm. The man, Daff, asked if she was ready. She turned away, instructing him to prepare, confident their goal would be achieved. As she pulled on her cloak, adorned with a moon-shaped keychain, blood smeared her hands and clothes. She swore to utterly destroy the Aram Empire, but left the sentence unfinished. In a different moment, Nox reflected on his past life, recalling that experienced gamers often shared a distinct perspective. The line between protagonist and antagonist was incredibly thin. Of course, he completely agreed with this notion. Both characters faced remarkably similar trials. Only monster bosses truly represented absolute evil. Villains were usually those who had endured deep trauma, which explained people's obsession with them. Walking through a narrow, dimly lit street, Nox, clad in a dark robe, mused that although villains and heroes were different in character, the villain could not simply become a hero. He grinned, realizing that, in a world doomed by the absence of a true protagonist, the villain might have to step up and fulfill both roles. He then noticed a small house, emanating a faint blue light at its entrance, as though it were illuminated. Rubbing his neck, he muttered that he didn't particularly enjoy this life. On the edge, but it was all he had. Here stood a formidable organization, a gathering of villains, eager to overthrow the imperial family. Blue energy swirled within his hand, and a brilliant glow erupted before him. Later, at a grand table, an instructor and several other men sat deep in discussion. Noah, seated at the center, looked boredly to the side. Bernan then asked everyone for their opinions. A man with striking purple hair reassured him, claiming he was completely in control of the test. He then asked if he'd messed up somewhere again. The instructor grew angry, pursed his lips, and then called him a fool, telling him that he'd already said that he was innocent. Suddenly, Noah's eyes snapped wide open. Her expression turned ominous. The dean then demanded, "What are you two doing now?" Bernan abruptly put his arm around the purple-haired man's neck and sheepishly told her they weren't doing anything. He laughed awkwardly and asked if they could continue the discussion. He then started to explain where they were at, but didn't finish the thought because Noah smiled artificially and asked, "Haven't you been listening to me?" Everyone stared at her in abject fear, and she informed them that she had already informed the entire teaching staff. She then asked the instructor and the purple-haired man, "Are you two not listening to me?" As always, a gray-haired man with glasses told everyone that the dean spoke about the enemy, who appeared during the entrance examinations, and put the applicants in grave danger. Noah sighed heavily, agreeing with him. She told the teachers that behind all this, there were people who wanted to wreak havoc in the academy, as well as throughout the empire. Eleanor was only their first target. The dean asked if they could imagine why she, a star in the world of finance, became their target. The purple-haired man told her it was because the rival trading company, which her family runs, imports about 70% of the goods into the Arkham Empire. Bernan then told her, if the enemy truly intended to strike a rival, then they definitely wouldn't stop there. Noah wholeheartedly agreed with him, declaring that this incident was both a blatant challenge and a dire warning for the academy itself. Therefore, they needed to meticulously prepare for adverse outcomes. Everyone concurred with her, so she rose, preparing to leave. But she had a sudden change of heart, sat back down and smiled, dramatically raising a single finger. Noah informed them she also wanted to designate another person who posed an equally grave threat. Everyone stared at her, completely taken aback. Vernon then sharply asked what she meant by that. The dean affirmed his question with a nod, then recalled how she'd been discreetly keeping an eye on Nox. In fact, she was, the girl with the white hair. Noah then told the teachers about this student, who was supposedly the most talented individual among this entire stream of students. The man with purple hair exclaimed in surprise, asking, "Who is it?" He was visibly shocked, eyes wide. He thought there really is a person whom she immediately recognized as uniquely talented. The man mused this was the first time since that notorious incident with the princess. Noah then revealed that the student was Nox. The man with purple hair interrogated her. Is this the same scum of the Rainhofer family, famous only for his insatiable lust? She stood up and walked toward the room's exit, then smiled and told him, "You're absolutely right." The dean remembered Nox's piercing look and told all the teachers this is a child, but she didn't finish the thought. Noah firmly grabbed the doorknob and then, with a final declaration, told everyone, "Nox might even be stronger than I am." The man with purple hair shot up abruptly, utterly astonished. The man in the red jacket interjected, "Did I hear something wrong just now?" The teacher in the blue sweater questioned, "How could the black sheep of the Rainhofer family possibly be like this?" Everyone was utterly shocked. They couldn't believe it. Meanwhile, Nox entered a small, unassuming tavern. A man with a small beard immediately called him kid and gruffly asked what he'd forgotten there. Nox smiled and told him, "Moonlight shall shine on the sharpest pen for the glory of the empire." The man gave him a serious look. Then, looking displeased, he told him he could pass, though he had no idea how that woman knew the secret code, and passed it to someone like him. The young master calmly asked, "Won't you even introduce yourself?" He smiled and strolled over to the shelf. Bottles of various drinks lined it. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, considering a trip to the sleeping quarters. But Nox didn't finish that thought. He grabbed bottle number 3, then number 1, then 8, and finally 4. Suddenly, a powerful blue energy erupted before him. He instinctively covered his face with his hand. The system immediately notified him that he'd been exposed to high-level magic. His mana flow was temporarily reversed, and his magic perception, genius skill, had been temporarily blocked. Furthermore, his character would be teleported to the designated location, the young master's cloak, and Heir billowed with the sudden rush of air. He then looked down sadly, thinking his stats were still lacking. He even felt a tremor run through his body. Suddenly, his eyes shot open wide. A sharp blade pressed against his neck. Standing before him was Luna. She held a long sword poised at his throat. "Who are you?" she demanded. Nox happily called out, "Luna," and smiled, but she only pressed her sword deeper into his neck. His skin was slightly pierced, and a trickle of blood began to flow. The young master calmly told her that she was the leader of the sleepers, the sole pillar of the Sword Empire, whose face no one had ever seen. He then added that he was here because of her. Luna's eyes widened. She asked if he knew not only the location of their headquarters, but also her true identity. She declared she would ask him the question again. Luna threateningly demanded, "Who are you?" Nox calmly pushed her sword away with his hand, and simply stated, "I am Nox." He threw his hands up, ready to speak, and declared his desire to join the sleepers. Meanwhile, night had already fallen. The bright moon shone high in the inky sky, and Paracelsus was deep in thought, alone in his room. He gazed out the window, his mind fixated on Nox, because it seemed Nox harbored a secret about the death of the venerable Celsus. He pondered how the young master could have known that his teacher had met his end. Paracelsus doubted it was a mere guess. This unexpected demise of one of the Sword Empire's 3 mighty pillars, who supposedly met an accidental, tragic end. He mused on the bitter irony of it all, especially since Nox was considered a disgrace to the Rainhofer family. Paracelsus wondered just where this elaborate lie originated. He recalled their clash atop the treacherous mountain, and realized that, even if only for a fleeting couple of moments, the young master had unmistakably surpassed him in speed. He'd never witnessed such speed in a man, with the sole exception of the venerable Kelsey himself. Perhaps all the known information about Nox was meticulously fabricated, and rumors about his personality and behavior were nothing but lies. Paracelsus rose, then lay down upon his bed, and then he demanded, why was this even necessary? Why would the Rainhofer family conceal such prodigious talent? The swordsman declared, however, that this shouldn't concern him, because ultimately he would simply trample anyone foolish enough to stand in his way, especially if they were some stinking, arrogant aristocrat. Deep scars crisscrossed his formidable chest, and with a calm sigh, he closed his eyes. Paracelsus drifted into sleep, but a very strange dream awaited him. In the dream, events from the distant past unfolded. A man's voice warned him that Empress Estin had descended into madness and had become a ruthless tyrant, which had utterly shaken the imperial family's authority. But her daughter, Penelope, known widely as the Benevolent Princess, fiercely opposed the first prince in the political arena. To survive, he would be forced to choose a side. It seemed this man was none other than his teacher. Paracelsus listened with rapt attention, and the man continued his crucial counsel, that he must enroll in the prestigious Alden Academy, and carefully consider which side he would fight for. This was his main task, and Aristotle was sweating. He was tossing and turning in his sleep, and his teacher had told him that he had taught him everything he could. After that, in a dream, he remembered how his teacher was killed. Aristotle apologized to him for having to leave first. The swordsman woke up in a panic. He was breathing heavily, and covered his face with his hands. He had gloves on his hands, which began to glow pink. Paracelsus rubbed his neck with his hand, displeased, and sighed heavily. Then he said that if the old man left, then he had to see it through to the end. After that, he stood up, and asked why this dead man was still torturing him. At this time, Nox stood opposite Luna, but was still holding her sword at his neck. Basic information about her. Appeared on the black screen. Luna, female, 20 years old, human, and possessed a lunar attribute. She had no achievements. Luna had 4 bonuses: Genius of the Sword in Battles, Aggressive Eye of Reason, Cold-Blooded. Her limitations were Cruel Berserk, Diehard Fan, and Crazy. Luna's statistics were good: 27 stamina points, 24 mana points for luck points, 25 willpower points, and the same number of charm points. She had 3 passive skills: Battle Spirit, Piercing Gaze, and Intimidation. In addition, Luna also had active skills: Moon's Word Master and Mana Burst. The system notified the owner that some of the information was unavailable. This would be revealed as the story progressed. The young master thought that she was one of the 3 pillars of sword. She was a monster, comparable to the best Knight Masters, at only 20 years old. Additionally, her sword style was not easy to master. For this, Luna asked him why the son of the great Rainhofer family would join a criminal organization. The system pinged the young master. First level bleeding was officially active. He calmly stated he was here to destroy the Empire. She started to ask him what it was, but couldn't finish her thought. That's because Nox interrupted her, asking her what she probably already knew. To destroy the Empire, you first needed to dismantle the Elden Academy. It's under the Imperial family's thumb, right? He put a hand to his chest and smiled. And then he confidently declared to Luna he was ready to spy for her. She asked him, "Do you truly think you're capable of this?" Nox answered with a firm affirmative. Luna stared at him, utterly incredulous, before slowly lowering her sword. "You're clearly not the timid type," she told him. "What was your name again?" She pressed. The young master rubbed his new wound. He then introduced himself to her. The moon called Death, the man in the black cloak, immediately approached Luna. "I am here," he stated. She ordered him prepare for the moon test. Death's face was marred with terrible scars. He bowed low to Luna, affirming he would carry out her order. After that, he walked up to Nox and presented him with a black robe. "Put this on and follow me," he instructed. Some time later, the moon still shone brightly. They walked through a small forest. The young master gazed at the sky, thinking, "This is great." Everything was proceeding exactly according to his plan. They arrived at a strange, ominous building. Daph informed him that once he ascended the altar, he must eliminate every enemy that appeared. Also, he absolutely mustn't lose the cloak he was given. Daph spoke a little strangely. He seemed to stutter slightly and spoke very slowly. His voice held a mysterious tone. Nox questioned why he couldn't lose his cloak. Daph explained that this was the only way he would escape the Berserker's power. The young master donned the black cloak. He then pulled the hood over his head, and he thought he finally understood why this cloak was so crucial. The Berserk debuff was easily one of the worst in the game. It drove you completely insane, all for a temporary boost in strength. Daph had warned him that exposure to the Blood Moon would essentially drive him mad. This was the Berserk effect in all but name. True to the warning, the moon in the sky began to turn a sinister crimson. The young master considered that 2 conditions were necessary to pass this test. He had to resist the crimson moonlight to avoid the Berserk effect, and then confront the horde of monsters. The original game never explicitly stated how. This test was meant to be passed, primarily because it was a world seen through the main character's eyes, and he for sure had no need for the villainous organization's trials. Thus, hardly anyone knew the proper way to clear it. Yet, he was now obligated to overcome it. Nox smiled, and Luna, arms crossed, told him that after completing the test, one of 2 fates awaited him. She raised a finger, a smile playing on her lips, then declared he'd either join the sleepers, if he could handle it, or become one of the corpses. The young master looked at her, and then chuckled contentedly, telling her they'd discover later. If things were truly so straightforward. He and Daph then approached the altar. A sleeper member pulled out a scroll, and as blood dripped onto the floor, a strange seal beneath them began to activate. It glowed pink, and Daph looked to the side, noticing a multitude of monsters had appeared. Nox saw them too. Snakes, massive bulls, and creatures with enormous fangs. There were so many. The young master realized this was absolutely not a level his current self could possibly handle. After all, every single monster here was at least a mid-rank chimera. The sheer number of them also bothered him, which is why he didn't finish the thought. Nox removed his hood, then dramatically cast his cloak aside. The crimson moon shone down, and he smiled, thinking his unique way of passing the test. It was meant for this, anyway. Luna frowned, thinking he'd truly lost his mind. A system notification popped up that the blood moon was imposing a negative berserk effect on him, and the character could lose his sanity. The young master's eyes flew open wide. His body seemed to double in mass. He looked at his hands in utter shock. The system issued a dire warning that his sanity would not be restored. Not if he suddenly lost it. The young master smiled. His eyes began to glow purple, and the system notified him that all the players' indicators had been increased, not by 1.5 times. His stamina was almost 10 points. His mana was almost 14 points. His luck was 10 points. His was almost 17 points, and his charisma points remained the same. The system notified him that the berserk effect was actively applied to him. This did not affect his luck and charm indicators. The moon became even brighter and redder, and the system again notified him that the blood moon that was putting a berserk effect on him, potentially making him lose his sanity. Nox's hidden statistics appeared on the screen. His agility was 7 points. The young master had the following skills: Genius Hour, mid-level family sword skill, Southern sword technique, ignition. The remaining time of his life, that due to the fatal disease, that was 142 days. He had a berserk effect applied to him. Luna thought he was an utter fool. She wondered if he was completely crazy. Nox smiled and took deep breaths. A staff member told the chief they couldn't believe that the young master simply threw away the cloak, because it was the same as throwing away his own life. He asked her if he should stop him. Luna answered him negatively, and then told him that, first of all, Nox is clearly not the kind of person who listens to others, and his death means nothing to them. Daff, visibly worried, told her that he was a son of the Rainhofer family, and his father was Theo, and Theo wasn't fond of sleeping people. He questioned if they'd give him a reason to spark a conflict between them. Luna smiled, assuring him that wouldn't happen. She'd handle it. She smiled, then looked at the young master again, before turning back to Daff, asking if he truly believed Theo was one of those people, filled with fatherly love. He replied that was absolutely impossible. Luna just told him they'd simply watch. She glanced at Nox, calling him an idiot. She then told Daff Nox probably had a plan. He told her he'd do whatever she commanded. Nox's sword began to exude dark energy, and the monsters shrieked sharply. The red dragon quickly rushed towards the young master. He immediately sliced through its body with his sword. Drops of blood poured onto his face, and he smiled. Then, he realized the whole world had suddenly turned scarlet. This is exactly how the sleeper test was described in the game. He sighed in concentration, and then thought that all his indicators had sharply increased. And that wasn't all. It was as if he suddenly became more capable, taller and wider. Even his shoulders grew larger. Nox was now undeniably more capable than all his peers. The other monster screamed and charged sharply towards the young master. So Nox opened his eyes wide. They glowed purple after that. He again effortlessly cut down the monsters. He tore off their heads. His clothes, hair, sword, and face were all covered in drops of blood. But the monsters showed no signs of calming down. Many beast-like monsters rushed towards the young master. So he crouched down a little, assuming a comfortable position for attack. He thought about how the berserk effect is considered a negative status, one of the worst prophetic dreams in the game. It only appears during the blood moon. Nox smiled, holding out his sword in front of him, and then thought that he'd always intended to use it. From the very beginning, it all came down to one clever trick. The system promptly notified him that his 2 genius-level characteristics he could suppress the negative effects of the blood moon. The young master thought he possessed the melee genius characteristic and magic perception genius. The system quickly notified him that the negative impact had been suppressed. Nox looked at the monsters and thought the whole point here is that geniuses are simply on a different level. It felt utterly unfair, but he could totally afford it. Right after that, the young master quickly leaped up and then swung his sword, exclaiming he was using the grim judgment technique. He landed hard on the ground and slammed his sword into the monsters. Many heads were instantly severed. Luna and Daff looked at him in utter shock, and the system promptly notified the young master that, thanks to the black flame ring artifacts effect, His life was extended by 2 days and 7 hours. Nox smiled, looking utterly like a madman. He shouted to the monsters, "If you're really that jealous, then you too can get a fatal disease, just like I did." After that, he quickly swung his sword all around him, and many monsters fell to the ground again. Luna shouted something to him, but Nox couldn't hear her. He thought, "It's far too noisy here." He sighed to calm himself down, and then walked up to her. He asked her, "Luna, are you watching this fight?" She smiled and happily told Daff that it seemed like they absolutely had to accept Nox to join them. He told her in surprise that there weren't many people on the entire continent with a talent like his. She called Nox loudly and told him that he had passed the test, so he needed to return to them. Luna opened her eyes wide and smiled, and then thought that Nox was truly interesting. She called Daff, and he bowed to her, then handed the young master a black robe. He told him to take it because it was the cape of a full-fledged, a member of the Sleepers. The system confirmed Nox had received the item. The young master smiled, utterly content. As he gazed at his hands, the system notified him he was about to receive a Sleeper's cloak. Immediately, the item's data began downloading, and then basic information about the Sleeper's cloak flashed across the screen. It was an intermediate advanced item, lacking a compatible attribute. The cloak granted a +1 to willpower. The only requirement to use it? Membership in the Sleepers. This cape also boasted special effects. The Moonlight Oath was one, now available to the young master. Fellow Sleepers would instantly recognize it by the cloak's unique design, woven from the silk of black spiders. The cloak could reflect most minor negative effects. Then, the system informed the young master that data for a new passive skill was downloading. He closed his eyes in contentment, then looked at Luna. She eyed him with a questioning gaze, and then asked him if he genuinely had any questions for her, given how he was staring. Nox calmly replied that, as far as he knew, few newcomers had ever aced this test, which meant he was due an appropriate reward. Luna looked at him thoughtfully, then broke into a smile, telling him he was handling everything exceptionally well. She called him a brave newbie, and then wondered aloud how long he could maintain that level of cockiness. Luna informed him he was now free until his next mission assignment. He bowed before her, and she told him she hoped he wouldn't disappoint her. After that, Nox approached the shimmering blue portal, and Luna asked Daff, "Isn't Nox an interesting boy?" He readily agreed, then thoughtfully rubbed his chin and confessed he couldn't understand how the young master had withstood the Blood Moon's madness. Luna replied that she shared his bewilderment because, frankly, anyone else wouldn't last 5 minutes out there unless they were some kind of genius. But even geniuses wouldn't dare fight without their protective gear, which means Nox is crazy enough to put his life on the line. Daff agreed with her again, asking him to keep a close eye on the young master. He told them they needed to watch what Nox was truly capable of and what else he'd pull. Just then, Nox emerged from the other side of the portal, sauntering back into the tavern. Kieran calmly wiped down the dishes, then smiled, asking Nox if he was truly insane. Nox told him he was absolutely right about that. He smiled faintly, thinking, in other words, he's asking why I tossed the protective cape, knowing it could have cost me my life. Only, he didn't risk a thing, because he possesses complete resistance to the Berserk effect, and 2 geniuses at once. That is, a genius in both melee and magical perception. Nox thought, simply put, only he's able to wield the Blood Moon as a bonus. Karen told him he hoped it was worth it. The young master then asked him if he truly needed anything from him. The man put on a serious face and told him he thought it was unfair that Nox hadn't properly introduced himself. The young master's eyes widened in surprise, asking what he meant. Karen smiled, telling him he'd shared his name, but he didn't finish the thought because the young gentleman immediately introduced himself, stating his name. He asked if they were even now. Kieran answered in the affirmative, then told him they'd see each other again. Nox walked towards the tavern's exit. Karen told him that, in fact, it would be incredibly difficult to blend in with the academy schedule, but more than likely, it wouldn't be easy for him to hide his strength. He hoped Nox wouldn't stand out too much. A while later, Nox arrived back at the dorm. He mused about how surprisingly smoothly everything had gone. As he entered his room, Stree was already waiting. She was absolutely furious. She demanded to know why he'd snuck out of his room. On their very first day, without a word to her, the young master in a panic, glanced at his hair. There was still blood in it. He thought Stree was fast asleep when he left. He was just checking to make sure. The maid, clearly displeased, asked if he was even listening to a single word she said. She reminded him that she'd told him countless times that he needed to refrain from such rash actions. Despite all the negative rumors surrounding their family, there was always a chance for rehabilitation. She emphasized that last word especially loudly. Knox awkwardly closed his eyes and let out a heavy sigh. After that, he casually started taking off his clothes, telling her she should just forget about it. Then he asked her, "How was your day?" The young master then added that as far as he knew, servants also received training. Stree's eyes widened, and she nervously rubbed her hands. She suddenly looked down, a wave of sadness washing over her. Then she simply said nothing special had happened. Knox observed her closely, thinking something definitely happened today. He thoughtfully rubbed his chin. He considered the lessons for servants, who were not only low-ranking, but also nobles. It seemed Stree had become a prime target for their ridicule. Knox wondered if there was truly nothing to be done about this. Afterwards, he handed her a small pouch, telling her she needed to take this. If you have any problems in class, he instructed, you must open this bag. Stree took the bag, examining it with great interest. She began to ask, what is it? But the maid couldn't finish her thought, because the young master simply smiled. He told her she should only open it in case of real trouble. There's an item in this bag that will help you. Quite radically, Stree looked at him in surprise, asking if she really couldn't open it now. He firmly told her not to. The maid bowed respectfully before him, confirming that she understood everything, and if anything ever went wrong, she would absolutely use this item. The young master smiled warmly, telling her not to hesitate to use it if she ever found herself in trouble. He asked if she understood him, and she replied with a firm yes. Afterward, the system notified him that he had successfully entered Elaine Academy, and the first part of the plot was complete. Knox's eyes widened in surprise, thinking this has finally happened. A message then flashed on screen, stating he had one unread message. The system prompted, would you like to read it? The young master tapped his finger on the screen, thinking, of course I want to do this. Immediately after, he felt a strange sensation. The letter's sender greeted him, writing that if he had received this message, then he had successfully joined Elaine Academy. The sender knew he could handle this task without any problems and was happy for him. Knox pondered the fact that the sender of the letter expressed themselves in such a tone, almost as if they could see right through him. This person knew him well. He continued reading the letter. The sender wrote that this was just the beginning of his trials. They were sure Knox had faced hardship before, but alas, it would only get worse. No one else could cope with this but him, because only Knox was destined to know the true ending. The sender wrote that they knew it would sound irresponsible, but they were truly trying to help him in any way they could. The man also included gifts in the letter, noting there weren't many, but he hoped Knox would accept what was attached to this letter. The young gentleman sat back and declared that the letter's contents didn't really explain anything. This time either. He needed to rethink everything thoroughly, because there was a possibility that the sender of these letters, that was a prophetic dream. The very fact that this person could influence events through the system and even send something to him proved his conclusions were correct. So he absolutely had to focus on completing the story, because it was directly tied to his lost memories. The young master sighed, saying he'd stop talking about anything. He couldn't decide right now. He looked at the letter icon on the screen and said, he'd better take a look at this gift. Knox pressed a button, making his character's inventory appear on screen. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide in surprise, because several names appeared on the screen. Theo, Alina, Grain, Talia. He was utterly shocked. He mumbled, if I understand everything correctly. But he didn't finish the thought, because he pressed the button with Talia's name, and many screens appeared in front of him. Basic information about Knox's father also appeared on the screen. Knox smiled, thinking this was an incredible ability. Normally, to read someone's characteristics using vision, he needed to see the person. But here, everything was different. Now he could, at any time, look at the characteristics of those he had already met. He smiled, saying that such a gift could really only be sent by. Suddenly, he frowned and looked more closely at the screen. He called Theo a crazy fool. His stamina had increased so quickly by almost half a point. Knox wondered if he was still developing, even though he was already a recognized pillar of the Sword Empire. The young master immediately calmed down, saying that it didn't matter, because, while he was looking at the increase in Theo's stats, he realized one thing. He looked in the mirror and saw his present self from the past world. He then thought this world only looked like a game, but was not a real game. Nox tensed in displeasure and said that this was complicating everything. He gazed at the scroll and expressed relief that at least the class selection had proceeded smoothly. Etched onto the scroll was a list of subjects Nox was expected to master. These included martial arts, the study of magical techniques, the history of the Arkham Empire, and horsemanship. The next morning, the academy buzzed with countless students. Zietri stepped into the room. Numerous apprentice maids were gathered nearby, and they all stared at her with open mockery. A girl with short, red hair whispered to her friend, "Is that her?" Zietri's eyes widened, but the girls relentlessly continued their discussion. The girl questioned, "Is she really from the Liu family, the one who became a commoner?" Zietri felt a pang of sadness, as everyone whispered and gossiped about her. The maid with dark hair confirmed to her friend, "It's definitely her. I can't even imagine that how utterly shameless someone must be to follow their master all the way to Elaine Academy." The red-haired girl scoffed, telling her if I were Zietri, I'd be too ashamed to even show my face in public. Her friend chimed in. She probably just wants to seduce an aristocrat and live a life of luxury. They grinned maliciously, casting glances at Zietri. The red-haired girl told her friend, "With a face like hers, it's totally possible." Her friend added, "Zietri is, after all, the personal maid of the Black Sheep, of the Rienhofer family. I heard Nox is quite lustful himself, and Zietri is clearly happy to take advantage of it." The maids erupted in laughter at Zietri's expense. They declared it's so obvious. The red-haired girl enthusiastically agreed with all her friend's statements. A girl then asked, "Where are her relatives from, anyway?" She chuckled, telling her friend, "It doesn't even matter. It's probably some ancient backwater, not even worth bothering with." Zietri clenched her fists, thinking, "I'm ready to endure countless insults, for such is the fate of a fallen noblewoman." However, they absolutely shouldn't tarnish young Master Nox's reputation. "Nox," she frowned, clearly displeased. She then approached the girl directly and politely asked if they could have a word. The girl glared at her with obvious hostility. Then, another maid with long, flowing hair waved her hand dismissively at the other maid, asking Zitri if she really wanted to talk to them. Zitri just smiled. She informed them she was the daughter of a count, and her name was Jael, from the glorious Flores family, who served Master Grain. Jael smugly folded her arms across her chest and questioned Zethri if she truly believed she had even a single minute of free time. For a pathetic commoner such as herself, Zethri calmly stated she had heard them, spreading baseless rumors about her master. Jael just grinned. Then she asked what Zethri intended to do about it. Was it truly her fault that so many bad rumors circulated about her master? The other maids snickered in agreement. Jael told Zethri that if she was looking for an apology, she clearly wasn't going to get one. Zethri looked at her with grave seriousness, realizing her master, Nox, had been entirely right. A person's status in this academy truly is everything. With a sigh, she then reached into her pocket, pulling out the small bag Nox had given her. She thought, "There's truly nothing else I can do here." She opened it, and a tiny Nox suddenly appeared beside her. Zitri's eyes widened in utter surprise as a holographic projection of her master shimmered in the air. Jael suddenly shrieked, yelling that Zitri had scared her. Everyone stared at this spectacle in absolute shock. Zitri, still reeling, looked questioningly at her master's holographic form. Nox then introduced himself to the stunned onlookers, before declaring, "I don't know what's going on here, but it doesn't matter." He then swept his gaze over everyone with obvious displeasure, telling the maids that if Zethri had called him, then there could only be one reason why. Nox pointed a stern finger directly at Jael and stated, "Or all of you, no matter how many there are." He didn't even get to finish that thought, because Jael stared at him, absolutely terrified. She then stammered out a question, asking if he was that guy from the Rienhofer family. Nox just smiled a chilling, ominous grin and declared to everyone they were in for serious trouble. He'd rip their heads right off and ship them to their families in a box. After that, he vanished, leaving Zethri in calm silence. Then, she suddenly fell into a stupor herself. She mused that this was truly Mr. Knox's radical decision. Jael, meanwhile, was utterly terrified. She turned deathly pale, then abruptly collapsed to the floor, prostrating herself before Zethri. Awkwardly, she blurted out, asking Zethri's name. Zethri sighed deeply and simply told her. Jael, however, became even more panicked. She realized Zethri had just sighed, and that meant big trouble now. The Rainhofer family would effortlessly slaughter her entire family. She loudly apologized to Zethri, claiming she was out of her mind. She swore it would never happen again, and profusely apologized once more. Everyone else gawked at Jael in utter shock, while Zethri internally mused, surprised that this method actually worked. She was quite shocked by this, though. Still, this would only fuel the unflattering rumors about Knox. He then looked to the side and quietly pondered what he was thinking. After that, she simply walked past Jael. Everyone watched her, gripped by fear. Sometime later, the sky was a dull gray, the sun refusing to shine. Zethri and Knox were walking down the street, and she worriedly questioned him, asking if everything was truly all right. The young master actually looked rather exhausted. She noted the prominent dark circles under his eyes. Knox rubbed at his eye with a finger and assured her he was fine. Zethri frowned, giving him a pitiful look. The young master reflected that, as a result, he'd barely managed to sort out his class choices. He sighed wearily when suddenly a young man appeared before them, bringing them to a halt. The guy wore a crisp white shirt and brown overalls, topped with a matching brown headdress. The man smiled at them, then removed his hat. He then bowed deeply to Knox, addressing him by name. Knox, curious, asked for his identity. The man remained in his bow before him. He then offered to properly introduce himself. He revealed his name was Rick. He served as the faithful attendant of Mrs. Eleanor. Rick's smile widened. He declared this meeting an immense honor. The young master questioned his name aloud, but then frowned, pondering the strange situation. The system alerted him he was about to be shocked, so his master acting skill immediately activated. Consequently, the shock effect was nullified. Knox realized from their very first moments he was facing a truly dangerous individual. This was none other than the treacherous Rick, a genuine servant of the devil, indeed. Across the next 3 episodes of the main story, he would betray the rival trading company, propelling the plot towards further development. Furthermore, Rick literally worships the devil and, in essence, will ultimately betray Eleanor. Knox gazed at him arrogantly, believing the common phrase, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend," was absolute nonsense in this prophetic dream game. Rick was utterly worthless and not worth engaging. Rick then produced a small blue box, informing the young master that Eleanor had specifically asked him to present him with a gift, an extremely valuable artifact. He offered the box, and Knox's eyes narrowed instantly. He curtly ordered him to leave immediately. The young master's expression turned grave. He considered that, of course, he was curious about the artifact's nature, but it clearly resembled a poisoned apple. Thus, he couldn't accept it. Rick stared back in surprise and questioned what he possibly meant. Knox's eyes widened dramatically, and his hand instinctively gripped his sword's hilt. Then he demanded if he truly needed to reiterate what he'd said earlier. Zethri tensed, watching in shock, as her master reached for his sword. Rick instantly paled as Knox glared at him with pure hatred. The young master prepared to draw his sword, but Eleanor's servant began to tremble visibly with fear. So he sharply turned and stalked away in the opposite direction. Zethri bowed swiftly before Rick, then raced after her master, pleading with him to wait for her. She warned him his body was weakened, so he needed to be careful or he'd collapse. Knox asked if she truly thought he was that pathetic. The maid, however, recalled the young master lying sick in bed, weakened by illness. She reminded him he'd recently suffered a cold and chills, especially with his perpetually icy hands. She mused that a person weaker than him would still be quite a sight to behold. The young master then smiled awkwardly, admitting that she was right, but he insisted he'd be fine. They would definitely live, not die. Zethri agreed with him, then cast her gaze downward, a hint of sadness, telling him that things were still not easy for him. He was always at the very center of events. Knox looked at her in surprise, then sighed, telling her there was nothing to be done about it, because he was so popular. She looked askance at him, and he mused that Knox wasn't just her master, but also the man who had saved her life. Zetri's character herself possessed an innate devotion to her master. So being away from him for too long was truly a burden for her. He continued walking when a maid suddenly asked him why he had treated that young man so harshly. Just now, Nox asked if she truly meant Rick. Zetri answered him with a concerned affirmative, then told him that Rick seemed to have gone berserk. Out of nowhere, he placed a hand on her shoulder and told her to listen to him carefully. Nox warned her that no matter what happens, she should not let Rick get close to her, because nothing good will ever come of it. She remembered Eleanor, thinking perhaps she believed it was because of their strained relationship with her. But then, Nox would have acted differently. Apparently, there was a far more serious reason here. After that, she bowed before him and told him she understood everything and would stay away from Rick. The young master agreed with her, then continued on, thinking that, given what would happen in the near future, it would be better to stay away from Eleanor herself. Otherwise, there'd only be more unnecessary, drawing everyone's attention, and they needed to be more careful. A little later, some students were gathered in the academy's grand hall. It looked incredibly luxurious. The students were seated on benches, and a man stood front and center in the hall. Nox furrowed his brow, recalling his recent conversation with Stree. He wondered why all this trouble kept falling on his head. A gray-haired man, complete with mustache and glasses, cleared his throat, then loudly announced that starting today, they'd all have to form teams that they would grow with and undergo various trials throughout the next year. And for successful team formation, the most crucial thing is this: they must get to know each other well. The young master thought he'd started celebrating too early. He held his head in his hand and stared ahead, utterly emotionless. He never thought that not having friends would be a problem in a single-player game. The gray-haired man with glasses told the students that those who already got along could form teams of 4. He gave them 5 minutes to get it done. Nox closed his eyes in dismay and thought it was utterly impossible because an outsider like him would never recruit anyone to his team. He raised his hand and asked the man what would happen if someone failed to form a team. The man told him they wouldn't receive a grade, and what's more, they wouldn't be able to retake this course. He looked at the young master very seriously and told him he simply couldn't work alone. He asked Nox if he understood. Nox answered in the affirmative, and then thought that because of this, he would genuinely receive a failing grade from the very beginning. He thought that Elaine was already incredibly difficult to graduate from. Failure in even one subject was a direct path to expulsion. He absolutely couldn't let this happen. All the students began forming teams. A guy then asked the princess if he could join her team. A kid named said that she also wanted Penelope on the team. The guy with black hair asked Paracelsus if he wanted to team up with him. Nox sadly covered his face with his hands and looked at the desk. He thought that there must be a way to acquire a team, even for a person like him. A guy with blonde hair asked Eleanor if she wanted to join their team. He told her that even though he didn't look like it, he was pretty strong. The guy with short hair smiled and told him that Eleanor was already on his team. He told her that in exchange, he could give her a contract for his family's products. But Eleanor simply walked past them and approached Nox. She called him by name, smiled, and asked him if he really didn't like her gift. Nox remained silent, and she told him that she had another proposal for him because she wanted to return the favor. The young master asked her what she meant. Eleanor smiled and straightened her hair with her hand, then told him that she would take him to her team. He frowned and thought that she sounded wildly arrogant. He immediately realized that in the end, he and she would be on the same team. Besides, he didn't finish the thought because Talia ran up to them. She told Nox that she wanted to join his team. Nox thought that another annoying girl, Talia, would be with them. She was embarrassed and therefore looked away, and the young master thought that she could be understood. Talia was a good character in the game. Whether she liked Nox or not, he was still her fiancé. She cannot remain indifferent and wants to help the unfortunate loner. Nox frowned and quietly said that it was chilling. Eleanor thoughtfully rubbed her chin with her hand and said that this was very unexpected. The young master, displeased, asked her what she wanted to tell him. She grinned and told him that the funny thing was that even a man like him had friends. Nox remained silent and then thought that, considering what he told her as a child, he could be understood. He wondered why her words infuriated him so much. Talia sheepishly asked Nox if he'd consider her for his team. Eleanor then smiled, a glint in her eye, and asked if they didn't need just one more member. Didn't they? Nox calmly retorted that she was only pretending. Anyone actually cared about his opinion. She just smiled back, asking if he truly had a choice. The young master narrowed his eyes intensely and admitted she was incredibly perceptive. He realized Eleanor was absolutely right. To fully regain his lost memories, he absolutely had to continue his academy studies. And good grades were crucial, since, as early as the first plot point, he needed to crack the top 10 students at the academy. After that, he'd be battling an archdemon. This would mark the first time he'd simultaneously play the role of a villain and a hero all at once. All the students were happily chatting amongst themselves when suddenly a brown-haired guy with freckles on his face walked right up and greeted them. This guy's name was Paul. He happily announced he was joining their team. Nox glanced at the black screen, and a thought crossed his mind. He was lucky. The final member of their team was just an ordinary person. Basic information about Paul flashed on the screen. He was male, 15 years old, and human. Paul possessed no attributes or accomplishments. His bonuses included survivalist, efficient, devout, and physically prepared for difficulties. His stats were notably mediocre: 4 points in stamina, 3 in mana, 2 in will, and 10 in charm. Suddenly, Nox noticed something truly interesting. Paul possessed an active skill, a one-time blessing, but no passive skills whatsoever. The young master smiled, thinking this was absolutely amazing. His overall statistics were terrible, but that barely mattered because Paul could bless. He wondered how such a person could possibly exist within the academy, possessing such a rare gift. A gift inherent only to saints from the monastery. He decided that now wasn't the time to dwell on something so ridiculous. Paul, meanwhile, just smiled and told them that he was really looking forward to working together. Eleanor smiled, introducing herself, and then declared, "I hope you're all ready to get some work done." Talia blushed, also sharing her name, adding that she was thrilled to be part of the team. Nox, however, calmly eyed Paul and curtly asked, "Can't you introduce yourself?" He then scoffed, "I just hope you won't be a burden and can actually pull your own weight." Suddenly, the gray-haired man slammed his palm onto the table to grab all the students' attention. He announced, "It seems you've all successfully assembled your teams. I wish you luck for next week." He added sternly, "You cannot change your team's composition for the entire next semester. You're all dismissed." He finished. Nox seethed, calling him an old fool. Talia, worried, whispered, "You said that too loudly." The young master scoffed, "I know I did. I wanted him to hear it." She cautioned him, "I don't think cursing at the professor is a good idea," but Nox wasn't listening. He strode towards the exit, declaring, "I don't care. I'm on a team now, so he better not yell at me." The young master shoved the door open to leave, but Talia called out loudly, glancing sideways as she asked him, "What classes did you add to your schedule?" She quickly added, "I have no ulterior motives." Nox scoffed internally, "I can't believe she's asking me this so openly." He exited, and she followed close behind. Talia reached out to him, insisting, "I was just curious. That's why I asked." The young master poked her forehead, asking pointedly, "You really want to know? Which subjects will be easiest to get a perfect score in? Do you really think I'd just tell you that?" He challenged. Talia's eyes widened. "What are you talking about?" She clarified, "That's not the issue at all." Nox considered further, thinking she couldn't fool him. He wouldn't just hand over that kind of info. Soon enough, evening arrived. This was the academy's 4th sector, bustling with shops selling all sorts of goods. Nox wore a long black cloak, and Zetri noted this was exactly what she expected of Elaine. Being a student here demands a huge investment. She flipped through a small notebook, telling him he'd need textbooks, equipment, and notebooks right away. She understood now why commoners didn't last long at the academy. They simply couldn't afford it. The young master calmly examined the potions on the counter. He picked up 2 small bottles and told her the problems of ordinary people didn't concern him. He gazed at a jar of potion and mused that if someone is truly talented enough for the academy, they'll easily attract sponsors, even as a commoner, provided their talent isn't something useless. Zetri handed the bag of money to the saleswoman, and Nox thought the money issue would never become an obstacle for him. Suddenly, they heard a man call someone a dirty brat, telling them to get out of there. Zetri tensely told the young master that it seemed to be getting noisy. Nox told her, a place where people gather is always noisy, because anything can happen. She just needs to ignore it. Suddenly, he noticed a guy in a burgundy coat amidst the crowd. His eyes widened in surprise as he said, "That's the man." But he didn't finish the thought, because the guy spat on the asphalt, then pointed his finger at the man, telling him to get out of here if he wasn't going to buy anything. He then asked the man why he was blocking the way for people with money. Nox realized this was the son of one of the three families with the darkness attribute. This was the young heir of the Marvis family, Leon von Marvis in the flesh. His attention wasn't on him, not the tall man in the burgundy coat, but on Leon, who clutched a jar of potion. The young master mused, perhaps. Leon was facing financial difficulties now, since his family had recently gone bankrupt. The man seethed and demanded to know what exactly was reasonable about raising and lowering the same standards. He irritably told Leon to stop spouting nonsense and get lost. Elaine's standards have plummeted lately. He scoffed. They're recruiting all sorts of beggars. Leon lowered his gaze, then slowly raised his head, his eyes glowing green. Green energy pulsed beneath his feet. He then asked the man, "What kind of poor people are you talking about?" Ominous green energy swirled around Leon, looking menacing as the book in his hands levitated. He held his hand out, and orbs of energy began to fly around him. Leon declared that while his family may face difficulties, he would absolutely not forgive him for such insults toward the Marva family. Nox and the maid stared, eyes wide in shock. He thought Leon had truly lost it. He dashed towards them, thinking this simply couldn't happen, even when one is furious. The young master panicked. He ran, thinking Leon was truly, seriously going to unleash mana in front of the entire fourth sector. And to make matters worse, black magic skeletons, swords in hand, materialized around Leon. He controlled them all. An ominous green energy pulsed everywhere. Zitri loudly called out to her master. Worriedly, she asked him, "What is he doing?" The young master called Leon an idiot and told her he was completely crazy. You can see it in his eyes. He needs to be stopped before he does something terrible. She asked him if he really understood all that, just from his eyes. Nox seriously told her, "I know what I'm talking about. You just need to believe me." Zephri's eyes flew open, utterly bewildered. The man fearfully asked Leon if he'd truly lost his mind. "Do you even comprehend what you're doing?" The man scowled, beginning, "How dare you?" But his words were cut short, because Nox coldly commanded him to back off. "You better get out of here while we're still asking nicely." The young master stood tall, confronting him, a black sword clutched in his hands, and dark purple energy swirled around his body. He told the guy he had to leave if he didn't want to die. The man roared back, "What do you mean?" He called Nox an idiot, then challenged him. "How dare he stand in my way? Do you even know who I am?" The young master's hand went to his hood. He let out a grunt and dramatically removed it. Then he asked him, "Do you know who stands before you now?" All the onlookers gazed at him, eyes wide in shock. They reeled in shock. Meanwhile, Emma stared at Talia, utterly baffled. Talia questioned if she really bought that story, even though she's now allied with Nox. He had a valid reason for keeping his schedule from her. She gazed out the window and wondered aloud if this was just a phase of his puberty, or if he was simply too shy for her. She whirled around to face her and pressed her for her opinion. Talia sharply commanded her to respond. Emma nervously met her gaze. Talia seemed distressed, so the maid awkwardly probed. "How could you possibly read Nox's mind?" She advised her mistress to take a breath and relax. Talia averted her gaze, mumbling that she was attempting to act as mature as she could. She had stopped judging people by their looks alone. She tried everything to get back into Nox's good graces, but she couldn't finish the sentence as she started to nervously wring her hands. Emma's gaze was filled with worry. She thought to herself, at this rate, her mistress would be obsessing over this for weeks to come. If she'd only known how this would turn out, she never would have stood up for that fool. Nox to her mistress. She remembered the carriage ride, where Talia had questioned her why her fiancé was acting so distant. Emma then chimed in, thinking he was just going through a typical phase. The lady stared at her, taken aback, asking what on earth she meant. Emma, with a knowing smirk, explained that all boys his age acted like this. They're rude, aloof, and act tough to get close to. Talia was quite pleased with her answer and beamed. Emma mused that everything seemed to have truly begun the moment she started developing feelings for Nox. Back then, though, Emma had no idea what this would lead to. He then pondered if perhaps she shouldn't have blurted out something so thoughtless. The maid helplessly rubbed her chin, realizing it was now painfully obvious that Talia had a crush on Nox, and ever since then. But she trailed off, not finishing her thought, awkwardly admitting she wasn't entirely convinced. That was the real reason Mr. Nox behaved this way. Talia, astonished, questioned what she meant. Emma explained that he was already her fiancé, and then pondered aloud. Is it possible he's simply trying to draw a clear line between his personal life and his success at the academy? Hearing this, Talia suddenly seized her hand and joyfully exclaimed her name. She gushed that what she now knew was that the maid was an absolute genius at relationships. Emma, hesitant, asked if she truly believed that. Talia blushed brightly with sheer delight, telling her she sounded incredibly authoritative. From now on, I'll only come to you for advice. Emma gazed at her mistress's beaming face and mentally offered a silent apology. She then considered the fact that she herself had never actually been in a relationship with anyone yet. The maid gave a helpless smile. Suddenly, their lively chat was cut short by a knock on the room's door. They both turned toward the sound, and Emma announced that the rival family's maid was prepared to listen to him. But for that, he must first state the purpose of his visit. Just then, Eleanor entered the room and greeted them. She smiled, introducing herself to the maid. He informed her she was now part of Talia's team in the intense battle magic class. She wanted a word with the madam. Emma, however, just eyed her wearily, so Talia called out, a question in her voice. The maid frowned slightly in response, and then informed Eleanor that, without an appointment already set, it would be best for her to first schedule a meeting with the mistress. Eleanor simply smiled and uttered Nox's name. This made them all look at her worriedly. She then told Talia that she needed to speak with her regarding Nox. A couple minutes later, Talia and Eleanor moved to a different room. Eleanor told her she was pleased to see her. This marks the second time today. She offered an artificial smile, and Talia returned her gaze, worried. Meanwhile, Nox questioned the guy if he truly needed to introduce himself. The guy's eyes widened in sheer shock. He couldn't believe he had truly silver hair, and those striking purple eyes. Everyone eyed Nox in fear. They all thought it was him. The guy then stammered, asking if he was the Rainhalfer, who was accepted into the academy this very year. Nox calmly replied that he disliked repeating himself. The guy immediately offered his apologies. He admitted he hadn't recognized him at first, since he was wearing a cloak with a hood, but he couldn't even finish his sentence, because the young master gave him an ominous glare and ordered him to get out before he got truly angry. The guy stared back, terrified. Then Nox loudly demanded if he would truly force him to repeat this. For a third time, the guy spun around in terror and began sprinting in the opposite direction. He shouted back that he'd do whatever he pleased. Leon then looked at Nox and told him that he hadn't finished speaking with the guy. Right after that, the skeleton, shrouded in ominous green energy, opened its mouth wide and lunged toward Nox. The young master extended his hand straight out, and a powerful clot of purple energy formed. It looked like a solid ball. Nox then asked him if using black magic was now absolutely necessary, just to have a conversation. He shoved the energy ball into the skeleton's mouth, which instantly shattered the skull into tiny pieces. Everyone stared in utter shock, and Nox told Leon he was practically straight up, asking the Imperial family to capture him. Suddenly, Leon's eyes flew open, and he shrieked in surprise. He then admitted that Nox was absolutely right, because using magic before reaching adulthood is strictly prohibited by law. He stared at his palm, confessing he'd completely forgotten about that. After that, all the green energy vanished, and Leon bowed to Nox. He profusely apologized to him, saying Nox had truly helped him out a great deal. Nox pulled out a small pouch and told him that since he finally understood everything, he could buy himself whatever he wanted and then get out of here. He tossed him a bag, telling Leon he could use it if he didn't have enough money. Leon opened the bag. It was full of glistening gold coins that seemed to glow. He was utterly surprised, and then asked the young master why he was helping him. Nox calmly told him that if he was trying to make him his debtor, it wouldn't work. Nox told him that such a small thing didn't really affect his status, although he wouldn't say that. He had absolutely no ulterior motives. Leon looked at him in surprise, then chuckled, telling him he understood everything perfectly. After that, he put his hand out in front of him, and a green magic seal shimmered in the air. sucking in the skeletons. Leon approached Nox. He looked at the gold coin and told him he thought it was payment for him, not to tell anyone anything. He felt from him the unique magic of necromancy, inherent only to the Manhwa family. Leon held the coin in his hands, and then it pulsed with green energy and soared into the air. The coin began to levitate. Leon was controlling it. He told Nox he was not happy with such a deal. Nox calmly closed his eyes and asked him where he got the strength of his family. At this moment, Eleanor and Talia were seated at the table. Sipping there, Nox's fiancé then told her she needed to discuss something important. Alina watched Talia's expression, intrigued. This reaction wasn't what she'd expected at all. Talia was incredibly calm, gazing thoughtfully to the side. Alina wondered if Talia could possibly harbor feelings for Nox. A small smile touched Elena's lips as she quickly dismissed the notion. Impossible. For someone like him, an engagement is nothing but a burden. It's better to be direct. You should know, Nox is a dangerous man. Elena stated, her tone icy. First, he's the scion of a family that serves as a pillar of darkness. Second, you can't deny the sheer number of terrible rumors about his strange behavior. She calmly took a sip of her tea. Talia looked down, then replied, I don't think Nox is such a bad person. She seemed as serious as could be, but Elena frowned in displeasure, remembering her own childhood encounter with the young master. She calmly closed her eyes. Not everyone would agree with you. Elena thought Talia was truly strange. Why would an honest, open girl like her ever like the worthless Nox? She looked at her again and noticed the emotion in Talia's gaze. It was a clear dislike for her. Talia decided to be blunt. The young master has his faults, but he's not the kind of person who would do something terrible. People just misunderstand him because he's cold towards others. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. I think. Alina looked at her displeased. I heard you two were engaged, which explains why you're so protective of him. She placed her cup firmly on the table. But engagements between aristocrats are things that can change very quickly. Talia looked unhappy. She shot back loudly. That's not why I believe in Nox. Alina gave a dark smile. People don't change that easily. Nox's fiancé conceded she might be right, but needed to remind her of one crucial thing. It was Nox who saved your very life. If he hadn't been there, you could have died. I'm sure you understand that yourself. Alina's eyes widened. Talia pressed on. So why are you so hostile toward him? Alina frowned, then a smile touched her lips, and calmly told her that. It seemed she had said too much. She stood up to end the conversation. She thanked Talia for her time, and Nox's fiancé said goodbye. Alina left the room and went down into the yard, where Rick called out to her. He smiled. It seems your conversation didn't go so well. Alina looked down. She asked him, what do you think is the most important quality for a merchant? Rick smiled, of course, a keen eye and an awareness of one's surroundings. She frowned, thinking it was her own attentiveness that made her the money fox and a star in the world of finance. She wondered if Nox had truly changed. Elena thought that was nonsense. She frowned pitifully and said aloud, after so many years, this simply can't be true. Meanwhile, Nox and Leon were still in the fourth sector of the academy. The son of the Marvis clan looked terrifying, as black and green energy emanated from his body. The young master shouted to the people that they should all leave. Nox looked at him in confusion, as people started screaming and running away. Green energy began to spread through the air, until a dark barrier appeared around them. The young master looked around intently. Is this barrier magic? He thought that things were getting more serious. No matter how much Leon needed money, he would never accept his ancestral power being used by a stranger. A gold coin levitated above Leon's palm. He told Nox, you should have chosen something more significant for negotiations than this. The young master chuckled softly. Are you suggesting I have more to offer? This matter concerns your family. I doubt anything will truly satisfy you. In return, Leon's gaze turned threatening. You speak as if you know me too well. The young master called his name, then revealed, your family once held a position, not as prominent as the Rainhofer family. Your family wielded immense power. But before he could finish, as green energy flared menacingly in the air, Leon sharply cut him off. I don't appreciate you speaking in the past tense. Nox calmly replied, you doubt yourself. Don't know that things are not going well for your family right now. He then uttered the name Sylvester's, and Leon reacted instantly. A deep frown creased his brow, and the young master pressed on. Those individuals are orchestrating a turf war to overthrow the head of your Marvis clan and seize most of your lands for themselves. Leon clenched his jaw, then slowly relaxed. He then calmly told Nox, "You're trying to make yourself appear more knowledgeable than you truly are," he challenged. "Are you truly trying to exploit my desire for revenge?" Nox smiled, then chuckled. "What are you talking about?" "Nonsense. I harbor no such intentions. But I would like your family to reclaim its former glory." Furthermore, Nox added, "The new head of that family will fiercely defend what is rightfully theirs, and the Marvis family will once again reign supreme." The young master smiled. "Isn't that what you desire?" Leon conceded, "That's not half bad. You certainly know me well." After that, he pointed a finger at him. "Let's get back to our discussion about how precisely you acquired the Marvis clan's power." Nox calmly explained it was merely an accident. He had only recently discovered that this was his family's unique power. Leon glanced to the side and remarked, "I believe you." The young master asked, surprised, "Is that truly all? You won't ask me anything else?" A hint of sadness touched Leon's face. "You've already told me what I truly wanted to know." Nox frowned, a sudden realization hitting him. From the very beginning, what Leon truly sought wasn't how the family power had come into Nox's hands. Instead, it was how much Nox knew about him, and why he had chosen to involve himself in this conflict. After this revelation, the ominous black barrier began to fade, and the young master then informed Leon that he was pleased to have received his answers. The son of the Marvis clan thanked him for his timely assistance, and made a solemn promise. He would certainly repay him in the future, but not with mere money. The young master turned, heading back towards Zetri. He then told Leon, "You can forget about it entirely. I don't expect anything from you in return." The very next day, the weather was exceptionally grand. The sun blazed high in the brilliant sky. Inside, it was a truly luxurious building, adorned with opulent gold accents throughout its interior. Nox walked across a delicate bridge within the grand structure, and everything around him was enveloped in shimmering ice. Noah sat directly before him, her majestic throne also shrouded in the same frigid elegance. He thought about how she would become his guiding light, his solace at the end of the tunnel, his peaceful island. "It's time to enhance my hour of genius skill." He smiled, his eyes seeming to radiate with an inner glow. He mused that, among all the brilliant skills available in this game, Prophetic Dream was undoubtedly the most powerful. He recalled how, in a past life, he played a game, and an inscription had flashed across his computer screen, declaring that he had beaten the game for the very first time. Therefore, the hidden skill was finally unlocked. Now, Hour of Genius became available to his character. However, this skill is only accessible for characters who possess 2 active genius stats in their current state. He gazed at Noah, reflecting that at first, he had simply liked this game. He hadn't even known what the expansion would bring. Well, he bought it. If he hadn't made the right decision then, he would probably have met his end more than once by now. Just the chilling thought of it made him shudder. Nox smiled, yet a flicker of panic crossed his features. The dean was casually enjoying a rather large lollipop. She smiled, and then addressed him directly. "You absolutely crushed that test. Is your family secretly raising a monster? Like you?" The young master stepped closer to her. "I can't believe you're calling me a monster. Right to my face. Don't you think that's a bit much?" Noah just smiled. "Am I wrong?" She lowered her leg, and a surge of blue energy erupted beneath it. The dean pressed him. "How else can you explain the fact that you fought the ice troll with such unnerving calm?" She looked absolutely terrifying. A strange, magical seal began forming around her. Her face began to turn to ice as she coolly asked, "Is it possible to call such a talented guy like you the trash?" Noah scrutinized him carefully. "I can barely believe it. Did the Sword Emperor himself not notice your talent?" She smiled. "This simply cannot be true." Nox's brow furrowed with concern, thinking that she might suspect something. But this wasn't surprising at all. After all, the original Nox truly was a nobody. A notification suddenly popped up. "Master acting skill has been activated." After that, he met her gaze confidently and smirked. Then he wondered, who cares about her guesses? Shock effect has been removed. The young master then asked her, "Why do you even care what I was in the past?" She admitted, "You're right, but your talent, it's just so exciting." Noah's smile turned sinister. "I'm so excited about it. I want to make you mine." Nox calmly informed her that she seemed to be thinking the wrong thing entirely, so he just pretended he hadn't heard it. He then recalled passing the test and told her, I saw you watching me, disguised as a student. The young master beamed contentedly. She asked him, "You actually noticed?" A scroll materialized above her hand. Levitating in the air, she then told him, "I want to see just how much more you're hiding from me." The young master grinned, thinking that this was finally coming to fruition. She told him, "This is precisely why I called you here." It was a skill enhancement scroll. It would enhance any of his abilities several times over. An extremely valuable item. Nox stated, "This is the first I've ever heard about this scroll." Noah, still bewildered, nodded in agreement. Then, she simply told him he could have it. With a dramatic gesture, she pointed her hand his way. And just like that, the scroll soared straight for him. Pulsating with vibrant yellow energy, it flew. He reached out, his fingers closing around the glowing artifact. The young master, however, furrowed his brow intently. Noah, meanwhile, went quiet, a faint smile playing on her lips. Nox stared at the scroll, a flicker of concern in his eyes. He felt a jolt, as if he'd been hit with an electric shock. Had he just imagined that? He pondered, shaking it off. He smiled contentedly and unfurled the scroll. Nah, he decided he was probably just way too excited. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. You have received a new artifact. Information is being downloaded. Basic details about the item materialized on a screen. It was a skill amplifier, a scroll already activated. Its effect increases the effectiveness of any skill. By 1.5 times. The system then informed him that the skill amplifier that was now ready for use. It asked if he wanted to activate it immediately. The young master pressed his palm to the screen without hesitation. He wholeheartedly answered in the affirmative. An inscription flashed before him. Please select a skill to enhance. Nox, without missing a beat, chose Hour of Genius. Immediately, the system notified him. Artifact activated. The young master beamed, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Suddenly, vibrant yellow and pink energy swirled around him. The skill has been successfully enhanced. You have received an improved Hour of Genius. After that, only brilliant yellow energy encompassed him. As it circled his body, a new message popped up. It stated that because he'd received this artifact, not at such an early stage, that its effect would be further enhanced. The system then notified him. The effect of the artifact will be doubled. The duration of the Hour of Genius skill increased to a whopping 10 minutes. Nox grinned widely. He mused that it was practically impossible to improve this particular skill any other way. This is already a super powerful skill, he thought. There aren't many avenues to develop it further. One of the only ways is a strengthening scroll. And getting the scroll at the very beginning of the story. That is the absolute best loot. Noah smiled. Are you happy with the result? Yellow and red energy levitated above Nox's hand, looking just like flames. He thought it was better not to prolong their conversation with her any longer after that. He answered in the affirmative, telling her he'd leave once she was done. Noah told him he could leave, since he must be very tired. After saving his classmate, the young master looked at her seriously, thinking she knew everything. He sighed heavily. It was an accident, so you shouldn't think about it. I wouldn't want to attract too much attention. At the academy, the dean told him she understood. She told him he should go and rest. Nox replied, I'm truly grateful to you. After that, he left the hall, and Noah thought Nox was a dangerous guy, so she needed to be on her guard. She laughed quietly. I'm looking forward to seeing the monster Nox will grow into. She was eating a pink lollipop and asked, is it really that interesting? The next day, it was an academy classroom. A professor in a white suit told the students they needed to memorize the properties and characteristics of each element. Nox leaned boredly on his arm and thought the subject of elementary magic of the Empire was not described in such detail in the original. But now, it's not even the lesson itself that's more important, but Professor Ras von Celestia. Basic information about him appeared on the screen. He was a 35-year-old human male. His attribute was Earth, and his achievement was Professor of Eldian. He had 3 bonuses: passion for studies, introspection, and mastery of unknown weapons. Celestia's limitations were obsession, paranoia, trauma, weak mind, and cold-bloodedness. He was the same man with pink hair and a mustache. Nox thought that the professor had a crucial role. At this point in the plot, Celestia's statistics appeared on the screen. His stamina was 12, and his mana was 18. His luck was a mere 3, while his will stood at 21, and his charm rating was 19. The The young master, however, didn't consider himself particularly strong, but he was pleased to know his skills in advance. He was even a little surprised that with such a varied set of stats, he'd managed to become a professor at a length. Celestia thoughtfully scanned the audience and told the students to begin class for now. He then looked at Nox, thinking he looked incredibly arrogant. Nox was already glaring arrogantly at the other students around him. Celestia wondered what kind of talent he'd received to become like this and what Dean Noah saw in him. Soon after, he coughed and informed the students that every person, not just academy students, has a predisposition to one element of mana or another. Today, you will discover what element each of you possesses and how to manifest it. Suddenly, he loudly called out Nox's name. Nox looked at him puzzled, and Celestia asked him if he already knew what element he possessed. Nox told him his attribute was darkness. The professor then asked him what he knew about it. The young master explained that, unlike the four main elements, darkness is quite capricious and doesn't blend well with other elements. However, the power of darkness can be truly destructive when compared to the basic elements. Among its disadvantages, it's notably difficult to control, and only certain families succeed at it, passing on their knowledge from generation to generation. Celestia then asked him what element was opposite to darkness. Nox immediately replied that it was light. The professor frowned and pressed him. When these two forces collide, which one usually wins? He smiled, and the young master calmly stated that light usually wins. Celestia's body began to tremble, either from anger or from fear. He told him, surprised, that usually students deny the weaknesses of their primary attribute. The professor then questioned if he was truly special. He was told he needed to answer just one more query. After that, the professor raised his finger, smiled, and then posed a chilling question. What would you do if you suddenly encountered representatives of the light attribute in battle? Nox just smirked confidently and declared to him, I would find the perfect moment and eliminate the enemy before they could act. Then, he continued, I would ensure they definitely could never interfere with me again. The young master's smile turned utterly ominous, sending shivers down the spines of all the disciples. Celestia's eyes widened in shock as he thought, what is he saying? What is Nox saying right now? Meanwhile, in the maids and servants' dormitory area, specifically in Rick's room, Eleanor's butler sat deeply engrossed in thought on his bed. He held a syringe filled with a terrifying red liquid in one hand while attempting to tightly tie a tourniquet around his arm with his mouth. He then proceeded to inject the sinister red liquid into his body, emitting a satisfied moan of dark desire as the needle pumped the fluid into his veins. Dark, eerie veins immediately began to surface around the injection site. The liquid gradually spread from his arm, surging throughout his entire body. Rick's face contorted into a look of pure, wicked satisfaction. After the injection, Rick walked over to the mirror, admiring himself with a truly wicked smile. A demonic tattoo suddenly appeared on his chest. He muttered to himself, filled with ambition, now, I just need to put in a little more effort, and I'll finally become a true demon. Suddenly, a shadowy, demonic hand emerged from the mirror, and the demon's voice confirmed, yes, exactly as you said, Household Stanifer. You will indeed become a true demon, instead of a mere human. You won't need sleep, you won't age. You'll become a demon that utterly transcends the limits of humanity. Rick smiled joyfully, then knelt to thank the demon, promising, I'll do everything in my power to revive you. The demon didn't respond with words, but merely offered a chilling, wicked smile, before gradually disappearing back into the mirror. Rick gets dressed once more. His expression shifts. His eyes revert to their usual black. He then continues his schemes, completely unnoticed. Meanwhile, back in the lecture hall, Professor Rass, along with the students, is stunned by our protagonists' response during a tense confrontation with an enemy. Nox simply smiles calmly and replies, well, while that person was still unaware, I'd kill them. I make absolutely sure of the kill, so it wouldn't cause me any future trouble. Professor Rass is utterly astonished by this response, remarking, you'd want to pull out the roots before they could grow into any future problems. I wasn't expecting such an answer from you. Nox then sits down and apologizes, saying, I apologize if that wasn't the correct answer. I simply thought that was the most efficient way to handle things. Meanwhile, a notification pops up showing that Acting Genius has been activated, and quite powerfully at that. Professor Rass eyes Knox with a puzzled expression, silently evaluating him. Unwavering eyes, an upright posture, and shoulders that refuse to slouch. Knox von Reinfelder truly meant every word. I'm starting to understand a little. Why do Noah is so interested in him? However, as his thoughts halt, he loudly calls out, "Assistant, prepare the IMP right away." The assistant, upon receiving the command, hesitantly asked for confirmation. Professor Rass coldly stares at the assistant and states, "Did you not hear me? I'm asking you to prepare for the magic adequacy test." The fearful assistant, without further questioning, prepares as instructed. Professor Rass then looks back at Knox and asserts, "That kind of haughty attitude needs to be brought down a peg or two." He strokes his chin in satisfaction. In order to forge a sharp sword, it must be tempered thousands of times. A short while later, when the assistant wheels a cart into the lecture hall, covered with a mysterious white cloth, the students begin to gather around. The assistant, still anxious, he begins to unveil the cloth. As the fabric is finally removed, all the students' eyes widen in pure astonishment at the shocking sight revealed before them. Professor Rass calmly explains, "These are the lowest-ranked demons, provided by the association. They're known as imps, a terrifying creature, with a small red body and 2 horns on its head. Now reveal, though." The students grow increasingly anxious and curious about the demon's presence. In the lecture, Professor Rass reassures them. While it's very aggressive, it isn't all that threatening. Since it has low health, cadets can easily take it down. Despite the professor's assurance, the students remain apprehensive and fearful, because after all, it's still a demon. The students below also voice their concerns. "This is only the first class, though. I suppose this is the level of Elden Academy." Professor Rass interrupts them, saying, now, everyone stay focused. You all are the elites who got accepted into this academy, aren't you? You must remember this. Your ultimate goal isn't to become a knight or a mage. It is to subjugate all demons that exist in the world. For you to accomplish that, you all will need to get used to the beings known as demons, which we still know very little about. Listening to the professor's encouraging words, some students began to show their newfound determination. The professor then instructed them on the task they needed to do. All of you are to infuse your mana into the caged imp, to force it into submission. Meanwhile, Knox looked at the demon with disdain for this action, feeling that something was severely out of place. According to the original storyline, this lesson should only take place in the second year. Something's off. After condensing mana into your palm, let flow into your target. But before a student could even follow the professor's instructions, the professor, holding a pocket watch, announced that the test would end in 15 minutes. He murmured to himself, no matter how incredible the Reinhardts might be, there's no way they'd expect to see an imp. In their very first lesson, a new student would definitely fall for this imp's deception, ending up drooling uncontrollably. "I'll show you how things really work here, Reinhardt." Suddenly, as Knox stood before the caged creature, the professor's expression turned utterly puzzled. He stared at the creature in the cage, which was utterly terrified, trembling with fear. Its eyes squeezed shut, refusing to face Knox. This made the professor wonder what on earth had happened. While he wasn't paying attention, Knox looked at the bewildered little creature, wondering why it was so scared, when he hadn't done anything to it yet. Looking around, the other students had been completely mesmerized by the creature, causing them all to hallucinate, except for Knox. At the same time, Talia was also mesmerized, holding the creature's cage tightly, and claiming it to be her maid, Emma. She promised Emma she wouldn't do it again. Other students similarly felt something strange in their bodies that they just couldn't describe, or as if they had just devoured a delicious cake. Talia continued to cry and apologize to the cage. Suddenly, Knox interrupted the chaotic atmosphere and said to the professor, Professor, I'm sorry, but could you possibly change my imp? I haven't done anything, but it's already trembling in fear." The professor, now sweating and breathing heavily, looked at Knox with utter confusion. Knox wondered who would make such a sound in the sacred classroom. When he turned back, he caught the professor's face, shining like crazy. The professor had completely changed his attitude towards Knox, eagerly asking, "Hey, Knox, how did you force that imp into submission?" Knox reiterated, "Wait, I just said that I haven't done anything yet." The professor, even more excited upon hearing this, praised Knox, "Great. I can't help but feel foolish. for not noticing that incredible talent within you. Incredible. I'll give you a chance. The professor then turned to Nox and declared, "Please listen up. I'll give you the chance to become my best student." Nox was surprised, internally confirming his thoughts. The best student. This is what I think it is, right? In his mind, various dramatic scenes flashed, and he thought to himself, it's that exact cliche you never want to do in dramas. Upon hearing the professor's announcement, the other students were half delighted and half apprehensive, saying, "I'm so jealous. He gets to become Professor Rass's best student. Wow, he has to accept." Suddenly, Nox raised his hand and declared he refused that title. He bluntly expressed his thoughts. It's best student in name, but isn't it just being a slave? Hearing Nox's blunt refusal, the professor was utterly shocked and couldn't believe his ears. The other students also wondered what Nox was thinking. Meanwhile, the outstanding students in the class were tense. After trying to resist being captivated, observing Nox with uncomfortable glances, especially Echidna, who silently evaluated Nox. "I can't believe he's the only one standing normally. Who the hell are you, Ryan Hafer?" A few hours ago, in the academy corridor, Professor Vernon was following Professor Rass, eagerly exclaiming, "I'm telling you, that filthy-looking, white-haired bastard is freakishly strong. I guarantee you, that Nox kid is a crazy bastard." Professor Rass appeared indifferent, replying, "Even so, he's just a new student. It's too hasty to make any conclusions. Just because he made some achievements. Don't put such high expectations on new students." Professor Vernon then exclaimed, "Rass, your problem is that you're too close-minded. Dean Noah also asked us to watch out for him, didn't she? He's definitely talented. What more is needed? We're talking about a student whose talent is recognized as the best by one of the four sages." Professor Rass merely disregarded this and stated, "I'll need to see him with my own eyes. You don't need to care about this anymore." Professor Vernon still tried to catch up, saying, "You and your obnoxious attitude, hey. Wait for me," returning to the present. Professor Rass, now with a completely contrasting expression, was shocked and couldn't believe that Nox had rejected his offer. He stuttered anxiously, asking Nox for the reason behind the refusal. Meanwhile, other students shared similar sentiments, expressing, "Is he crazy?" That was a chance to assist Professor Rass with his class. He's the biggest authority on magic education. There are mountains of people queuing up to be his top student. I can't believe he just threw that chance away. That's exactly the kind of thing the good-for-nothing of the Reinheffer family would do. He literally threw away an opportunity that was served to him on a silver platter. That's why good-for-nothing like him shouldn't be allowed here. Hearing the gossip about himself, Nox felt a bit puzzled, but remained resolute in his thoughts. "Say whatever you want, I won't change my mind anyways." Nox also felt annoyed and remarked, "Eleanor is already giving me a headache. Why is everyone around me creating trouble?" At that moment, another student spoke up to Professor Rass. "Professor Rass, I have a question." Professor Rass, with a mournful face, allowed the student to speak his mind. The student then looked at Nox with unfriendly eyes and wondered, "Why are you giving this chance to Ryan Hafer? There are many more outstanding students than him, aren't there?" He then turned to Princess Penelope and stated moreover, "Your strength is magic, right? I think the princess and Echidna are worthy of being considered for the top student position as well." Nox looked at the student and confirmed he was an asshole. He declared, "Just look at him, trying so hard to leech off a rising family. What a smartass. He certainly knows who to butter up. I'd better remember him." Professor Rass, upon hearing the student's proposal, raised his voice and firmly stated, "The professor is the one who decides who's truly suitable. But if I simply say that, you might not be convinced, and negative rumors could easily spread. Rumors claiming I'm biased towards Nox's talent. So let's set the record straight." His gaze turned serious, challenging the students. "I'll tell you right now why he's the absolute right person to be my top student." Then Rass turned to Nox, his eyes softening with affection. Nox sensed the discomfort and silently thought, "Crazy bastard, I told you I'm not doing it." Professor Rass then announced, "Firstly, let's start with how he subdued the imp's mana." Nox, at this point, falls into deep contemplation, thinking so. A summary of Rass's opinion will be something like this. Number 1, I don't know why, but I was able to subdue the imp quickly. While it might be a low-ranked demon, it's not easy to do, so it's not surprising that Rass is fascinated by it. Number 2, the talent I possess, mana sensitivity genius. Then Nox's thoughts shift towards Professor Ras, and he realizes that Ras has studied magic for a long time. Someone like him would be able to easily tell who has a talent for magic and who doesn't. Interrupting Nox's thoughts, Professor Ras continues, "For that reason, it's only fair for Nox to become my top student." Nox bluntly refuses, stating, "I already said I'm not doing it." Getting a straightforward rejection from Nox, Professor Ras, bewildered, says, "Nox, you can take your time to reconsider." Then, he looks at Nox with a somewhat creepy gaze and says, "You're rushing your decision here." Nox feels disgusted and retorts, "Wipe your drool first, then speak." Nox makes his exit from the classroom, stating, "There's a more suitable candidate, so I'd be grateful if you just give up on me." Leaving Professor Ras completely dejected, he relentlessly calls out, desperate to keep him. All the class's geniuses bear witness, each harboring their own silent thoughts. Princess Penelope muses aloud. "He's unlike any of the rumors I've heard." Echidna, too, agrees and confesses, "My apologies. My intelligence gathering has been insufficient." The princess calmly replies, "It's fine, Echidna. I've simply become a bit curious about him." She then muses, "Nox von Rheinhafer. Will he become a brilliant light for the imperial family, or a menacing shadow hanging over us?" Back to Nox, who has now left the classroom and is now breathing a heavy sigh of relief. He mutters uncomfortably, "Why is Ras suddenly acting like this? He was staring at me like I was some delicious dish, covered in honey or some other sweet treat. Seriously, why are there no normal people? That lunatic, but at least I managed to get him off my back, so I should finally be able to live in peace for now." Hours pass, and now it's late into the night. Nox sits in his room, looking utterly dejected. Zaytree notices Nox's exhausted face and asks, "Did something terrible happen at the academy?" Nox replies, utterly drained, "Yeah. Something utterly horrifying." Nox's mind drifts back to the events of this morning. It all started after he left Professor Ras's classroom. No matter where he is, Professor Ras's presence haunts him, desperate to convince Nox to be his star student, be it in the classroom, the cafeteria, or even the restroom. Professor Ras absolutely refuses to quit. He even pokes his head into the restroom to try and persuade Nox, "Become my top student." Nox finally emerges from the restroom with a thoroughly fed up and furious look. Yet, Professor Ras still attempts to question Nox. "Have you finished considering becoming my top student?" Nox replies with an openly disdainful look. "Professor Ras, please, for the love of everything, stop. You utterly insane bastard." Professor Ras truly has no idea when to stop. He persists, an excited grin spreading across his face as he says, "I like how rough you are with your words. I like it." Nox then recounts the whole ordeal to Zaytree, expressing his discomfort and utter helplessness. "That bastard Professor Ras that kept asking me to become his top student." Zaytree is equally puzzled upon hearing the story and expresses her confusion, then wonders aloud, "But by Professor Ras, are you referring to the person known as the best in magic theory?" Nox confirms it's him. Zaytree, still puzzled, exclaims, "That's strange. For what others say, I remember him being a good professor. Why would he do something like that?" Nox reveals, "I know. He's an alright person, too." Nox then recalls Professor Ras's negative traits. He then looks out the window and expresses, "The problem is those very traits he has." Meanwhile, at the Rainhefer family estate, a group of family soldiers faces tense, are demanding someone stop, warning others not to let that person pass. At this moment, on the mansion's grounds, a blood-drenched sword is dragged across the floor, held by a man with white hair and piercing violet eyes. He emits a truly sinister aura, indicating he is also one of the heirs of the Reinhardt family. With a fearsome expression, he continues to advance towards the soldiers. One of the soldiers demands, "Everyone, stop him. Did you not hear what the patriarch said? He told us not to let Master Garen into the room." The man pays no heed to the soldier's warning, lightly chuckling and remarking, "That's so harsh." In the next moment, with astonishing speed, he appears right behind one of the soldiers. The soldier freezes in terror, try to comprehend what just happened, and the sudden appearance of the man behind him. The bloodstained man says, "That's not how a father should treat his son, is it?" With that, he ends the lives of the soldiers present. Meanwhile, inside the patriarch's room, Theo and the head butler are present, wondering about the unusual noises outside. Shortly after, the supposed heir of the Rheinhefer family bursts in, without the Patriarch's permission. His entire body emanates a terrifying aura of dark mana, with the corpses of the fallen soldiers behind him. The oppressive atmosphere renders the head butler unable to move, filled with fear as he wonders. Master, Garen has gotten even stronger in that short time. The Patriarch, with an unchanged expression, asks his son Garen, I never thought you'd come back to the Rheinheffer family again. Garen smiles and retorts, what reasons do I need to come back to my own home? Father Theo, with a somewhat intimidating cold expression, questions Garen. Is this place your home? Garen receives the question with a less jovial expression than before. He then lightly chuckles and tells Theo, I'm sure I told you already. It's time to give up, he further declares. There's not much time left, is there? Theo responds. That's none of your business. Garen warns Theo the demon is also lurking around you. When you become weak, it'll rise and devour everything in its sight. Theo, with a cold and firm expression, confirms to Garen, it sounds like you want that to happen. Garen then states, well, my business here is simple. He then menacingly asks Theo, where did you hide that sword? Theo, shocked by his son's audacity, looks fearful and reiterates, the first Patriarch sword. Where did you hide Stormbringer? However, the first Patriarch sword, Stormbringer, had already been entrusted by the Patriarch to Nox. The dangers awaiting Nox with Garen's return will be revealed in the next installment. Garen boldly questioned the Patriarch. The first Patriarch sword, where did you hide? Jean von Rheinhaffer, the Stormbringer. Enraged by this, the Patriarch harshly rebuked Garen. Jean von Rheinhaffer, how dare you utter the first Patriarch's name? You must be truly mad. Garen, unfazed by this, merely laughed it off, asking, is that truly what matters right now? What truly matters is gaining strength and building a powerful force. That's paramount for a noble. Dismissing his words, Garen retorted, Garen doesn't understand what truly matters. Garen shows no respect, but only brings up matters from the past. If you claim to know what truly matters so well, then why did you abandon that woman to die? Hearing this, the head butler, clearly alarmed by the topic, urgently warned, no, that woman. That must not be mentioned before the Patriarch. At this point, the Patriarch seemingly lost his composure. He darkly growled, did you just mention that woman? You've truly dishonored your mother with that. Garen immediately denied the Patriarch's accusation, firmly declaring, my mother is Priscilla von Orel. He further emphasized, she's my only mother. That woman is your mistake, and nothing more than a guest within the Rheinheffer family. Upon hearing Garen's scathing criticism, the Patriarch refused to continue the conversation and demanded Garen leave the room. Garen attempted to call out to his father, as if seeking a final retort. The Patriarch, now emanating a terrifying dark aura, glared at Garen and coldly reiterated, I said get out. He then warned Garen, I do not wish to sever my own son's head. Faced with this dire threat from his father, Garen decided to depart, but not before. He ominously declared, you'll regret this soon enough. You'll understand the preparations made for my sake. Garen then departed, leaving the Patriarch with a pensive gaze. The head butler, now visibly worried, anxiously asked, Patriarch, are you all right? The Patriarch turned away in shame and admitted, I slipped up. I showed you an unsightly side of myself. The head butler immediately denied it, saying, please don't say that. I've sworn my eternal fealty to the Reinhardt family. Expressing concern, he added, if the world knows that Master Garen is working with a demon, I'm worried things will get dangerous. So, I think it would be wise if you decide on a new successor soon. Hearing this, Theo pondered a new successor. He would need to choose. The head butler then provided further implied information about a new successor he could consider. Yes, it just so happens we received some good news through a letter. Master Nox is the top student in this year's Elden admission test. A surprised Theo confirmed. Is that true? From what I remember, the new dean of Elden Academy is the head. Butler continued, confirming yes. Noah von Trinity, one of the four sages, has acknowledged Master Nox's talent. Upon hearing this, reflecting on the name Nox von Rheinhaffer, Theo also felt contemplative, thinking his growth might still be insufficient. But if he truly has the level of talent we witnessed before, then he has potential. Eventually, Master Nox might end up sitting there, back at Elden Academy, Professor Rass, still persistently, invited Knox to become his apprentice. Knox remained steadfast, refusing. I don't want to. Professor Rass didn't appear saddened, but added, I'll provide immense financial support. You could graduate from Eldon Academy without paying a single dime. Knox bluntly stated, I have tons of money. Don't you know I'm from the Reinhardt family? Professor Rass emphasized further, along with immense fame. However, Knox remained indifferent, saying, what use is fame for a good-for-nothing? That's just a luxury I don't need. At this point, Professor Rass had exhausted all incentives and attempted to persuade him. Please reconsider. Knox sighed irritably, thinking, his constant nagging is practically making my ears bleed. Knox then recalled the previous evening, when he confided everything in Zethary. After hearing Knox's concerns, she had asked, even so, shouldn't you listen if he's being so sincere? She'd added, I looked into Professor Rass more, and this isn't how he normally behaves. They say he's an educator, who usually focuses on helping weaker students. Knox chuckled dryly, admitting to Zethary, you're right, this isn't something I can just avoid. No matter how crazy he is, he'll give up once he knows what I'm lacking. Zethary also conceded, yes, I did think he was a little strange. Returning to the present, Knox still felt uncomfortable, but decided to clarify things and spoke to the professor. Although you did explain yesterday, honestly, I still don't understand. Why would a professor as esteemed as you want me to be your apprentice? Professor Rass simply explained, because you're outstanding. Knox disagreed, asking earnestly, I'd like to hear the real reason. Why do you need me, and not the other truly outstanding students? Professor Rass, now with a serious expression, asked Knox, do you have some time? He then added, you must have heard a lot about what a good-for-nothing I am. Knox mockingly replied, that means I have nothing but time. Professor Rass chuckled and said, you got me good. In that case, will you please listen to a long story of mine? You'll enjoy the tea I've prepared. It's the best herbal tea that I bought from rival merchantry. Despite not wanting to, Knox reluctantly tried to comply with Professor Rass's request. Professor Rass poured another cup of tea for Knox and began to explain, the reason why I need you, an outstanding apprentice, is so that I can complete my research. Knox immediately became curious about the professor's research. Professor Rass elaborated, yes, in order to find someone weak who can't use mana, so that I can fulfill my lifelong wish. As the professor's face grew increasingly somber, he continued, that's why I need you, because I can't bear to see anyone else die, while I'm completely powerless, unable to even struggle. He then revealed, yes, just like how my own son had died. Knox, our character, listened intently to Professor Rass's story. In his mind, he pondered the behind-the-scenes stories of each character that he hadn't known while playing through Inner Lunatic. In this world, there was always an abrupt, new situation suddenly appearing. Then, Professor Rass began to recount his own life story. I was born into the family of Viscount Celestia as the first son and eventually led the family. I had no outstanding talents, but was able to be admitted into Eldon Academy with just my theoretical skills and, remarkably, became a professor. I always received poor results in practicals, and my peers would always look down on me. No matter how good I was at written tests, it wouldn't erase all the contempt they held for me. I always overcame my low confidence through my research. After constantly working hard, I was eventually able to become a professor and even got married to a wonderful woman, despite that there wasn't a single person who'd completely acknowledge the achievements I'd made as a professor. The achievements I made in my theses were published under another person's name, and everyone just looked down on me. Even with everything that happened, I was able to have a son with my wife. My one and only child grew up and was admitted into Eldon Academy. He was able to successfully overcome all hardships and graduated from the academy. He said this to me, Father, I'll work hard so that people will speak highly of you. I was so happy hearing that. My son joined the squad that was directly under the Emperor and joined the battlefield at the forefront. He wanted to obtain victory so that people would speak highly of me, to raise the Celestia family's reputation. But on that battlefield, my son died. It wasn't even long after the war had begun. He died after being struck by an arrow, one that only had a touch of mana. Now, does this explain why be obsessed with this thesis and my research for the sake of the week? After listening to Professor Rass's tragic story, the Knox character silently evaluated. This story isn't anything significant. In the merciless world of Inner Lunatic, there are hundreds more such stories, but I wonder why the professor's back. that I saw through the monitor, and Professor Rass's back right now. They seem so different. I think I'm able to understand the depth of his loneliness just a little. The Nox character then told the professor, I'm sorry, but I'm more certain. After listening to your story, there's someone better suited for this than I am. Someone who would listen to your story better and more seriously than me. I think that's the kind of person you truly need. Right now, afterward, the Nox character decided to leave. And before doing so, he said, I will see you at the next lesson. Professor Rass watched the Nox character leave without stopping him. Then, his gaze fell upon a photograph of his son on the desk, filled with fond memories. He smiled faintly and remarked, there's a resemblance between them. At this point, the academy had returned to the night in the dormitory. In the Nox character's room, right at that moment, he received news that was nothing short of disastrous. Anxiously, he asked, say that again. Who came back? Stree, with a serious expression, replied, the first son of the Rheinheffer family. Master Garen has returned to the family. Because of that, several bodyguard knights have died so far. Upon hearing this news, the Nox character worriedly thought, Garen von Rheinheffer, the first crown prince, Louis, and the ultimate bad ending maker of the interlunatic game, have finally begun to make their moves. After hearing such unsettling news, the entire room slowly descended into a chilling silence. Nox's mind immediately went to the worst bad ending maker. He then looked up at Zetri and directly asked her, You've been to our family estate recently, haven't you? Zetri confirmed, adding, Head Butler Rodwell summoned us, so I went there with Rona. Surprised by this revelation, Nox mused to himself, that guy despises Theo's second wife, Nox's mother, whom Theo truly loves, instead of his own mother. I don't know if he hates Nox, but if so, he might even harm Zetri. Nox sighed deeply and lamented, why did I have to make so many enemies? He then asked Zetri, did Garen do anything? Zetri recounted with a worried expression, come to think of it, Nox. When I heard this, I was furious. I clenched my fists, silently judging that arrogant jerk. Did he really cause some trouble? Immediately after, Zetri elaborated. Master Garen tried to scout me. Nox was completely taken aback upon hearing this. Zetri, with a troubled expression, began to recount the entire ordeal. At the Reinhardt family estate, Rona and Zetri, who hadn't seen each other in a long time, were deeply engrossed in conversation. Suddenly, Garen appeared and sauntered towards them. Rona and Zetri stood respectfully. Garen, noticing Zetri, remarked, what's with that maid? She looks extraordinary. He then called Zetri over and demanded her identity. Who are you? I've never seen you around here before. Zetri stood before Garen courteously and replied, Greetings. I am Master Nox's exclusive maid. My name is Zetri. It's a pleasure to meet you. Garen, impatient, said, enough with the formalities. He then made an offer. I want you to become my maid. I know you're capable. Garen smirked and continued. You possess enough ambition to truly satisfy me. However, the tree politely declined his offer, stating, my apologies, sire, but I am already serving Master Nox. I'm afraid I must reject your generous offer. Irritated by her refusal, Garen warned her, I'm sure you know exactly who I am. Why on earth are you refusing my offer? Did that Nox brat give you some massive fortune? The tree calmly responded, it's because I want to serve him. Master Nox respects me. I'm sorry. I don't know what kind of person you are, but she paused briefly, her face shining brightly as she spoke of Nox. Above everything else, I simply wish to stay by Master Nox's side, to see what he'll accomplish. Hearing such words from a mere servant, Garen felt deeply uncomfortable and sighed. I can't believe she wants to serve a brat like him. She's a strange one. He then offered a lucrative deal. I'll pay you 3 times whatever he's currently paying you. However, Zetri remained steadfast. She bowed respectfully, apologizing once more to Garen. Given Garen's fiery temperament, he was clearly enraged by her refusal and wouldn't simply overlook this matter. Returning to the present in Nox's room, Zetri continued to recount. He asked me to become his maid and even offered to triple my wages. Hearing this, Nox felt a pang of sadness and asked Zetri, by how much? Zetri honestly replied, 3 times my current wage. Nox, worried, silently contemplated, although I do have money. The real story hasn't even begun yet. I can't use that much money, but I can't give up on Zetri. Zetri, puzzled by Nox's expression, stood up, facing Zethri. Nox offered, if you want a wage raise, I'll match his offer and pay you 3 times more. Don't worry about it, and just focus on your work. Zethri was utterly surprised to find that Nox had been worrying about her salary. All this time, Zethri suddenly chuckled charmingly. Nox found it utterly perplexing, wondering if he had said something wrong. Zethri teased Nox, turning away as she said, "Oh, about that, I'm sorry." Upon hearing this, Nox felt a wave of confusion, thinking, what just happened? Did she just laugh at me? No way. Nox gently asked her again, regretfully, "Have you already decided to work with Garen?" She replied, "Whatever you're thinking of, that's not what's happening. I won't follow Master Garen, and the wages I'm receiving now are sufficient." Upon hearing this, Nox felt less worried, but still curious, so he asked again, "Why did you laugh then, Zethri?" Zethri, being mysterious, replied, "I can't tell you that." Nox became irritated, saying, "This is an order." Zethri responded casually, "Something funny just came to mind, so I laughed." Nox retorted, "Zethri, you've gotten worse at lying." Zethri turned away and sighed at her foolish master. However, Nox was lost in thought, thinking, whatever the case, I'm good as long as I haven't lost her. But Garen, that asshole, I won't let him off if I ever catch him. Of course, that would be after I become stronger. After their conversation, it was time for the outdoor class at the academy. The students lined up, waiting for their turn to participate. There are 5 mandatory classes in the Elden Academy that a new student is required to take. The first is the history of the Arcane Empire, which talks about the creator god Arden and the strongest, unified kingdom that people have forgotten about. The second is horsemanship. The third is knightly code and etiquette within the academy. The fourth is basic magic of the empire. And lastly, the subject that Nox has the most difficult time with, the cursed stamina training. Thinking of this, Nox's body was exhausted. He was panting continuously. Other students were still running ahead in the line. As usual, however, with his negative attribute, Nox was really struggling to keep up. His head was spinning, and he gasped for breath. Between the running and chin-ups, Nox's stamina was completely shot. Nox slumped onto the grass. He gulped down water, grumbling to himself. Suddenly, a teacher approached and commented, "This is so strange, Nox. You're like a mayfly." Nox, spitting out his water in surprise, asked, "What do you mean by that?" The teacher explained, "You're exceptional with short-term bursts, but it feels like you really struggle when it comes to stamina. It's like you're blocked by a massive wall that you simply can't overcome." Hearing the teacher's evaluation, Nox mused, as expected of an LD Academy instructor. He's right. It's because of the terminally ill trait. My stamina is stuck at 15, half of the maximum possible stamina. Nox then stood up and challenged, "Aren't you an instructor? Why would you say such discouraging words?" The man replied, "I apologize if that was rude, but you do well to heed my words. If you keep moving so recklessly, you could end up shortening your life." Nox responded, "I'll keep that in mind." In his mind, Nox thought, "My heart has a literal countdown. How could I not heed your words?" At the same time, a notification popped up reminding him, "Because of the terminally ill trait, your lifespan is decreasing rapidly." Nox grumbled, "This is so darn annoying." Meanwhile, Paracelsus stood nearby, observing Nox. Nox looked like a total fool, muttering to himself and staring into thin air, which made Paracelsus incredibly suspicious. He then loudly commented to Nox, "I just can't figure him out at all. He went all out during the admission test to get first place, but now he's hiding his stamina." Paracelsus thought to himself, "This is definitely related to him acting like a good for nothing." Paracelsus's relentless staring and remarks infuriated Nox, who turned back and muttered, "That annoying bastard. If we fight again, get ready for this." The scene shifts to the town right next to the academy. Nox, clad in a black cloak, walks discreetly through the streets. Suddenly, a voice from behind speaks up. "Didn't expect to run into you in a place like this. Riniferes Yungestson." It's Rick, Eleanor's servant. Nox, realizing Rick's presence, internally grumbles, "Why the hell is he doing this to me? This freaking game destroyer." Nox eyes Rick warily, clearly questioning his motives for showing up. Nox adds Rick. His real name is Hausels de Nefer, the worst bad ending maker, on par with First Prince Louis von Arkheim. He belongs to the demonic humans. He boasts several abilities like negotiation, exceptional eloquence, talent with hidden weapons, and he's cunning too, skilled in bat, gummo, northern sword art, a trader, and a con artist. His stats, stamina 4, mana 4, Luck 3, Willpower 5, Charm 12. Passive skill, Negotiation revision. Nox, recalling the story's events, becomes worried. Later, he'll attack his rivals in merchantry and betray Eleanor, which means he's the #1 person to avoid. Nox looks at him with disdain and says, "You're the one who gave me that gift before, aren't you? What business do you have with me now?" Rick keeps his cheerful expression and replies, "Oh, it's nothing serious. I just saw a noble of the influential Rheinheffer family walking around without a servant, and I was just a little puzzled." Nox immediately retorts, "That's none of your business." Rick doesn't mind and continues smiling. "That's true. Oh," he says, changing the subject, "since it's fate that we met here, shall I help you purchase some items? I have a lot of free time right now." Nox sneers, "I doubt that's the only task the head of your rival family assigned to you." Rick, showing respect, he replied, "Historically, great nobles often turn a blind eye to servants who stray a bit from their duties." But the very next second, his gaze shifted, fixing on Nox with a veiled intensity. In his mind, Nox pondered, "I must uncover what he's truly plotting. There has to be a reason he approached me." Then Nox responded, "I don't care for talkative people." Rick understood, replying, "Yes, sir. I'll be sure to remember that." Meanwhile, in Eleanor's room, a maid approached and handed her a letter. "These are the documents you requested," she said. Eleanor accepted the letter, thanking the maid. Holding the documents, she focused intently on examining them. Most of the papers she'd received were related to Nox. After reviewing the extra information about Nox, Elena pondered, "Nox von Rheinhofer. Why on earth did he save me?" She felt a mix of confusion and a touch of sadness. There was no logical reason for him to do that. In the first place, the Reinhardt family has practically no interaction with the rival family. If he wanted to gain something, he should have accepted Professor Burnham's proposal, but he rejected it. The youngest son of the Rheinheffer family that I know doesn't have that kind of personality at all. What's for sure is that he started behaving differently, beginning from resolving the missing child's forest incident. But I don't know the reason for this change. Upon thinking about it, she sighed deeply, and it seemed she also sensed Rick's mysterious and shady nature. His recent movements have been strange. He's also gathering people within the merchantry. Well, he probably can't accomplish much anyway. After a moment of contemplation, Eleanor quickly organized her documents and information. Her gaze slowly turned toward the window. She pondered deeply, closing her eyes. The image of her father filled her with fear. He continuously interrogated her. "That was so foolish. Why on earth did you do that?" His face was furious as he spoke. "If it was needed, you should have given everything you had." Eleanor's eyes were filled with fear, and she wept profusely, tears streaming down her face. Her childhood memories suddenly resurfaced. A somber funeral she'd attended at the church. The maid, overcome with grief, was openly weeping. Eleanor was barely a child back then. The small girl stood before her departed mother, her face etched with profound sorrow. But that painful experience only forged Eleanor into someone stronger. She remained resolute, swallowing back her own tears. A vision of a strong, yet solitary woman formed in her mind. Looking towards her future emerged in her thoughts. Now back at the bustling marketplace, Nox and Rick were busy purchasing various items, just as Rick had mentioned when they first passed by the shops. Rick explained there's no need to buy a high-grade orb to use in magic classes, because when you become a second year, you'll be given an even better orb for free. As for the pot and ladle, which would be used for alchemy, you definitely need to buy one, specifically one made with a special type of iron. Most items will be crafted in the empty chemical room, so you just need to meet the minimum requirements. After shopping for quite some time, the purchased items had piled up into a small mountain. Nox continued to follow, silently, not uttering a word. Rick added, "The store that you see further in here has strong connections to the Eleanor merchantry, so you can get items at a really affordable price. Let's see what else we can find." While Rick pondered what else they should buy, Nox contemplated, "While I truly don't want to admit it, Rick's talent is undeniably the real thing. That con artist trait and the passive skill negotiation revision that he has. If he weren't a demonic human, I might have considered recruiting him. Actually, after tallying up all the items they needed to buy, Rick approached Nox. I think you've probably purchased everything you need now, right?" Nox confirmed, "Yes, this will be sufficient." But immediately after, Knox's gaze turned icy cold as he interrogated Rick. But I still don't know why you were looking for me. Suddenly, Knox completely lost his composure. He grabbed Rick by the collar and forcefully pushed him against the opposite wall. The impact was strong, causing Rick's face to contort. Losing the fake smile, Knox growled, "Why did you approach me?" Rick feigned innocence, then questioned Knox. "What exactly do you mean?" Rick's reply only intensified Knox's rage. Knox's grip tightened, hoisting him even higher. "Wasting time won't do you any good, right?" Rick's facade crumbled, replaced by a sinister grin. Well. It seems my little chat with you will be a quick one. Let's cut to the chase." The moment he uttered those words, a terrifying aura engulfed them both. Knox instantly recognized the peril, turning to inspect the barrier that had appeared. Just by looking at it, he knew it was sound-blocking magic. At that very instant, Rick's expression turned truly menacing. He then flashed a devilish smirk. Then, using both his hands, he clamped down on Knox's hand with immense force, rendering Knox completely unable to resist, even as Knox struggled to break free. Knox instinctively ripped open Rick's shirt, exposing the demonic tattoo emblazoned on his chest. Knox's eyes blazed with fury, and the dark aura around him surged. He snarled, interrogating Rick. "The one you truly serve isn't the first prince at all, but a demon, isn't it?" Rick flinched, shocked that Knox had uncovered his secret. He was utterly taken aback. "You certainly know far too much information." Instantly, a sinistre aura engulfed Rick. He then smirked triumphantly, declaring, "I don't think my master will like that at all." This ominous aura made Knox profoundly uneasy, and he started to sweat. Behind Rick, a terrifying, crimson-faced demon materialized, its eyes fixed in a menacing glare on Knox. Rick's own eyes glowed with a terrifying yellow hue, as if merging with the demon's dark power. Despite confronting this overwhelming presence, Knox remained utterly calm, speaking coldly to Rick. "Do you truly believe your master will grant your wish?" Rick, still supremely confident, confirmed, "Of course." After a tense moment, they both released their grips. Knox warned, "I hope you don't live to regret this." Rick, ever composed, calmly buttoned up his shirt and returned to the appearance of a friendly servant. Knox then turned and left, but before doing so, he issued a final warning to Rick O. "Just in case, if you dare to insult me and my family again, I'll kill you at this point." Knox's eyes and face truly showed anger. This warning was the last Knox would give to someone like Rick. Hearing this, Rick understood the gravity of the situation and cautiously acknowledged, "I'll bear that in mind." Knox then left the marketplace, leaving Rick alone. The scene then transitions to a forest near the academy, where an outdoor class is taking place. Professor Vernon is in charge of today's lesson. He begins the class by addressing the gathered students. "All right, now that everyone's gathered, we'll start the class," one student whispers to another, remarking, "Isn't that the crazy instructor from back then?" Another student wonders the bald head. Suddenly, a bespectacled figure interjects, warning them, "Be careful. It's okay to call someone who's not bald-headed a bald head, but if you call someone that's bald-headed a bald head, then that's very disrespectful." Hearing the lengthy explanation from a bespectacled student, the others simply respond with an "however." Professor Vernon seems to have overheard their conversation. His face tightens in anger. He doesn't say anything but clears his throat loudly. His bald head shines brightly in his mind. He thinks, "Calm down. I can't crush these sprouts from our academy just because of my hair." He then composes himself and continues the class. "I'll tell you about the location for the class first. This place is the Clarial Plains. It's a famous place within Elden Academy that has lots of amazing trees and plants. You'll be learning the basics of horse riding here." Behind the professor, assistants arrive with horses. Professor Vernon encourages the students, "All right, try riding your assigned horse, or even the horse you brought with you." Many students below began to feel apprehensive about today's lesson. One student complains, "I haven't had a chance to really look around this place yet." A woman nearby asks, "Some people actually have their own horses?" Others express their immediate concerns. "A horse? I've never ridden one before. And why do we have to come to Elden Academy? Just to learn how to ride a horse?" A man beside them reassures, "We don't have a choice. It's a mandatory subject. You know you'll be expelled if you get an F, right?" While the other students grumble about the horse riding lesson, Knox pays no attention to their complaints. he immediately summoned his horse, which was Carl. Right after that, a shiny black horse with vibrant blue eyes appeared. Energetically, then, the other students also received their assigned horses from the academy. Professor Bernon spoke up, "All right, try to ride them. Please grab on tightly so you don't fall off." Nox's gaze at this moment was fixed on another person. Paracelsus. He was riding a horse. No matter how awkwardly, it seemed quite clumsy. Nox looked at him and evaluated. He's pretty good at riding a horse. He's lived in the East for so long. He should be able to ride a camel or a horse. Then Nox mounted Carl and began to move, looking quite majestic. The other students were quite surprised and whispered among themselves, "How could a good-for-nothing like him have such a horse? The Rainheifer house is rich, although they're still not as rich as the Revillan house." The image of Carl with the blue flame was stunning. Nox smiled inwardly, thinking, Carl is indeed a fine horse. This is the benefit of being a veteran player. Back with the other students, one of them was practicing riding a horse, successfully mounting one and feeling joyful. The professor, standing beside him, gave a nod of praise. "Well done. Gently communicate with your horse and ride it." He then turned to all the students, already mounted on their horses, and announced, "All right, it seems you've all grown familiar with riding your horses. It's time to start the Nox race for this class." Hearing this, the students were quite surprised. A race? But aren't there some people who only started riding a horse today? Other students chimed in. "That doesn't make sense." Especially one student, who was very angry, complained, "This horse tried to kill me with its hind legs." The brown-haired student looked visibly frightened, saying, "This is madness." The bespectacled one, standing nearby, seemed dangerous. "Is he angry because you guys called him a bald head?" But before he could finish, the professor, with his shiny bald head, appeared behind him and gave him a sharp tap on the head, knocking him unconscious onto the grass. The bald professor looked serious and declared, "The rules are simple. Each of you will ride your own horse and turn the corner located in the nameless forest. Once at the end of the forest, return to this place. The first to get back will be given additional points." Any questions, Nox? Nox, standing at the opposite end, facing the shiny bald head, silently thought, the rules are as simple as his hair. Then Nox muttered to himself, "Well, that's not what's important now, though." Talia, standing behind him, nervously asked Nox, "What did you say?" Nox replied coldly, "Nothing. Mind your own business." However, he had many plans in his head, and the information he knew beforehand helped him strategize. Even though horse riding is a class everyone takes, the event that takes place is very important. It's an episode where a demonic human appears for the first time. Since it's their first appearance, it's been arranged so that the protagonist meets the demonic human, Rugger, the demonic human that appears in this episode, leaving all the students stranded in the nameless forest. Our hero then defeats the demonic human alongside the other academy cadets. And that's the core plot of this episode. Lost in thought, Nox tightened his reins in thought. But there's no protagonist here. In a place like this, filled with so many strong personalities, what will become of them, especially with no clear leader? While careful thought is crucial, they also need to act. Just then, Talia hesitantly approached Nox. "Nox, do you want to ride with me later?" She quickly added, "I'm not scared. It's just as a precaution. The forest is quite dangerous, after all." At that moment, Eleanor was also nearby and chimed in to interrupt Talia. "So, you're confident enough to worry about others. In a race, huh?" However, the moment Eleanor spoke, Nox's gaze instantly turned hostile. He glared directly at her and uttered harshly, "Just leave me alone and go on your way." Misunderstanding Nox's true intentions, Eleanor was left speechless and driven away. Her face was thoughtful as she walked away. Returning to her horse, only Talia and Nox remained. Talia, now sincere, admitted, "Well, I guess this is indeed a race. It's best to return as quickly as possible. Nox, you go on ahead first. I'm not that great at horse riding." Hearing Talia's self-doubt, Nox coldly remarked, "The race isn't what's important." He then left, leaving Talia utterly perplexed. Talia stood there pondering. If the race isn't what's important, then what is? Soon, all the students returned, and the professor announced, "The race has begun. Get going now." Immediately, all the students raced off at full speed. Nox was among them, riding Carl on the far right of the group. Each student tried to take the lead, urging their horses onward. A confident boy boasted to the others, "I won't lose to commoners, who haven't even ridden a horse." Until today, suddenly, one student's expression turned fearful. Carl seemed to sense the danger ahead. The blue flames around him intensified. His eyes alert. Nox, sensing what was about to happen, restrained Carl and said, "Carl, I know." Suddenly, an announcement appeared. Due to the effect of mana sensitivity genius, the circle has been revealed. Beneath the student's feet, a large magic circle appeared, enveloping the entire area and all the students present. The other students were terrified, wondering what was happening. Nox kindly explained its teleportation magic. He then advised them, "Everyone, just stay still, unless you all want to die here." Immediately after, beams of blinding light emanated from below the magic circle, causing all the students to shut their eyes. In the next moment, all the students vanished, leaving only lingering shadows and murky dust. The surroundings returned to a quieter state, with only the sound of the wind blowing across the grass. Suddenly, a sinister foot with long claws appeared, surrounded by a terrifying aura of bloodlust. A man, or more precisely, a demon had appeared. Surrounding the demon was a dense and frightening aura of bloodlust. The demon silently sensed the hidden power surging within it. It was ecstatic and whispered to itself, "Finally, my opportunity for revenge has come." This demon seemed to be the one Nox mentioned, called Ruger. Let's see what Ruger is seeking, and who he's searching for, which might just be our unfortunate Nox. Nox, at this point, sensed the unusual situation, and quickly warned all the students. "Everyone just stay still." His eyes gradually turned serious as he said, "Unless you all would die here." Immediately afterward, Nox decided to dismount, and he urged Carl to quickly leave the magic circle's range, uttering, "I'm counting on you." Mere moments later, with all the students still reeling from the confusion, the magic circle suddenly flared to life and whisked all the students away to an unknown location. Meanwhile, in a completely different part of a dense forest, all the students found themselves instantly teleported here. Many students were still reeling in shock after being abruptly flung to this new spot. A black-haired woman clutched her head, groaning out, "My head is throbbing. Where on earth are we?" The man beside her guessed they were stuck in a forest. A nearby girl, catching their words, refuted lies. "We were just on the plains." With every person voicing a different opinion, the students only grew more bewildered about their current bizarre whereabouts. Many just assumed this was another test. Nox remained silent amidst the throngs of students, his gaze sharply scrutinizing their new environment as he silently assessed the situation. This is undeniably teleportation magic, but it's unlike Dean Noah's technique. The magic formula itself appears unstable. During such critical moments, Nox often emerged as a figure of respect. As the princess, observing his intense focus, approached him to question, "Do you have any idea what's going on?" Nox, despite knowing precisely what had transpired, still replied with a chilling tone, "I'm trying to figure it out." He then cryptically added, "But one thing is absolutely certain. There are outsiders here who are not affiliated with the academy." Echidna, brimming with her usual arrogance, stepped forward to challenge Nox. "What in the world are you rambling about? If you know something, then spill the details." Nox, however, wasted no time in firmly putting her in her place. "Know your damn place, Echidna. You're not the princess." He saw no reason to divulge anything to Echidna. Echidna, utterly shut down by Nox's reprimand, was left speechless, her face contorted in fury. But she bit her tongue, uttering not a single word. Eleanor, who had also been observing from behind, inquired to confirm teleportation magic. "That's exactly what you said, isn't it? And that this whole mess is due to outside influence?" Nox didn't hide it. He confirmed it was all true. Eleanor, needing a solid explanation from Nox, pressed him on why he thought so. Talia, also present with a mix of worry and curiosity, chimed in, "I'm also curious why you think that. This could be some kind of test from other professors too." Nox sighed, frustration simmering at this group of privileged elites. He thought, this is why people who live comfortably just can't hack it. They're way too complacent. In his heart, he was certain this was inner lunatic. They were trapped within a game, one that boasted of being among the most difficult. However, he couldn't share this secret with them, as it was his alone to bear. So he quickly cooked up a plausible excuse and told them. The magic power looks far too unstable. At the very same moment, his skill, acting genius, had activated. Nox continued to explain the haphazard formula, pointing out the fact that it completely disregards the target's safety. Focusing only on function was clear proof. One of the elite students, listening to Knox's explanation, readily agreed, saying yes, the formula is strange. Moreover, if this was truly crafted by the professors, they wouldn't want to endanger us. And there's absolutely no reason they do this to so many children from reputable Elden families. Hearing Leon's insightful words, the other students began to trust Knox a little more. But no one spoke up. Leon continued, prompting everyone to confirm their common opinion. I think Knox is correct. What do you guys think? It must be acknowledged that Knox had experienced all of this before, which allowed him to easily make this assessment. Leon, on the other hand, was experiencing this for the very first time, yet his evaluation was far from something an ordinary person could make. The princess, hearing Leon's additional explanation, silently praised him, thinking, I don't want to admit it, but he's right. The formula is definitely unstable. It's true. An outside influence must be at play here. She started feeling uneasy, speculating if her brother could be behind all this. The other students, however, weren't as worried. One of them spoke up, saying, either way, we need to get out of here fast. Hearing this, others quickly agreed to leave. Just then, Leon urgently warned everyone. It's not a good idea, I think, to remain in this kind of mana field for too long. Echidna, not understanding, raised her voice and questioned, are you dark families trying to take matters into your own hands? Aren't you? You need to prove what you're saying first. Immediately, the princess beside her demanded she stop. The princess confirmed, Echidna, everything they've said is correct. If we stay in this unstable mana vortex for too long, we'll be as good as dead. The princess's words made Echidna pause, and she dared not speak further. After hearing the princess's confirmation, the others hesitated, then finally agreed. Come to think of it, the magic circle's deployment truly is strange. Yeah, it's way too inefficient. Others chimed in. The princess truly is sharp. She learned magic earlier than we did. Didn't she, Paracelsus? Paracelsus, standing nearby, listened but said nothing. However, his eyes suddenly became vigilant. He turned in one direction, drawing his sword and readying for battle. He signaled everyone to be quiet. Echidna, with her limited abilities, noticed nothing amiss. Paracelsus coldly asked her, can't you smell the stench of blood? He added, this is a monster, intermediate rank or above. Its location is above us. What Paracelsus mentioned also alerted Knox, and he detected it too. Above them appeared a bird-like monster, with a massive body and 4 wide wings. The wind from its wings made everyone below cautious. However, before the bird could even utter a sound, Knox, in a single, swift movement, leaped into action. His sword became a blur, tearing across the creature's body again and again. All the while, his expression stayed utterly cold and composed. Even as the bird reeled from Knox's onslaught, he issued a stern warning to all the students. Everyone, brace yourselves. The massive bird, so easily felled by Knox, lay motionless upon the ground. After effortlessly taking down an intermediate-level monster, Knox, with utmost seriousness, declared, in this perilous situation, I will be taking command of the fight. The other students, upon hearing this, were clearly reluctant to acknowledge him. Who's taking command? Many wondered, bewildered. Knox, the good-for-nothing. That's insane, the princess thought. She was utterly surprised by Knox's swift response, thinking, an ambush from a monster, whose presence I didn't even detect, and he was the first to sense it. The so-called good-for-nothing from House Reinhardt. The elite students witnessed the entire display, yet neither denied nor agreed with Knox's declaration. But the bird monster wasn't entirely defeated. Its body still seemed infused with a bloodthirsty mana, making it even more ferocious. The princess, still deep in thought, wondered, how is he suddenly so different? Meanwhile, far from the battle, Knox von Reinhoff's situation was unknown. A bald professor, intently staring at his stopwatch, seriously wondered aloud, is this current batch of students utterly talentless? How is it that no one has returned from horse riding yet? This is the worst time record in history. This clearly indicated the bald professor was completely unaware that the students had been transported away. Suddenly, Professor Rass rode up frantically, eager to report an incident. The bald professor, seeing Rass, questioned him. Rass, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be holding class with the second years? Professor Rass quickly replied, that's not what's important right now. We're the students. The bald professor, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, simply responded, "They're having horse riding lessons out on the plains." But he soon sensed something was amiss. "Wait a second, this feeling. What's wrong?" Professor Rass explained. "A person using demonic magic has been spotted right here in the academy. 3 hours ago, a huge magic circle was activated, and we tracked it down to these very plains." The bald professor, now furious, exclaimed of all times, "It had to happen when Dean Noah wasn't around. Damn it, we need to get going now." Suddenly, Carl Knox's horse came running alone towards them. Attached to Carl was a letter written by Knox. The bald professor, recognizing Carl, recognized him as Knox's and quickly took the letter. The letter mentioned that a demonic human had appeared at the entrance of the nameless forest, and immediate assistance was needed. The bald professor read the urgent call for help with growing concern, knowing the nameless forest was an incredibly dangerous place. He and another person immediately hurried there. "It'll take at least 2 days to reach the nameless forest. It's too late to use more teleportation magic. I hope they'll all be safe." Meanwhile, in the nameless forest, Knox had just finished thoroughly defeating the bird-like monster. Looking relaxed, he was cleaning his sword. Echidna, having witnessed Knox easily slay the monster, could no longer maintain her haughty expression, and had to admit, "I don't want to admit it, but I will. Your judgment was the correct one." Ryan Hafer, the princess, approached. But before she could speak, Knox coldly interjected, "Forget it. I don't need forced apologies, princess." The princess was puzzled by Knox's words. He then bluntly stated, "This incident is an extension of what happened previously. Please give me the authority to take command of all the students by the law of the imperial family." The princess hesitated and responded, "But it could get dangerous. The princess, will take charge of the students personally." Her response clearly vexed and troubled Knox. He swiftly summoned a young man named Pell. As Pell stepped forward, Knox asked him, "Recite the manual. That must be followed in emergency situations." Pell hesitated, then complied with Knox's command. "The absolute top priority is to protect a member of the imperial family, and the authority to take command will be granted to the most exceptional knight or mage." After Pell finished, Knox addressed the princess. "Princess, that you're the only member of the imperial family here, and you're also one of the most powerful individuals needed to defeat the demons in the future. The lightning mana and power of punishment you possess are passed down solely within the imperial family." Knox added, "And so, even if everyone else dies here, we must protect your life. That's the law of the empire." The princess, hearing this, hesitated and remained silent. Knox continued, "Also, the person who made the fastest judgment during that ambush was me. So please grant me the authority." Knox's face slowly formed a cunning smile. As he extended his hand toward the princess, he concluded, "Authority over the life and death of everyone here, including you." The princess felt a mix of emotions, unsure whether she was moved or frightened. After hearing Knox's speech, proving himself as the suitable leader of the student group, Talia's face began to flush red. He wants to become the leader, with everyone's life on the line. Incredible. She stared intently at Knox, assessing him. I was indeed right. Knox is the true knight role model. Sensing something behind him, Knox turned to see Talia, gazing at him with sparkling admiration. Puzzled, he thought, what the hell is wrong with her? Knox then addressed the crowd. Anyway, if there aren't any other opinions, I'll be the leader and take charge of us all. Not happy with the idea? Then show us what you can do. Knox, with a confident smirk, added, if you can pull that off, I'll happily step down as leader. No student dared to object, but one clever student had a different thought. Should anything go wrong, while he's protecting the princess, the leader would face severe consequences. Even if he starts strong, something is bound to go wrong eventually, which means Knox is sipping poison from a holy grail. He then sidled up right behind Knox, mocking him, Yo, minlas yo, do what you want. Knox heard his words and turned to look at him with a gaze of pure affection. Knox's gaze made him break into a cold sweat and quickly look away, absolutely terrified by Knox's love for him. After a moment of tense silence, everyone implicitly understood that Knox was their leader, Nox then declared it's settled. From now on, you'll follow my instructions. Disobey, and you'll face legal consequences. The princess silently nodded along to Nox's every word. Even the echidna, who hated Nox, could only grumble silently to himself. With everything clarified, Nox then commanded, "We'll start moving now. Everyone, follow me." Nox then led the way. Eleanor saw Nox leave without any explanation, felt confused, exclaiming, "Wait, shouldn't you tell us where we're headed first?" Nox, not bothering to explain, gave her a chilling look and simply said, "I'm not exactly good with explanations, so make sure to stick close to me." He then led the group, a thought running through his mind. If only you guys knew just how many times I've played through this chapter. You'd be utterly horrified, because I'm a veteran of this blasted game. Meanwhile, hidden in a cave, someone was observing the students' every move through a shimmering magic orb as they surrounded and brought down a monstrous beast. This man was none other than the infamous demon, Rugger. He casually observed the students, watching them struggle like mere prey. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed, calling out his name, Rugger. It was accompanied by a terrifying, swirling black mist. From within the depths of the mist, a grotesque mouth materialized, its form surrounded by countless unsettling eyes. The malevolent entity then commanded Rugger, "Devour the humans of Eldin. Eliminate all the sprouts that refuse to grow." Rugger listened with chilling obedience, kneeling reverently before it. He then extended his open hand, ready to receive the dark energy into his very being. The mysterious figure continued, "If you succeed in this, I shall bestow my power upon you, even though you are utterly undeserving." As the ominous black energy surged into Rugger's body, the veins in his arm visibly blackened, his entire body seemingly buckling under immense pressure. But soon, he managed to control the raw power. He clenched his fist, a dark resolve in his eyes, and replied, "Yes, my lord, I shall deal with this matter in a manner that will not disappoint your expectations." At that moment, he tightly gripped a pulsating, dark purple magic core. Once the oppressive black mist fully receded from the core, the mysterious figure instantly vanished without a trace. The core then clattered to the ground. Rugger gazed intently into the magic orb and muttered to himself, a sinister whisper, "Eldin, this is a truly perfect mission for me. I'll punish you for the unforgivable sin of abandoning me." The orb eerily reflected the image of two professors who were currently riding towards the dark, nameless forest. His gaze fixated sharply on Professor Ross. Uttering his full name, Ross von Celestia, it was clear they shared a past, a history between them. The terrifying, suffocating aura emanating from Rugger violently spread throughout the entire cave, causing frightened birds to scatter as evening began to set in. Under Nox's confident direction, the students swiftly subdued the aggressive, beastly boars. Nox then declared, "From here on out, we'll need to strategically assign roles." He looked directly at Leon and Paracelsus, declaring, "You come help me." Paracelsus, though clearly displeased by this, reluctantly conceded, "It is a fact that you defeated me, so I suppose I'll play along for now." Leon, however, responded quite differently, bowing respectfully. "My skills may be lacking, but if I can help, I'll give my all." Nox gazed at the two geniuses before him, who followed his orders and silently marveled. "Good," he thought. "With this, I've got the strongest new students on my side." Then his gaze shifted elsewhere. As he mused, next up would be, Nox gathered some elite students and declared, "There are two ways to escape this forest. Someone must break the barrier from the outside, or we kill the caster who used the teleportation magic within the barrier." The princess, upon hearing this, questioned, "In the case of the latter," Nox explained, "Indeed it could get dangerous, but we have no other options here. It'll take Professor Vernon about 2 days to reach this place from the plains, even if he travels in a straight line. Our best option is to try and survive as best as we can while killing the caster." Though he said this, Nox also thought to himself, "Actually, I already know this event can't be resolved with the first method. If we want to get out of here, We must kill the caster. The caster is Ruger, the demonic human who lives in this forest. After explaining the situation to all the students, Nox spoke up. We'll first gather some food. We should be able to last 2 days with this much. Hearing this, Paracelsus feared Nox was referring to something they had just killed, and quickly asked, Oi, Mr. Noble, what are you asking us to eat? Nox nonchalantly replied, This is a pig. Any problems with it? Paracelsus sighed and said, Hey, I know you're pretty skilled, but I think you've got the wrong idea. You must think this is a noble's back mountain that they use for hunting. We can't eat demonic beasts like this. They're poisonous. Nox looked at the pig's carcass and confirmed. I'm aware of that. I also know that the plants in this vicinity. This isn't something you can just eat willy-nilly. Paracelsus looked even more baffled. He asked, Why are you telling us to eat it? If you know all that, how are we supposed to eat demonic beasts? No matter how starved I was back east, I never went this far. Do you know how long your stomach would be in pain? Not for saying something like that. Paracelsus wore a disgruntled expression. Nox, seeing him, silently thought, this lunatic. He only got stomach pain after eating demonic beasts. I better not get too involved with him. After thinking for a moment, Nox sternly ordered him, Shut up and be quiet. I have my ways at this point. Nox picked some herbs and told Leon, summon the undead, and have them protect the students from any monsters. Leon quickly agreed. Nox then turned to Paracelsus with a sigh and requested, I want you to protect the princess. Except for that cheeky mouth of yours. You actually have pretty good skills. Being insulted like that, Paracelsus was quite angry, but endured it as it was an order from their leader. I'm definitely going to beat you until you're half dead. In the future, after the two of them left to carry out their tasks, Nox began his own work. First, Nox found a large, flat stone to use as a table. Then, he used various ingredients available from the forest to cook. Finally, Nox's ingredient, a piece of purple demonic pig meat. Just looking at it, no one dared to eat it. All the students who witnessed it were terrified and wondered, what is that disgusting thing? Look at that color. I think we'll die if we eat that. After grilling the pork for a while, Nox placed an herb on it. From the herb, a golden aura spread and gradually infused into the meat. After a while, the meat changed from a dreamy purple to the color of normal, appetizing meat. The students who witnessed this were utterly surprised. Nox then explained, I simply used this plant to neutralize the poison the meat had. The crimson rake plant is a potent antidote against poisons from mid-rank monsters and even weaker ones. And the horn boar just happens to be one of them. The other students reluctantly had to concede this point. Is that so? I think I might have read about that in a book. But the Rhinehefters certainly have no reason to starve. How on earth did he know such specific information? Beats me. I don't know either. Nox then turned his attention to the princess and asked, So, tell me, princess, do you like your meat rare or medium rare? He mused inwardly. I'm boldly omitting the well-done option from the choices. A subtle hint within the game once revealed. That well-done meat is simply deemed trash and discarded. At this point, the succulent pork was almost perfectly cooked. All the students, exhausted from moving around all day, were absolutely starving. Even the princess, despite her royal status, cast hungry glances at the sizzling meat. In this moment, ravenous hunger completely overshadowed all dignity. Meanwhile, over at the two professors' location, they were furiously riding their horses, speeding hastily towards the nameless forest. The bald professor was using a communication device to contact the academy's principal, Noah Von Trinity, on the other end of the line. He immediately began reporting the dire situation. Principal Noah, can you hear me right now? Yes, this demonic human is at least an intermediate rank, or potentially even higher. The Academy has unequivocally determined this to be a grave matter. I'm currently en route to rescue the children, along with Professor Ass. In response, there was only the distinct sound of frantic munching. The bewildered bald professor continued. All the other elite professors are already deployed on other critical dispatch missions. But contrary to all his urgent worries, Principal Noah was still placidly munching away. The unmistakable sound of her chewing was clearly audible. Completely shocked, the bald professor thought aloud. What in the world was that noise? That sounded exactly like someone was casually eating snacks. He, however, quickly reassured himself, nah. I know she's a bit eccentric, but there's no way. She'd be casually snacking right now, in a situation like this. But then Professor Rass, right beside him, bluntly questioned, Dean, are you actually eating snacks right this moment? Caught off guard, Principal Noah nonchalantly asked, oh, you heard that? Her question left the two elderly professors utterly speechless. Seeing their stunned silence, Noah calmly reassured them. There's no need to be so worried. She confidently asserted, they'll come back without any major issues. While she just sat in her ice chamber, leisurely munching on snacks, the two professors were still absolutely fretting over the students. But if they were second-year students, this situation wouldn't be quite so dire. But they're mere first years. They haven't even been studying at the academy for that long. They're basically still dunces right now. Professor Rass, standing beside him, also shouted in fervent agreement. Their expressions were anything but calm. Sweat streamed down Professor Rass's worried face. They haven't even learned basic defense magic properly. However, to their utter surprise, Principal Noah simply cut the connection. Without bothering to listen any further, the two old men were left utterly helpless. Damn it, it can't be helped. Then I'll just do as much as I can. The bald professor was no longer calm. He urged his horse to run faster. Professor Rass, behind him, called out to Bernan in his mind. The worried professor thought, my top apprentice Knox, I will never let you die in a place like this. So what are your thoughts on the story? Drop a comment below and rate it from 0 to 10. Can't wait to read what you think.